Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? We're live? Rain again? Oh! Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I was going to shout you out later on. Archie seems to have found a random cancer patient. Indeed I have. Indeed I have. We hear you? Excellent. Testes, testes. Welcome to the stream, Binary Mind. Welcome to the stream. Shaman needs his coffee, yeah. Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. He doesn't hate us. I never did. Oh yeah, no, VShoujo's having a week? Yeah, I saw. Funnily enough, that actually ties into the reason why I am a little sleep deprived. I was having a pretty bad bout of insomnia last night. And yeah, that's also the reason why I was able to find out the news that apparently Zentreya is leaving VShoujo. Which is, considering, hasn't it just been a week since they've announced 2 of their most active talents are graduating? Which is, well, I can't say it's completely unexpected, but I didn't expect that these were going to be the talents who were going to be leaving. VShoujo having... I wouldn't... Well, actually, now that I think about it, perhaps Exodus is an accurate descriptor. Because while it's only 2 talents, it's 2 out of less than 10 actively streaming talents. And also within a week of one another. Do you think VShoujo? Yeah, I saw that. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if VShoujo got bought out by somebody. It's just, my mind is struggling to comprehend and conceptualize what it would look like if VShoujo got bought by Brave, of all things. But yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if VShoujo got bought out by somebody. Namely because, I mean... How do I say this? We noted a while ago that VShoujo's main source of funding seems to be the investors that they managed to get close to when they were starting up as a company. And with how little revenue I assume they are able to generate from their talents, given that they don't actually take anything from super chats or subscriptions, then, sorry, I should say donors or subscriptions because they stream on Twitch, then it's not really surprising. And I mean, well, they take the lion's share of the merch, but Matara was having merch issues, so that doesn't exactly bode well for VShoujo's profitability that way. So it would make sense that if they run out of money at some point, they're going to need some other company to step in. Or another round of investors to step in, either or. I wonder how much merch VShoujo actually sells. I wonder that as well, but yeah. VShoujo gets bought out by Brave equals Matara knows out having seen this BS before. It would be morbidly fascinating if VShoujo got bought out by Brave, because of the fact that Brave, in terms of branding, is so diametrically opposed to what VShoujo has been building itself as. And how do I say this? VShoujo had a lot of the same red flags in its marketing and branding that people saw with Idol in retrospect. And I've said this before, but the only reason I think it took people this long to realize that VShoujo as a company may have a few structural problems is because their biggest talents are big enough to mitigate and to some extent obscure the flaws with the company. VShoujo derives most of its branding from the talents. This is something I talked about the last time I talked about them in the stream that I did about the Twitch patch notes episode. But in that stream, one of the things that I said was because of the fact that VShoujo derives so much of its branding from its talents, to the extent where the company doesn't actually have a brand identity of its own, independently of the talents, and therefore nothing that can act as an umbrella for the talents to unite under. One of the things that I said was, if the company doesn't figure out a brand identity for itself that the talents can unite under and the talents can grow with, the company is eventually going to rip itself in two. And I'm not going to say that that's what's happening, because granted, even though Zentreya is a founding member, it has only been 2 departures. But over the next year or so, I suppose we will see if that bears out to be true. Yeah, the talent freedom thing. I did say back then, all the way back then actually, that talent freedom is not... It's not a plus if you're a corporation, if you're an agency. Talent freedom is a marketing gimmick, not an actual benefit. Because if you wanted freedom, guess who has the most? Independence. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new Footstool. Oh, Hero! Good job good job sniping, Hero. Welcome to the stream, Hero. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. They won't be able to See, the thing is, right, that is morbidly true, but at the same time, how do I say? Zentreya was the face of VShoujo's supposed pivot towards being less of an exclusive company. And now that Zentreya is leaving before the new gen gets announced for EN, assuming that it is still coming, it's going to lose a bit of the punch that was initially behind it. It's going to be a... How do I put this? It's going to be a bittersweet moment for a lot of people when that happens. When the new gen, if the new gen debuts. Aura, thank you for the super. Nyara and Anna V is taking lots of... I saw that. It's quite funny. Oh, and thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Kurosanji needs to fire people for VShoujo. See, that's the problem, right? What is VShoujo's brand as a company? Is it retirement home? Is it talent freedom? Do either of those two work as an actual brand identity? My personal opinion is not really, not in the long term. It needs something a bit more substantial, I should say. But yeah, whether they actually pursue that, different matter. Yeah, Lumi, the only branding they have is Iron Mouse. It does seem to look that way. If Iron Mouse were to leave VShoujo, then I'm actually convinced that the brand is completely dead. Because, as I talked about last year, over the past few years, it has become more and more difficult to look at VShoujo's branding as a corpo and go, okay, that's solid, that holds up. Because in reality, like I said before, a lot of the things that people call the VShoujo brand, and I'm not talking about the talents, I'm talking about the company. A lot of the things that people refer to as the VShoujo brand are just a bunch of marketing gimmicks. We've seen other companies, smaller companies granted, use those same marketing gimmicks and collapse because of the fact that they had nothing more to their name. And now, depending on how VShoujo pans out, we may or may not get... Sorry, give me a second. We may or may not get yet another entry into the database to help build up that pattern recognition, I suppose. Blade, thank you for the super. Have you collected all the old and new Folk Devil indies? Also, I have no idea that Zen left VShoujo. Didn't know VShoujo was acting shady. Brave Group. Seeing Monopoly in the West. May not like it at all. Yeah. Again, the thing about Brave Group is still speculation, right? But I don't think... how do I say? I'm not going to pretend that it wouldn't surprise me. But I can see I can see VShoujo being bought out by someone. Because, like I've said many, many times before on previous streams, we have seen a pattern of what happens when a VTuber agency debuts, markets itself heavily on the basis of things like talent freedom, independence, etc., 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 leaves all of its brand identity up to the talents to define, if not, most of its brand identity to the talents to define. And then, about, few years later, at the most, they get bought out or they collapse. So it's kind of hard to shake that pattern that has been building up for a while in this industry. Maybe Gunrun wants to retire and have a fat check. I mean, at this point, VShoujo's been around for how long? Like 3 years now? Isn't that the average lifespan of a startup? I think we should certainly worry if Fishman sells face to Brave Group. Oh no, I would be worried as well. Because, as I've said many times before, I don't want Brave Group having a monopoly. The only thing that convinces me that Brave buying VShoujo wouldn't be game-ending is because I have a very high suspicion that if that were to be true, many of the biggest names associated with VShoujo would simply peace out. So they'd be buying yet another empty shell, as we saw when they bought Brosum in JP, and depending on how Idol ends up panning out, possibly Idol as well last year. Pippa said that about BlackRock, not Brave. Wait, what's this? VShoujo slowly becoming a mythic knockoff as Function, by the way that Zen and Giga express their future plans. Again, I'm planning on doing a stream talking about that in more detail later on. Some point down the line, probably a few weeks later after we've had a chance to see if anything is going to happen with VShoujo, or if they're going to announce their new gen or whatever. But yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look, for sure. Although, it has been quite interesting to see how many fans of VShoujo the company have or haven't made the connection between, well, the recent departures and perhaps some of the signs that we have gotten over the years that the company may not be built on a foundation of solid rock, shall we say. I've always thought VShoujo has been a ticking time bomb since the Nux drama, despite their talents' efforts to repair their image. Yeah, see, that's the problem, right? Because what that showed, and this is something that a lot of people may hand-wave away. So, the thing about talent freedom as a branding tool is that it works very well until your company starts experiencing problems. Because something like the way that the talents handled the Nux drama, a lot of people could hand-wave away as just VShoujo letting the talents express themselves however they want, which in the West is very easy to market as a good thing, unambiguously. But the problem is, what it showed, and this is the thing that a lot of people seem to ignore, was that VShoujo's management does not really have a hand on the reins. At best, they're stuck doing catch-up on whatever the talents want. And that's fine, so long as the talents all want the same thing. However, the longer your company exists for, the more talents you obtain, the more successful the talents under your umbrella become, the more likely it is that those talents begin to diverge in different directions when it comes to what they want for themselves, for the brand, for the company, etc. And again, like I said last stream that I talked about VShoujo, if you don't figure out an identity for all of those talents to essentially funnel their ambitions in the direction of, you're going to rip yourself apart. VShoujo's official start date is September 2020, but they didn't really do much until November, so close to 5 years. Oh, okay, so yeah, 5 years. I would understand if Gunrun wants to retire after 5, to be honest. I work IT. Nux was 100% right in what he did in that event. It's that event that soured me the most on VShoujo because they were objectively in the wrong, full stop. Yeah, and I fall much into the I fall much in the same opinion on that particular issue. Fable Monicus, welcome to the stream. But yeah, I think there is... Actually, Zuli, now that I think about it, I have doubts that... Well, okay. Personally, I certainly hope that FaZe never gets sold to Brave, or anything along those lines, but... I think there is a pretty decent chance that, given how FaZe has been growing, how strong of a brand it has become, and how strong the individual talents are, I don't think that... How do I say this? I have doubts that Brave would try to buy it. Because let's assume, for example, that Brave goes ahead with buying VShoujo. Let's assume that speculation is true. If they do that, and as most of us can probably assume, a lot of the big names end up leaving, what Brave will have is a pattern of 3 instances where they have bought a company that is on its way out without their intervention. A company where they experience a mass exodus after their acquisition. Sorry, give me a second. And so, I would wager that after the 3rd time that happens, they'd probably have to be a bit more careful about acquisitions that would cause that exact chain of events. And perhaps I could be wrong about this, but I highly suspect that if FaZe were to change hands to a completely different owner, especially given how much of a trusting relationship Sakuna has managed to build up with the talents, I imagine that if FaZe were to change hands, you would lose a lot of the big names pretty much overnight. And I don't think that is a mistake that Brave would be keen to repeat at that point in time when that even becomes a hypothetical worth entertaining. So... How does VShoujo recruit talent? Referral. Or at least that's how it appears. Yes, they do have auditions, but only one of their talents has come from auditions. Only one of their recruits has come from an audition. And even that is something that requires quite a bit of faith by the public to believe, given the circumstances surrounding it. Blade, thank you for the super. VShoujo acting as a retirement home, that was the gimmick, at least that was due to Mata, Michikuro, and Kason. That said, VShoujo is kind of super picky. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Where I was saying all the way back last year when they first announced that they were doing auditions and Zentreya made that quote tweet about how they're looking for smaller creators, that there's nothing inherently wrong with being highly selective with who you let in. They are allowed to pick whoever they want, and that is something that I and I think quite a few others were basically saying, yeah, it's fine. If you want to do that as a company, that's understandable. Just double down on it. But again, like I said, it seems that there are people in VShoujo that want different things. And it turns out that, well, Zentreya wanted some things that the company wasn't able to provide, so... It's not necessarily related to the auditions, but just as a more general observation about the company. FaZe girls would follow Sakuna to spaghetti hell, even though they meme on him a lot. There is trust, yeah. And that trust would probably be broken and gone the moment that FaZe, changes hands. Then it doesn't make sense for Brave to buy FaZe, because yeah, exactly. Well, doesn't it make sense for Brave to buy FaZe, because buy FaZe girls leave, one less competitor in the market, etc, etc? Yes, but the thing is, they'd have to justify that to their investors. That's a little bit harder to do. Because they're still burning money. technically they quote-unquote get rid of a competitor, but it doesn't look good on a balance sheet if the cost of getting rid of a competitor is buying them under the pretense that you will be able to absorb them into your company. Speaking of companies that hire former Niju talents. Oh yeah, no, I saw that. Again, that's something that I'm planning on talking about in a later stream. Looking for small players. With more and more merch companies, I wonder if VShoujo has kind of lost its luster. Yeah, no, because, and again, I'm looping on the same point, but VShoujo's business model has been proven to be fundamentally dysfunctional in the cases of smaller companies that have tried to adopt it. The only reason that it's been working for VShoujo is because they have investor backing, which a lot of people tend to ignore, and because their talents are as big names as they are. So, I mean, think about how... I'm trying to think about an example that wouldn't sound cruel. Imagine if you had, let's say, okay, let's go with Nexus, right? That was another company, small company, that put a lot of emphasis on the value of independence, giving talents the freedom to do whatever they want, figure out their own content for themselves, etc., etc., etc. Imagine if, instead of trying to debut 27 talents over the course of 3 days as their debut generation, instead, Nexus just managed to debut with the members of Hololive Myth, right? But as they were at the beginning of last year. Going in with all of the branding, all of the reputation that they built up over the years since they've been active. That is the equivalent of what VShoujo has been working with, essentially. And yeah, that keeps them going for a while, but that's not a sustainable business strategy. And I say this not because I have access to VShoujo's balancing, their balance books or whatever, but because other instances, other examples that we have been shown in this industry have proven that to be the case. God, as it is. Yeah. Give us the slaughterhouse example. Well, I mean, given the way that Nexus was arranged business-wise, yeah, I'd say that counts as a slaughterhouse example. Curious fact that Giga's departure was the same day that Zentrea announced her grad. Maybe we get another announcement. I would be very surprised if that happens. Well, we haven't gotten any signs, I don't think, that any of the other talents are leaving. So, yeah, nothing wrong with hiring friends, proven VTubers, and unknowns. Just don't make any VShoujo member make statements about looking for smaller players. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? It was fine for VShoujo to leave their auditions process vague. They are entitled to do that. It was the fact that one of their talents obviously felt pressured to speak up about it that I took issue with. Because, like I said before, if you have a problem... Sorry, give me a second. Ugh, I'm dying. Hey, stream I can catch? Oh, Proctor, welcome to the stream. I love having no sleep schedule. I'm sorry for your loss, my friend. But yeah, no, as I was saying before, if your company is bad at communicating with the public, and you keep using your talents as a crutch to alleviate that, that's what I take issue with. And just because VShoujo justifies it through talent freedom instead of managerial negligence, doesn't make it any better. And that was, again, the issue that I took last year when Zentrea made that quote tweet saying, oh, we're looking for smaller talents. Like, sure, if that's the policy they're adopting as a company, fine, great, they're entitled to do that, but why leave it to one of your talents to clarify? instead of management. It doesn't have to be from... I did suggest that it be from VShoujo's official account, right? But maybe they want to keep that clean. So in that case, just get some other staff member, possibly even Gunrun, to tweet it out from their account. Why get one of your talents to do that? Are you aware that Brave Group was trying to buy... Yeah, we were talking about that. I do wonder if something along those lines is going to come to fruition. Because, yeah, I know that you've heard that from multiple different sources. But personally, I find it to be such an incongruous outcome that I will need to see it to believe it. But Furniture Man, VShoujo talents are amazing at acting. Now, I did see some people raise this, but now that Giga is independent, I would, especially given her experience going through it the first time, if she were to do another patch notes, quote-unquote, episode, interview, whatever, I think that I would be a lot more... how do I say? I'd be a little less reserved in trusting her to represent some of the concerns, very valid concerns, that Twitch has only served to add fuel to the fire for regarding how they treat VTubers versus the select few favorites on their platform. An issue that has become painfully obvious over the last 6 months since they had that patch notes episode. I don't think I have seen any PR exercise by Twitch age as poorly as Dan Clancy's claims that he tried to make during that episode. It's outrageous how much of what he said has been painted as absolute horseshit over the time between then and now. Mercurius, thank you for the gift of membership. Southside Slider, hope you enjoy those emotes. Paper Monicas, thank you for the 10 gift of memberships. Well, the 10 new footstools, hope you enjoy those emotes. Man, the whole Twitch patch notes after is going to be a saga to rival Kirsch's Bridge Watch. Oh no, it is. It absolutely is. However, I will say, and this is something I will repeat when I eventually do that follow-up stream, which I've already scheduled, waiting room's already up on my channel, but there is precisely one bit of information from that entire episode that is actually useful, especially to VTubers. And it didn't even come from Dan Clancy. It came from Giga. And she didn't even say that during the interview. She said that afterwards. And the only thing that has been useful to come out of that whole process was Giga stating that Twitch's bias problem is not unique to VTubers. Now, I still remain, I still am of the mind that if you're going to turn that bit of information into something that has utility, you're going to have to figure out how to connect that to VTubers and use that as a talking point to push for better enforcement for VTubers specifically. But that is undeniably true. And again, Twitch's behavior over the past 6 months has more than proven that to be the case. I have to question what Brave Group would gain by getting VShoujo. Brand. Well, brand name, at least in theory. Before the talents leave, that is. VShoujo marketed themselves as this, the archetypical Western company, right? We're giving you a VTuber corpo, but for the West. That was what they built themselves on. And the thing is, when Brave justifies a purchase and an acquisition, they don't actually have to do it on the basis of what they actually end up retaining 6 months after the acquisition goes through. They do so based on how the company that they have acquired or that they are considering acquiring, how that company has marketed itself, its brand name, how it sells itself, what reputation does it have among the demographic that Brave is aiming to establish themselves with, etc., etc. And VShoujo undeniably has branding that would make them an appealing purchase in that regard. Blade thank you for the super. VShoujo is kind of like choosing big names. It sounds like a red flag, but who will be on VShoujo now? Yeah. I'd say recent rapid-fire banning of Tectone is pretty bad for them as well. Yeah, no, absolutely. Giga isn't an expert of Twitch VTubing and she paints herself and others paint it to be. Yeah, I came to that conclusion myself after watching the interview. We're VTubers for the West, aka all the mean girl vibes you can get. There are definitely times where that is shown, yeah. And again, this is yet another reason why, in my opinion, the Nux versus VShoujo thing was such a disaster, because that allowed that to solidify itself as part of the VShoujo image, as well as just instead of just the individual brands of the talents, which wouldn't have been much better, but it would have been marginally better. Master N, thank you for the super. In a recent Faceversary collab, Amy implied that she almost joined Nexus and Jelly almost joined Kometa. That would be a hellish timeline, yeah. Still giving his son slaps on the wrist. Yep. Mark my words, if Twitch... Well, this isn't exactly a controversial take. Plenty of people have said this before me. But if Twitch does end up sinking as a platform, you can almost guarantee that Hassan will be one of the nails that keep them, that keep them on the crucifix, so to speak. I agree, Nux was a mistake on himself that never had been committed. Yeah. Remember also the fruit document in case on getting silenced by management? Yeah, that's why I said that VShoujo has been slowly eroding. Actually, no, I said this to, I was chatting with Morlington, and I mentioned this, but one of the things that is fascinating about VShoujo, when you look at it in context of its various controversies, and now in terms of how it has had 3 big-name talents leave within the span of less than 6 months, one of the fascinating things about VShoujo is that the longer it exists as this sort of testament to alternative business models for VTuber companies, this sort of Western, again, a business model that tries to embody these Western values, etc., of freedom, independence, etc. The longer it exists as that, the more it ends up proving and validating why traditional VTuber corpos have the business practices and models that they do. You may not agree with them in theory, but in practice, there is a reason why they have existed for as long as they have. And I suppose there is a broader ideological lesson to extract from that as well, in that perhaps not all rules can be broken without consequence. And after that interview appearing to be bending over backwards to give ideas and rationalizations. Yeah. One of the things that I always... How do I describe this? My sentiment towards the VShoujo talents has not changed since I started looking at them looking at the company in a more analytical lens. I still do view them as being creators that are fundamentally very talented individuals who every bit have earned and deserve the followings that they have. But at the same time, they are creators that undeniably have chosen some pretty strange hills to die on when it comes to their relationship with corporate, with corporations, whether it be their own or with Twitch. And it's just... Of all the things you can choose to defend, why defend Twitch's moderation was the question that was foremost in my mind when I was watching through the patch notes episode all those months ago. But yeah, rules exist for a reason most of the time. I mean, the main purpose of rules is to protect a group or an individual from some sort of negative influence, right? And when you end up when you exist for a long time within those rules, you take that for granted. You end up tossing them to the side, and then the negative influence that the rules were designed to protect you from come back, and you get taught all over again why those rules exist. Cable Monkers, thank you for the super. Sometimes VShoujo feels like Chesterton's fence the company. A little bit. What's good? Yeah. What's good? We are... Actually, I've been yapping about the VShoujo thing for about 40 minutes now. I should probably tuck it in and save it for the actual dedicated stream. But yeah, no, the next... in between that and Stop Killing Games making a comeback, there are a lot of things that I could put into the next subject, the next stream topic selection poll for the community tab. But in any case, I should probably move on. Hold on, let me switch scenes. There we go. Okay. The main topic of the stream. Holy shit, Scarly Michael, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, there's always something going on. Yeah. I don't really have to worry about running out of topics. Although, I hope that the project that I'm working on offline is going to be ready in a timely manner, relatively speaking. Because, yeah, if the rumors are true about VShoujo and Brave, it will be poetic, to say the least. Sorry, give me a second. I'm kind of dying this morning, if you couldn't tell. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a footstool for 9 months. Armchair next clip will be out of context. Oh yeah, actually, that reminds me. If any of you guys haven't seen it, Kendra Kendrillion actually made a clip of my stream, my first stream on Anna Valen/Vice that she has on her channel, and the editing is crisp, and it's a good laugh. It's a good laugh, but yeah, a lot of a few lines out of context, but overall I can't really falter. Tap for 2 seconds. When are you not, sir? That's a good question. That's a good question. Chaos X, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Paper Monicas, thank you for being a footstool for 6 months. Holy. Glad to keep throwing money at you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. Alright. So, as per usual, when we are discussing a topic of even vaguely contentious nature, a few disclaimers to start off. First of all, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. If I catch you doing that, you will be banned from this channel, this community, without appeal. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of the stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. That's why they are included here. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried to adjust so that they appear according to the same date that... when I've included posts from social media, I've done my best to adjust the dates written on the slides so they reflect the date that they were posted in the time zone of the poster. But there will be the occasional date that I get wrong by about a day or so. And finally, if there's something on screen that you can't quite make out because the text is too small or anything along those lines, don't stress. I'll probably be narrating it out loud, and even if I don't, all of the slides from all of my streams will be uploaded to my personal Patreon, link in description, as per usual, where you can access it for free. Just sign up as a member, don't need to pay anything, and you have access to these slides from this stream, as well as all of the other slides from all of my previous streams. Scarlet McAlory, thank you for the 2. Can you give me a happy birthday? Would you like me to sing it, or just say it? Also feet uwu. Okay, hold on. Let me mute the music for a little bit. Let me know which one you want, Scarling. Whether you want the spoken or the sung. Billy Old Spotted. Thanks, guys. Come on. You treated? Alright, hold on. Don't dip now, Scarling. Aussie version? What even would the Aussie version of it be? Can you sing? Alright, sure. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Scarling, happy birthday to you. I hope you enjoyed that. Alright, so, as per usual, before we can start getting into all the fun of the topic, we're going to need to talk mechanics. And when it comes to the mechanics that are going to be at play, to set a little bit of foundation work for what we're going to be talking about later on, there are two in particular that I'm going to be focusing on that I've brought up over the course of previous streams. And the two are moral panics and folk devils. For those who either haven't tuned into a prior stream or a lot of time has passed since then, so just a little bit of a refresher. A moral panic can be defined as a state of widespread fear, anxiety, or hysteria that emerges around a group, person, or condition that is defined as a threat to societal values and interests. Now, the reason why moral panics are going to be relevant here is because very often they are tools that are used for the purposes of getting everybody up in a state of, heightened, like I said, fear, etc., get everyone very highly strung so that you can control the way that they perceive a specific subject. And said subject of the moral panic, the thing that it emerges around, the thing that it is designed to draw people's attention toward, is referred to as a folk devil, an outcasted person or group that comes to embody a harmful influence on society, or comes to embody the root of social problems. Essentially, they are designed to act as a scapegoat. This idea is built up across the minds of the public that if only we could get rid of said folk devil, if only we could cast them out and or destroy them, depending on how severe things are, then all of these problems would be fixed, everyone would achieve catharsis, all of our lives would be improved. And so, you can start to make out how when you combine these two, these two concepts, these two media practices, these are the bread and butter of how news organizations, media personalities, historically, have managed to keep a tight hold of the reins over public opinion and the perception of just the general public regarding specific subjects, people, or groups. Now, having now set up this foundation, these two concepts, given a little bit of a refresher as to what they mean, I'm going to revisit a paper that we talked about in a previous stream called Considering the Agency of Folk Devils. Well, not a paper, but a chapter out of a textbook titled The Ashgate Research Companion to Moral Panics. And essentially, what this paper does is explore the topic of how folk devils are created, but not only that, how folk devils respond to the process of attempting to demonize them. Because traditionally, so up until when this chapter was published, when it came to researching how folk devils are created, sorry, give me a second. I don't know what's wrong with me, but in any case, when it comes to the research that media studies as a discipline has done into how moral panics begin, how folk devils are created, up until this point, it was very popular to treat folk devils as if they were just these passive actors, these utter passengers in the instances where they were at the center of a controversy. However, what this chapter in this book attempts to do is explain, articulate, and provide examples of instances where a folk devil, or a person who is designated a folk devil, has managed to respond to the process of demonization to varying degrees of success. And there are three things that this chapter brings to light that I want to be able to pass on to you guys and emphasize in particular. The first is that those who end up becoming folk devils are often regarded as outcasts in some way, even before they are demonized. Now, this, again, on the surface sounds like a bit of a no-shit Sherlock moment. A folk devil exists for the purpose of being outcasted from the group, and therefore it makes more sense that easy targets for folk devilry, I suppose, would be people who are outcasts already. However, the reason why I bring this up is because when you're understanding, well, how do I say this? Very often people overlook how, I suppose, removed from a given community or a given group. It's, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this in real time. Very often, when we retrospectively look at instances where moral panics have emerged around specific folk devils, it can become very easy to either fall into the trap of perceiving them as a completely... when we look at these moral panics, they seem to be instances where they've cropped up out of nowhere, because a characteristic of moral panics is that you reach a very high intensity of emotion towards a certain thing over the course of a very short span of time. So it can be very difficult to pinpoint exactly the factors involved in selecting a target for folk devilry, I suppose, prior to when the moral panic is in full swing. And the reason why that is important is because if we are to approach this topic not from the perspective of, oh, this is something that happens, but this is how it happens, and here's how you can respond if it starts to happen to you, one of the crucial things to pay attention to is how do those who initiate moral panics actually pick a target around which to create a moral panic in the first place. The second thing that the chapter points out is that social control is both the objective of creating folk devils and the primary means through which they are created. Again, not really a very surprising thing in context of the overall subject, but important to take note of. Because of the fact that social control is the objective and the primary means of creating a folk devil, that second part, the second half of that statement, is going to be crucial to understanding how you can chip away at certain elements of social control that are actively trying to paint you in a malicious manner, should you find yourself at the center of a moral panic. And finally, folk devils can resist their own demonization, and how they do so can be tied to how much social capital, or at risk of dumbing it down to too much of a modern slang term, how much clout they possess, and how they choose to spend it. Now, when I first brought up this book chapter on stream, one of the things that I extracted from it in order to give to you guys was this. A diagram of how folk devils can be evaluated based off of the threat that they supposedly present to society versus how much social capital, clout, they possess in order to fight against the process of their own demonization. What I refer to as the threat capital folk devil matrix that the author of this chapter, Mary DeYoung, has provided. And so when you're looking at these two axes, what they essentially tell you are two things, right? First, the degree of social capital possessed by the folk devil in question, the subject of the moral panic. This defines their potential ability to fight back and defines what methods are most commonly used as they expend whatever clout they possess in order to defend themselves. However, the second axis, the threat level presented, essentially sums up the degree of perceived deviancy, so essentially how abnormal are they regarded as, how much are they different, how different they are from the accepted norms of a space, a community, a group, whatever, as well as the preferred method of demonization. And to expand on these axes a little bit more, When you're looking at the degree of perceived deviancy and the preferred methods of demonization, according to, how much of a threat they are presented as or how much of a threat they are built up to be, there are two main, I suppose, extremes that these approaches tend to gravitate towards. The first is mystification. Now, mystification is a technique that is most often used when the subject of the moral panic doesn't actually present that much visible threat. If you're going to have a hard time convincing people that this is a problem that needs to be fixed, and they seem harmless on the outside, you have your work cut out for you as a journalist, as a propagandist, as whatever you want to call yourself. So the default technique that most media figures, most media personalities end up adopting when you have the task of trying to demonize someone who isn't outwardly threatening is to mystify them instead. Basically, to treat the subject as an enigma while obscuring attempts at comprehending their actions or motivations. Essentially, it's instead of trying to come up with a reason as to why they should be feared, you double down on the fact that you have no fucking clue what is going on. And you try to turn that into a selling point for your theory that they are a threat to society. Instead of, for example, coming up with a motivation behind an allegedly harmful action or anything along those lines, instead you double down on going, but how could they have done this? Why would they have done this? It's so inexplicable. It came out of nowhere. Nobody could have predicted this. Nobody understands what's going on. They are so mysterious and difficult to understand. And you try to double down on leveraging people's fear of the unknown as a way of demonizing your subject. On the other hand, if you have a subject that presents an outward threat or that has aspects of them that you can really play up for the public, then it is far easier for you to default towards pathologizing them. Basically, to present the subject as a monster by emphasizing and hyperbolizing their degree of abnormality. You take some aspect, some very visible aspect of them as a person that makes them different from their peers, or something that is different or in objection to the norms that you support, establish, whatever, and you really play it up. For example, are they someone who has expressed any degree of derision towards a protected group? Then you take one of the statements where they were mildly critical, play it up so that you build it up as if they were advocating for the death and extermination of that group, and there you have the pathologized version of your subject. Now, when it comes to these two strategies, one thing I want to make clear is that when it comes to defining which strategies are used and applied to build up a moral panic around a subject, it's not a case of this or that. There are very often instances where the people trying to create a moral panic around the subject will end up using both, at least to some degree. However, more often than not, depending on the degree of perceived threat and the ease with which you can present your subject as a threat to society and morality, often media figures will end up leaning towards one or the other. Now, given that as well, each of these approaches also has a specific set of, a specific strength and weakness. When it comes to mystification, it can be a very effective strategy when you're dealing with an audience that has only a superficial interest in the subject in question. Because, of course, if you are going to go with the angle of nobody could have seen this coming, nobody understands how this happened, this is so mysterious, therefore it should be feared, obviously that whole thing is going to work easier when the people you are addressing are not that keen on looking into things a bit any deeper than the commentary that you're spoon-feeding them. However, where mystification tends to fall flat is when your audience is instead a group of people who exhibit a high degree of curiosity or personal investment in the subject. When you make the mistake of addressing an audience that is highly invested in the subject by trying to pursue an approach of mystifying the target of your moral panic. It's a very easy way it can backfire is that it will make you look ignorant, misinformed at best, and outwardly malicious and disingenuous at worst. Because if they have enough interest to look beyond the surface level and actually try to grab some sense of detail or nuance for themselves, and they end up coming across information that you didn't present to them or that you purposefully omitted to facilitate mystification, you end up looking like a clown. So, for that reason, mystification is usually, in most cases, employed not only when the subject of your moral panic presents a low perceived seems outwardly non-threatening, but also when your target audience is a good deal removed from the subject in question. Balagas, thank you for the 5. As responses to real-world events, aren't many folk devils neither targeted arbitrarily nor targeted as part of some singular conscious decision? Yes. So, for the most part, when moral panics... The thing is, a lot of moral panics do emerge because there is a group of people who, and not to sound like a conspiracy or whatever, but most moral panics do emerge because they have been decided on by a group of people who have access to a vast array of resources and a vast array of connections, who then set things like agendas, talking points for news sites, etc., and then they start talking about the same thing over and over. If you ever have watched the news and you realize that a lot of news outlets, even though they're owned by different people, start talking about the same thing over and over, there is a reason for that. That's not an accident. It's because every news network has a specific agenda that the reporters, the people who actually do the talking to camera, that they are instructed to stick to. And when it comes to the people who get to write those agendas, who get to define what those agendas are, those are the people in whose hands they hold the reins to deciding what gets turned into a folk devil and what gets ignored. Now, on the other hand, when we start to look at pathologization as a technique of trying to make something or someone out to be more threatening and more of an urgent problem that needs to be dealt with, it, as a technique, tends to be most effective when your subject and or their allies are highly susceptible to being cowed by stigma or guilt by association. Pathologization is essentially designed to be a shock tactic to isolate your target, thus making it easier for you to have your way with them. Because what it does is present them as such a monster that, at least in the short term, you end up enforcing at least a little bit of a social cost to associating with them. And if you play your cards right, if you've picked out the correct target, and if you've put enough effort into pathologizing them, in most cases, you will be able to cut off a good deal of their support before you even make your second move, and before they even have a chance to respond. Because if a lot of their associates, their support network, falls away, instantly you've mitigated a large part of how they can fight back against you by mobilizing whatever allies they have to launch counter-narratives, counter-claims, and to scrutinize what you are saying about them. However, where pathologization fails is when your subject, and or their allies, are mostly indifferent to the effects of stigma or guilt by association. Because if your subject has a support network, or if they themselves are impervious to things like stigma or guilt by association, this tactic has a very reduced effect, because in the short term, yes, you will be able to perhaps turn the opinions of people who are perhaps a bit more removed from your subject, a bit more distant from your subject. But in the long term, you haven't compromised their ability to fight back, which means that eventually, if you can't keep your feet on the gas, then they will eventually end up being able to retaliate in a way that you cannot sustain a response to. They will be able to counter the narrative that you run out of the resources to keep pushing. And so, given these two approaches towards creating moral panics, towards forming folk devils, what then are the methods through which people can fight back? Now, the two, depending on how much social capital, how much clout they possess, they tend to range between two extremes. The first, the one that we most obviously associate with, responding to claims against your character, is a direct challenge, where the subject expends whatever social capital they've accumulated, whatever clout they've accumulated, whatever connections, whatever network they have, in order to actively and directly resist their demonization. This is when you call out the people who are attempting to demonize you, when you identify how they are doing it, you point out the inaccuracies in their presentation of you, and in other words, you go to war. The alternative is advocacy, when you either don't have the clout to expend on creating a massive counter-movement against whatever narrative is being pushed, or because you simply don't feel like doing so and you don't view this struggle as being worth pursuing. And advocacy basically means that the subject relies on perceived victimhood to garner sympathy from those who are willing to intercede on their behalf. Basically, you cross your fingers and you pray that your luck stat kicks in. Advocacy can work for people who don't have the clout to, like I said before, mount a massive counter effort against narratives being pushed, attempts at demonization, but they are flimsy in the sense that if your perceived victimhood does not reach the sufficient threshold for a competent or even a large enough group of people to come to your defense, you basically just end up rolling over without really doing anything. So, for people who don't have the option of expending whatever influence, clout, social capital they have, this is probably better than nothing. But for those who do have it, I would not recommend opting for advocacy, because you are essentially, again, you're turning around, bending over, and hoping somebody else runs in from the side to stop someone else from having their way with you, right? So, given all of this, putting that aside for a little bit, right? One of the other things that I talked about before when I was going through the major points that this chapter raises is the idea that moral panics exist for the purpose of social control. Again, no shit, Sherlock. However, when it comes to the way in which that moral panics secure social control, it secures social control mainly through two different functions. Two different functions that do have overlap, but they are fundamentally different in their premise. On one hand, moral panics allow you to project a feeling of stability. Because you are controlling how people feel towards certain things, you can essentially mask the fact that you have systemic problems that affect your community, the space that you exist in, or whatever, by giving people an outlet to focus all of their emotion, their resentment, their dissatisfaction towards. You give them an outlet for catharsis, while also not really having to deal with the problem, because people are distracted with something else. So the first function is projecting stability. However, the second function, and this is the thing that most people don't tend to talk about when it comes to moral panics, is social cohesion. Kazu, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, hold on. Captain Saucepud, welcome to the stream. Thank you for sniping him, Kazu. So, when it comes to the role that moral panics play in creating social cohesion, the reason why a lot of people don't tend to talk about this is when we discuss moral panics, and this is granted something that I kind of fall into as well when I talk about it on my channel. It is very easy to become accustomed to thinking of moral panics as something that only has negative consequences. However, at least in the short term, they do have the benefit
of essentially uniting people against a common enemy. And at least in that moment, they do ensure a higher degree of social cohesion in the sense that the ties that govern a group's shared values, agreed upon codes of conduct / behavior, do get empowered, at least, again, in the short term. And in line with this, one of the terms that this chapter uses to describe the kinds of people that would go about creating a moral panic explicitly for the purposes of achieving this specific form of social control is the moral entrepreneur, a term which refers to people who take it upon themselves to create and or enforce new ethical norms or standards. And this term, when I first read it, I thought, yeah, that is the perfect word to describe, all of those moralizing people who insist on getting up on a soapbox every time there's a major controversy, etc., telling other people what they should believe, what they should think, how they should act, yada, yada, yada. However, the word itself actually has a rather interesting origin in terms of what it was originally created to describe, because this term was first coined in 1963 by a media professor called Howard Becker in a book called Outsiders, where he was essentially analyzing and attempting to explain the process through which groups of people come up with rules to govern themselves and how those rules are then enforced. And I don't mean rules in terms of just, laws that are written into some sort of a legal framework. I just mean rules that people end up abiding by, whether they are official or not, spoken or not. And when it comes to moral entrepreneurship, right, when he describes the moral entrepreneur, he describes essentially the behavior of a moral entrepreneur as something that falls into a recurring trope, a recurring pattern of 4 events happening in order. First, when a moral entrepreneur's life cycle, I suppose we can call it, begins when they observe some sort of evil or injustice in the world. Then, in the second stage, this moral entrepreneur develops a new ethical standard or norm that is designed, or at least in theory, would serve to fix this evil or injustice that they observe in the world. Then in the next stage, they make an attempt to enforce this standard or norm by punishing perceived deviance. Because when you come up with a norm, right, when you come up with a standard for what people should adhere to, the kinds of codes of conduct, how they should behave, etc., the way that you get people to adhere to that is you make sure that there are consequences for failing to do so. I think it was, hold on, I'm trying to remember where I first read this, but an analogy, I can't quite recall where I first saw this being used, but a very good analogy, at least in my mind, to explain why this punishing perceived deviance is so important to the enforcement of rules is, imagine you have 3 birds sitting on a branch in a tree, right? You take out a slingshot and you shoot one of those birds. How many birds are left on the tree after you shot that one bird? The answer is 0, because the other 2 birds see that you shot that one, connect that with the fact that they're on that branch, and then they fly away. Same thing applies to human behavior as well. If you want to make sure that a law is followed, that a rule is followed, that norms are adhered to, you have to make it clear, you have to make examples out of people who deviate from that norm. That's the purpose of this aspect of the moral entrepreneur process. And then, in the final stage, the standard or norm is either successfully adopted or it is rejected along with its creators, who are often then cast out themselves and also labeled as deviants. And funnily enough, Becker labels this entire process as a quote-unquote moral crusade. the process through which a moral entrepreneur observes that something is wrong in a space or a community, and then chooses to try and force new rules, or force is probably a strong word, impose new rules onto the space in order to fix whatever problem they observed. Now, again, we are very used to seeing this term, these combinations of behaviors, in a very negative light, because very often when we observe it, the times when it is most easy to discern, most easy to observe, is usually when the moral entrepreneur in question is rather heavy-handed with their approach, or the rule itself is idiotic, so that it is very easy, very transparent in their attempts to try and impose it onto other people. However, I don't want you guys to think that this is only a negative thing, because there are instances in which every single law, every single rule that we have today is, at least in theory, the product of a moral crusade that has been launched and successfully adopted, or has managed to transition into some sort of long-term structure at some point in the past. So again, this does have a negative connotation, especially nowadays, but it is not inherently a bad thing. And the way that this ties into VTubing is that, for a lot of reasons, this industry creates very fertile ground for the seeding and growth of moral entrepreneurs and the staging of moral crusades. And it all ties back to something that I've referenced many times before, and at this point this is an image, diagram, whatever, that I've also pulled up multiple times before, where aspects of this industry create fertile room for drama and malpractice. Because of the fact that VTubing is a very new industry, you have a combination of inconsistent industry standards and the fact that growth will often outpace safeguards. You can't make sure that there are fences around everything when the everything in question is expanding faster than you can encompass. As a result of these two factors, you then get a whole bunch of actors in this space who rely on self-promotion in order to succeed. This is, after all, an entertainment industry. How you sink or swim based off of how people see you, right? And as a result of inconsistent industry standards, you also have a lack of professionalism. Professionalism in this industry, the ability to adhere to some sort of ethical code of conduct while still being good at your job, is very much the exception, not the rule. And finally, because growth is outpacing the safeguards that you can put around this industry, it has a very low barrier to entry. Very often you will get bad actors or incompetent actors, who are equally as bad in my opinion, entering the space looking to carve out a niche for themselves. And there's nothing stopping them, because the industry hasn't developed to a point where the competition is at a high enough, consistently at a high enough level or degree of quality. And as a result of these three factors, the final end stage effects, the end stage consequences of the industry existing in the state that it does, is that very often people will default to short-sighted growth strategies in order to carve out a niche for themselves. They will go for things like purposefully creating drama with other content creators, unaware of how that may bite them in the ass later on once they already make it big, if they make it big. You have very commonly antisocial behavior. Not just because of the fact that this is an entertainment industry, but also specifically because of the demographics of VTubing. This is an industry, a medium that appeals to people who are very often socially maladjusted, or people who have something stopping them from being able to go out into the world and interact with other human beings in a healthy, normal manner. Again, this isn't anything against the people in this industry, but just the fact about the demographics who are present in the industry. And then, third, because of the fact that you don't have consistent industry standards, you have a reliance on self-promotion whilst also having a lack of professionalism among the overwhelming majority of the people in the space, you get inconsistent ethical standards, because no one is connected enough with anyone else in order to agree across the entire industry on you don't have a degree of unity in this spread across this entire industry that allows you to create ethical standards that are accepted and practiced by everyone, or even at a wide enough scale to be the default, quote-unquote, rules that people follow when entering the space. And finally, as a result of all of these things, you have very frequent instances of exploitation occurring in this industry, because low barriers to entry, plus the fact that a lot of the people you are going to be dealing with don't have a concept of professionalism, which also means that they don't have a concept of what their professional rights are. This is, perfect paradise for those coming in with the intention of exploiting young people with big dreams. Or even, 30 is still objectively young. So, you have all of these factors. However, the ones that are most pertinent to creating fertile ground for moral entrepreneurs are these: low barriers to entry, exploitation, inconsistent ethical standards, and antisocial behavior. Now, antisocial behavior, low barriers to entry, and exploitation give moral entrepreneurs very easy targets, right? There's a lot of instances where in this industry, because of the low barriers to entry, you get people coming in who exhibit antisocial behavior or who come in with the express intention of exploiting those around them. And that gives moral entrepreneurs a very easy punching bag because, well, no shit. Obviously, if you want to create new rules, you want to create them because there is a problem that you observe. And in VTubing, there are a lot of problems that accompany this industry, not least because of how new it is, relatively speaking. Again, VTubing is around, less than a decade old? In terms of industry development times, that is basically a toddler. And on top of that, you also have the fact that this industry possesses inconsistent ethical standards. That doesn't mean that there are no ethical standards. That doesn't mean there aren't perhaps scattered scraps or scattered hints of possible frameworks that can be fleshed out in the future. It just means that right now, we don't have a consistent ethical standard that can be widely enforced or are widely accepted. And so you have plenty of opportunity for moral entrepreneurs to come in, look at what's going on, and try to push some sort of ethical standard to be widely adopted by people in the space. Pyro, are you a hag lover? That goes without saying. I'm a VTuber watcher. So, there are, because of the fact that there is a lot of room for various types of moral entrepreneurs in the space, you get moral entrepreneurs. Again, even though it is a term that has acquired a little bit of a negative connotation, I do want to try to present it as something, neutral, right? You get moral entrepreneurs that fall into a whole bunch of different categories in this industry as well. Moral entrepreneurs in this industry come from a whole bunch of different walks of life. They come from a whole bunch of different sectors in the industry even. And if you look at the people who you can class as moral entrepreneurs, you'll get a whole range of different content niches, roles in the industry, etc., etc. For example, just as a little bit of a, I suppose, a sample of what I'm talking about. In this industry, possible moral entrepreneurs can include entire corporations, as is the case with VShoujo, whose brand identity revolves around the idea that there is something fundamentally wrong with the way that traditional corpos do things, and they're stepping in to try and introduce a new way of doing things that does right by the talents, etc., etc., etc. You have, talents. Obviously, they're going to be invested in the process of trying to establish new ethical standards and guidelines because they are the ones working in the industry. You have, managerial staff, people who work behind the scenes who aren't creators themselves but are tasked with looking after creators, like, for example, Zoe, who's been pretty outspoken about certain things that she does or doesn't like about the industry and has been pretty, I suppose, and I mean this is as neutral term as possible, very quick to moralize about things going on in this industry, controversies as they happen, etc., etc. And finally, you have people who are adjacent to the main parties in this industry, not part of a corpo, not a talent per se, not someone who manages a talent, but just people who observe, make content about the industry from an alternative perspective, I suppose. People like myself, whose content, revolves around looking at instances where someone has fucked up, where someone has done something wrong, and then dissecting, how did this happen? Why did this happen? how do we prevent it from happening again? What are the consequences of doing so, etc., etc., etc. Such as the stream that I did about a year ago, where I basically dug into the topic of what is a drama tuber, and why do people have a problem with the niche, and how do you, if you are a drama tuber, how do you approach that, right? So, again, in this industry, we have plenty of room for moral entrepreneurs. There are plenty of places where you can, discern moral entrepreneurship being practiced. And if you are to look at all of the people who you can class as moral entrepreneurs in this space, you will grab them from all different walks of life and all different sectors across this industry, all different roles across this industry. However, another thing that Becker does in that book where he coined the term moral entrepreneur is segregate people who are referred to as who he refers to as moral entrepreneurs. And he segregates them into two categories based off of the role that they play in actually establishing a new social ethical norm or standard. The two groups that he divides moral entrepreneurs into are rule creators and rule enforcers. Rule creators are those who devise new ethical norms and standards, as well as structures designed to establish them. However, rule enforcers are those who actually oversee and ensure adherence to the aforementioned ethical norms/standards by identifying deviants and punishing them. Essentially, these are the brains, these are the brawn. And one of the interesting things about this distinction between different types of moral entrepreneurs is this gives a rather convenient way of kind of telling the degree to which someone understands the rules that they are enforcing, the quote-unquote rules that they are enforcing, right? Because one of the things that you tend to realize when you look at instances of moral entrepreneurship, of moral crusades being carried out by various moral entrepreneurs or people who can be grouped under that broad umbrella, right, is that although it is possible for a rule enforcer to understand the rules that they are enforcing, if you ask a moral entrepreneur to articulate the rationale and consequences of enforcing a certain rule, and they are unable to answer, if they are unable to articulate why they are enforcing the rule that they are, that is a pretty easy tell that they are just an enforcer and not on par with a creator. And the reason why that is important is because when it comes to actually enforcing those rules, one of the things that an enforcer has to draw upon in order to justify their own position as an enforcer of said rule is a degree of authority and respectability. They need to be able to justify why you have to listen to them. On what authority are they identifying deviants, and on what authority are they moving to punish them? And here's where you run into a little bit of a problem. Because when you are, let's say you are a rule enforcer, right? In a rather similar manner to how I explained drama tubers entering this industry a few weeks ago when I was talking about Cat Liente. Any enforcer is going to, the public's perception of an enforcer is going to be defined primarily through observing what their interests are and what their opinions are. But here is the problem. They run into the exact same problem as drama tubers when they enter the space, which is what I call the who problem. Because if they're coming into a space and they're trying to dictate to people, remember, this is a moral entrepreneur, someone who's trying to establish and or maintain a norm or a rule or a standard or a structure, right? If they're coming into a space and they're trying to tell everybody else, okay, this is how you do things, this is how you behave, this is what you do, this is what you can't do, etc., 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 obviously people are going to ask, well, who the fuck are you to be able to tell me what to do? And when a rule creator is asked that question, they can usually mount at least a pretty good attempt at trying to justify their position, right? They can articulate the rationale behind why they've come up with the rules that they have, what those rules are supposed to do, the function, and outline, in the interest of appearing honest and, arguing in good faith, what the possible consequences of trying to enforce those rules are. But in many cases, when you are simply dealing with an enforcer, they are not able to articulate that, which means that this is a problem that, at least on the surface, at least on paper, they shouldn't be able to solve. If they aren't able to articulate the rationale behind what they are enforcing, what right do they have to enforce it? And this is where the whole idea of moral panics comes in handy, because moral panics fundamentally are a tool for rule enforcement. See, the way that you can interpret moral panics as a medium for rule enforcement is by essentially looking at the three stages in which it happens, right? In the first stage, a moral entrepreneur / rule enforcer identifies a deviant whose behavior strays from established norms. In the second stage, the moral entrepreneur then initiates a moral panic, demonizing the deviant, transforming them into a folk devil, and in the process of doing so, creating some form of justification for the rule's existence, right? You present the subject of the moral panic as a threat, right? You identify them as a problem, an evil, an issue that needs to be dealt with, cast out from society or the community or whatever you want to call it. And that becomes the justification for demonstrating that rule. And then finally, the folk devil is made an example of before being cast out or destroyed, and the established norms are then reinforced. They are given room to breathe, room to grow, or I should say, room to grow more rigid. And essentially the way that this works, when you use moral panics as a means towards rule enforcement, what you end up doing is essentially bypassing the who problem by setting up an alternative source of authority, which is, I'm not enforcing these rules because I believe they should be adopted. I'm not enforcing these rules because I believe they're the best thing for you, but because the community believes it's the best thing for everyone, because I'm doing this for the community. And this is where we get into the whole issue with using community as a justification for moral policing. But in order to tackle that, we're going to have to first look at the whole concept of community, right? Now, kind of boring, but easiest way to look at it defaults to a dictionary definition, right? According to Merriam-Webster, community, bunch of different definitions, noun, whatever. First definition, unified body of individuals, such as, and then it starts listing off a whole bunch of different ways that that body of individuals can be unified. A group of people with common interests living in a particular area, a group of people with a common characteristic or interest living together within a larger society, a body of persons of common and especially professional interests scattered throughout a larger society, a body of persons or nations having a common history or common social, economic, and political interests, a group linked by a common policy, an interacting population of various kinds of individuals, such as species in a common location, and finally, a state or commonwealth. Now, there's a lot of different variants, a lot of different, various different ways that you can try to, define the word, the term community. However, I want to apply it specifically to the concept of the VTuber community, because over the course of the time that I've spent consuming content from this industry, making content in this industry, something I have observed is that it is a very common thing in certain spaces of this industry, among certain people in this industry, to refer to VTubing as a community, as opposed to a space or as opposed to an industry. Now, in the past, I've expressed that I don't think that this is a very accurate or even a very helpful way of understanding this this space, because I view it as an industry. But to begin to dig into why I believe specifically that community is a misleading, at best, harmful at worst way of understanding VTubing, we're going to have to dig into what exactly people mean when they say the VTubing community. And the thing is, yes, you have all of these different variations, definitions, these little pedantic clarifications as to how you can define the term community given in the dictionary definition. But when people talk about the VTubing community, when people actually use that term in conversation or in commentary, and they refer to it as their default framework through which they perceive and understand things that happen in this space, you tend to notice that there are a few of these characteristics that they commonly derive the definition of VTubing community from. First thing, common characteristic or interest. The thing that the VTuber community, when people use the term VTuber community, the thing that they seem to assume, right, is that there is an underlying common characteristic or interest, that there is a common professional interest across various different sectors of the industry, that there are a body of people who have a common history or a common social, economic, political interest, for example. Not really economic, or, well, I suppose kind of economic, but not really political interest, not really social interest, but more common history and economic, right? Or a group linked by a common policy, right? This idea that, and often when people say the VTuber community in the context of believing that it is a group of people linked by a common policy, the policy in question is not so much laws or guidelines, but more so ethical standards, senses of morality, things that you do or don't do as a sort of unspoken rule. And the problem is, though, when you look at all of these things, yes, there are parts of VTubing where it applies to. Yes, it does apply within specific groups or even between small bunches of groups in this industry. But there is nowhere near enough cohesion between the industry as a whole for any of these definitions of community to actually apply. Take something as simple as having a common history, right? Oh, actually, even more basic than that. Take, for example, the concept of having a common characteristic or interest. Let's say, for example, that we look at the common, the most basic common characteristic of VTubing is that VTubers have a model, right? A model, some sort of visual artistic representation as a stand-in for their actual physical appearance. That sounds fairly non-controversial, but then you get people drawing lines between PNG tubers and VTubers. What about people who AI generated the model that they are using? Do they still possess the same common characteristic of sharing the medium? What about people who maybe don't use a 2D model, but who use a 3D one, such as people who use VR chat? Do they count as a VTuber, etc., etc.? And even all of those things assumes that you're defining VTubing, being a VTuber, as a medium, as opposed to an occupation, an aesthetic, a subculture, etc., etc., etc. Again, you have to take so many fundamental assumptions in terms of trying to come up with a unified, even a way of trying to unify conceptually the different demographics and groups of people present in this industry, to the point where it's just not really possible to come up with one that can encompass everyone, to encompass all or even most of the people present in this industry as an active participant in it. Also, for example, when you start to, even if you start with something as basic as a common characteristic, right, the medium that everyone shares, or the medium that everyone shares, even if you assume that people share the same definition of what that medium is, right, whether it's an aesthetic, whether it's a subculture, whether it's purely defined by how you created it, did you actually make it using hand-drawn art, or did you AI generate it, or whatever, right? Definitely not foreshadowing, by the way. Then you come across the problem of, okay, a common history. Is a history common if not everyone is aware of it? And in VTubing, certainly you have people who come into it, adopting it as a medium, who are not aware of the history of how that medium came to be, how that medium came to be popularized, the people who pioneered the adoption of this medium, both in the where it originated, Japan, and across the West and across the rest of the world, where VTubing is now, that VTubing is now managed to encompass. So common history doesn't really work. Then you hit on social, economic, and political interests. We don't need to talk about political interests, I hope, because I think that that's fairly self-evident in terms of how you can't really get a consensus across this industry. But when it comes to even something as basic as economic and social interests, not everyone approaches VTubing as a job. Some people approach it only as a hobby. Some people only approach it as a kind of passion project or something to do when they get bored. And so, when you look at common economical interests, not really there, right? Not everyone has an interest in VTubing being as affordable as possible. A lot of people do, but not nearly close to everyone in the industry. Some people, especially those who would prefer that VTubing remain a smaller sphere, would actually benefit from and or advocate for VTubing being less accessible for people. So you can't really make the argument that people across this industry share an economic interest. Then you hit on social interests, and that is almost as contentious as political interests, because even something as fundamental as the idea that in order to continue being a VTuber, you need to be able to make money from it. I mean, even among the fact that the overwhelming majority of these successful, quote-unquote, successful VTubers, right, they make money by doing what they do. But then you get into the whole problem of, okay, how do they make money? At what point is making money from doing this viewed as something that is worth being stigmatized compared to just doing it as a hobby, doing it for the passion of it, right? We recently had a whole controversy revolving around how much people hated the idea, or how much some people hated the idea of people looking at VTubing as just business, right? And so when you actually look at the attitudes that people have towards treating VTubing as a job of some description, or even as something that can generate an income, you have a whole range of different responses, and the people are on either end of those responses are not going to agree with one another, more likely than not. And in which case, how do you decide which group gets to define the way that it works for everybody else in the space? You can't. So again, referring to it as a community doesn't really work in that sense. And finally, community, a group of people linked by common policy. Again, for all the reasons that I just stated, a common policy across all of VTubing is incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible to try and implement regarding any one thing. Even something as basic as the idea that, let's take a very basic concept, right? A very basic, one thing that I've observed is that a lot of people in this space have a hard time, or seem to have a hard time, and I don't mean the majority, I mean a large minority in this space, seem to have a hard time distinguishing between policy and ideal. Where, let's take for example the ideal that VTuber managers should always have their talents' best interests at heart, right? Pretty good ideal, but doesn't make for a great policy. Because what does that actually look like? If you're talking in a corporation, for example, what if a manager has multiple talents they need to look after? What happens if one of the talents does something that might end up compromising the security or even the profitability of their peers? What happens if you then need to penalize that talent in some way, whether it be by terminating them from the company, or simply suspending them or whatever, telling them to take a break, telling them to pipe down, whatever it is. And so, how do you reconcile the idea of having their best interests at heart compared to the obligation to hold in your heart the best interests of their peers as well? It becomes very difficult to do. So at a certain point, even sometimes you have to sacrifice the desires, the individual desires of your talents, especially the momentary ones, the fleeting ones, in the interest of securing the long-term stability of the corporation, so that at the end of the day, everyone has a workplace that they can come back to tomorrow. And again, it sounds, the ideal is that that's how it always works. But in practice, quite difficult. Was watching VOD from last week late for this. Welcome in, Kendra. Welcome in. And so, when you're talking about the VTubing community, when you're talking about common policies, yes, common ideals are relatively easy to adopt across the entirety of the industry, but ideals mean nothing if you can't actually put them into practice. Even an ideal as simple as, I think talents should be able to own their IP. Sounds good in theory, but how do you actually do that? How do you implement that in a business setting? Because what happens if a talent owns their IP? Why should they stay with your company the moment they get any sort of success whatsoever? Why wouldn't they just peace out? What incentives are there that keep them as part of your company? Interestingly enough, I think VShoujo actually forms a pretty pertinent example of this. What happens if you run out of incentives to keep your talents with you even after they are successful, right? And so, can you even operate a business if you don't think about that, if you ignore that? And so, again, good in theory, awkward in practice. And that's not even getting into how you would enforce that policy from the perspective of a talent and or a viewer, right? How do you disincentivize companies from selling IPs instead of just giving them, for example, which is something I have harped on about quite a bit over the course of my previous streams. Pyro, thank you for the super. I don't drink, but I'm very tempted to say every time you hear VTuber community, I don't recommend it. You'd experience cirrhosis within, let's say, about 2 hours. So, given all of these shortcomings, all of these holes with the idea of the VTuber community, even looking no further than just the dictionary definition of what a community is and how the conception of the VTuber community that a lot of people tend to hold doesn't match up with that, there are two more fundamental, more easily discernible reasons as to why this conception of VTubing doesn't really work. And it stems from two things that are intrinsic to the mediums that people use in order to even be a part of this space, whether you want to call it an industry or just, an area, a zone. And those two factors that are inseparable are the mediums that you use to communicate with your audience and the medium you use to present yourself as a content creator. Specifically, when it comes to the idea of the VTubing community, when you look at VTubing as a practice, one of the things that you realize is that a lot of your communications are extensively mediated via social media. It's that old media theory adage, right? The medium is the message. The tools you use to communicate with your audience will end up shaping the message that ends up reaching your audience. And so you run into an especially broad problem where what do most people use to stream, right? When you look at VTubing as a whole, what do the majority of VTubers use to stream? Yes, quite a few of them use mobile apps of some description, but all of those are kind of atomized and they don't really add up to a big picture, nearly as much as the major two streaming platforms, YouTube, Twitch. But the problem with YouTube and Twitch is that both of them tend to funnel creators into using Twitter. Twitch, because they don't actually have any sort of community post feature, and YouTube and Twitch, because both of them have shit moderation systems and shittier appeal systems for moderation decisions. So eventually, if you end up making it big on either of those two platforms, more often than not, you will be funneled into Twitter. Even if you stream on a mobile app, a mobile app specifically made for VTubers, like for example, Irium or Reality, very often, even in those cases, because of Japan's, social media consumption culture, you will also be funneled into Twitter. And so what you end up getting is an industry that exists, a space that exists, a quote-unquote community that exists, where the majority, well, perhaps not the majority, but a overwhelmingly large portion of the active participants in it are communicating via Twitter specifically as a medium, which creates a few problems that we'll get into in a second. However, the second thing is that because of the medium of VTubing, right, because of how it works to say, you forgot the blue sky? Let's be honest, nobody uses blue sky. But in any case, when it comes to actually being an internet content creator, this isn't even unique to VTubing, right? This is just any sort of internet content creation in general. Creators, by nature of the constraints of the medium that we as content creators use to communicate with you guys, right, the viewers, right? It's present, you can see this in terms of how I'm communicating with you right now. The constraints of the medium are that you can't experience the way that I am attempting to verbalize my thoughts and feelings as if you could if you were standing in the same room as me. It sounds pretty obvious. No shit, Sherlock. But when it comes to the way that we communicate, there is a vast difference between being able to communicate with someone in person, where you have access to all of the senses that we have evolved over the course of thousands of years to have, picking up on imperceptible signs to do with body language, tone, your mannerisms or whatever while you're speaking to somebody else, and essentially being deprived of all those things and just being forced to either consume someone through a screen and a set of speakers. And as a result, when we are put into a position where our default form, our default medium to communicate with another person is only through some sort of online platform, whether it be YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Ethereum, whatever, what ends up happening is you don't get enough contact with people to view them as a person. You can try, right? You can try to, empathize, sympathize, conceptually, remember that there is a person behind the screen. But fundamentally, your brain is not given enough information to easily make that connection. It sounds obvious, but in practice, when you're actually examining the way that most people think, most members of the audience, or even most creators think, it is very difficult to view people behind the screen as a fully fleshed out human being. For example, if I'm reading through chat, yes, I can interact with you. Yes, I can kind of converse with you in the sense that, I read what you say, I respond. Hello, Billy, by the way, welcome to the stream. And also, I can try to have some semblance of a conversation with some of you guys, but it is fundamentally impossible to converse as if we are two human beings because of the fact that you are just, at the end of the day, text on my screen. And so, when you understand that these are the constraints of the medium that we are using to communicate with one another, what ends up happening is creators do not present themselves as fully fleshed out 3D, three-dimensional human beings. At least not all the time. More often than not, what will end up happening is creators will end up turning themselves into a product, right? A product that they can sell to their audience. That's what I do with you guys. I created a brand, talking chair, whatever. And then we market that personal brand to you guys. But the thing is, you do not really perceive us as people, first and foremost. You can conceptually understand us as people. You can conceptually, you understand conceptually that there is someone speaking behind the screen, speaking into the microphone, whatever. But you don't really perceive the creators as people. You perceive them as a kind of brand. And so, when it comes to how these two constraints of the medium interact with one another specifically, we have to start with the flaws that are, or I suppose the shortcomings, that are built into Twitter. And the thing is, and this is something that I have talked about ad nauseum, ad infinitum, over the course of multiple streams across the year and a bit that I've been active in this space. But one thing that I have said from the beginning, and I will likely keep saying into perpetuity, is that when you look at the various people in this space, overwhelming majority of them have a fundamental misconception of what Twitter is. That sounds pretty vague. Let me explain a bit further. So, when a lot of people look at Twitter, right, look at the functionalities of Twitter, and we can break this down using a fairly infamous tweet. Right, let's take Fruit's Google Doc tweet about her previous abusive relationship, right? When people use Twitter, the functions of Twitter that they observe usually fall into the following categories: self-expression and identification, right? They get to define how their profile looks, how they present themselves, the various labels, signs, symbols that they use to define themselves, and the identity groups that they belong to, right? Very easy, Twitter Blue, VShoujo, Fruit VShoujo, you name, profile pic, etc., etc. Different ways for you to express yourself. Then you have the capability to obtain some form of social interaction and or discussion, right? The whole reply feature. You get to see what people have to say in response to the information that you send out to them. Then you have solidarity. Now, granted, the quote tweet function isn't so much an expression of solidarity most of the time, but the retweet function, and that's what most people think of when they look at the symbol, that is how a lot of people, well, that is a function that a lot of people use Twitter for, especially in this space, where they will view Twitter as a source of solidarity, where they can post something about themselves, a personal thought, feeling, or experience, and then everyone who retweets it ends up affirming that, yeah, this is something they can relate to, this is something they can support, etc., etc., etc. Then you have validation, right? The most obvious function, the most obvious reason why people use Twitter. So they can get that feeling of, oh wow, thousands of people like what I say. So many people think that that I am cool, or what I said is cool, or agree with what I'm saying, etc., etc. And finally, record keeping, right? A way of preserving the moments that you experience, that you share, thoughts, feelings you have in the moment in some form, right? And again, when people use Twitter, these are all of the things that they tend to focus on, the functions of Twitter, the services that it provides, services in quotation marks, that it provides that make it appealing to use. However, the problem is, all of this is nothing more than a honey trap, because there is only one function that Twitter was actually designed around. That is this: the number of views that a tweet gets. Because although Twitter is used by people for the purposes of self-expression, social interaction, generating discussion, obtaining solidarity, obtaining validation, record keeping, yada yada yada, the actual function that Twitter was fundamentally built around was publicity. Twitter is not a therapist, a friend, a community building device. Twitter fundamentally was built as a publicity tool. And the reason why I emphasize this is because Twitter's function and design as a publicity tool also ties in with the most distinctive and the most infamous use of Twitter as well. Because it's not just a publicity tool. In the most severe cases, Twitter is a publicity nuke. It is the most effective weapon that you can ever hope to have in your hands if you are trying to take down somebody whose entire job relies on how people perceive them, relies on, let's say, a personal brand. And this is why VTubing as a medium is fundamentally designed in a way that erodes any attempt at building some form of unified community, because it is the equivalent of building a house on top of a rusting nuke, right? So when you look at the way that Twitter is designed versus how people use it, few discrepancies very easily noticed. When Twitter was designed, the primary goal was to maximize engagement. Literally every single feature of Twitter, stemming from something as basic as the fact that the default setting for when you make a tweet and you publish it is that everyone can comment on it and everyone can see it, to something as simple as how blocking or muting works. All of it is designed around one fundamental premise: maximizing engagement. That was what Twitter was built for. That is what it is designed for. You can use Twitter for a whole bunch of other things, but in the same way that you can use garden shears to give your friend a haircut. But the thing is, that's not what the tool was designed for. And if you rely on it too much, again, to the habit you get careless, you are liable to hurt someone, not least yourself. Second, when you use Twitter as a platform, because of the fact that its whole goal, its premise is around maximizing engagement, it is a medium that is designed to turn everything you put into it into the form. It's supposed to transform that into a form of content. You can never have a conversation or a personal moment on Twitter, because there is always a chance that people who you did not mean to come into contact with are going to come into contact with you through that thing that you have just posted. Every conversation is a forum. Posts get shown to users outside of your own following. Again, this is done to maximize engagement. This can only be mitigated, but not entirely prevented. One of the things about Fruit's tweet that made it such a morbidly effective demonstration of why Twitter is the worst medium to do this kind of thing on is how it ended up reaching so far beyond her intended audience. Essentially, to reiterate, what ended up happening was she posted this and it ended up reaching the audience that she meant to see it, right? Bunch of VTubers, bunch of friends who were going to be sympathetic to what she was going through. And because they were sympathetic, a lot of them left messages underneath the tweet saying that, expressing their sympathies, trying to comfort her, reiterating that all she needs to do is reach out to them if she ever needs someone to talk to, etc., etc., etc. While reposting, hitting like, and putting it onto the feeds of their audiences. And what ends up happening is when Twitter sees that a post is getting a high amount of interaction within a short span of time, it starts to expand the pool of people that the tweet gets shown to. Directly because of the tweet reaching its target audience and the way that that target audience behaved, the tweet then ended up reaching far beyond that intended audience. This was inevitable because of the way that the platform is designed. You can't stop it, you can only prepare for it. And even preparing for it is a bit of a misnomer because it mostly relies on telling people to, have thick skin, which isn't much help if, they're trying to deal with a personal problem. Fourth, negativity, especially outgroup negativity, is encouraged. Twitter is a form of social media. Obviously, social media, in terms of, most social media platforms, are designed around two things. Getting people to define themselves using the most simple means possible, the most simple, easily packaged means possible, which usually means some sort of group identity, and then turning those groups against one another, because the more negative people feel, the more likely they are to engage with things. They want to argue, they want to convince other people that they're wrong, etc., etc., etc. And by doing so, and in doing so because of this, social media platforms, Twitter especially, are designed with the intention of trying to solicit negative feelings from their users. Because someone who feels bad is more likely to either doom scroll to try and get away from or numb that feeling, or they are likely to engage with someone else in a bid to try and provide themselves with some form of catharsis, right, for that negative feeling that's wallowing up. A lot of good artists just refuse to use anything with a coherent tagging system. Yeah. And again, that's not a function that Twitter was designed around, right? So you get this sort of hotbed of not just negativity, but specifically tribalistic negativity. This is not so much, well, yes, in part, it is because of the kinds of users that may be attracted to a platform, but a significant reason as to why that is the default state of various social media platforms is because that is how they are designed. That is the specific aim of their architecture. And finally, when group identity becomes more salient, every experience is forcibly contextualized according to a broader conversation. Nothing you post on social media will ever be personal to you if it reaches beyond a certain audience. Again, case in point. Fruit's document started off as an attempt at sharing a personal struggle with people who would understand. Eventually, it got dragged into a wider conversation about, to just rattle off a few off the top of my head, the degree of agency that women possess in society, the ethics of being unfaithful in a relationship, to what degree are the sexes perceived and treated differently in society, and a whole bunch of other things as well. So again, you can't have a personal moment if that number gets too big, because then everyone else is going to start using what you just posted as a piece in a broader conversation that they planned on having with or without you. And so, considering all of these things, again, really trying to emphasize, this is not a platform that is conducive to being used as anything other than a publicity/engagement farming tool, or a content nuke of some sort. However, when you look at the way that people use Twitter, right, primarily they end up using it for emotional validation, connecting with peers, building a quote-unquote community. People treat Twitter as a safe space to vent about their personal thoughts and feelings, or in severe cases even as a friend or therapist substitute. Users fail, people tend to favor posting impulsively. People rarely use the draft function as a way of providing the catharsis of actually typing out a thought versus actually taking the plunge to post it out onto the platform where it may reach people you didn't intend to see it. And so people usually end up favoring impulse posts that provide little context to what is being said and set them up to being taken out of context, or something being misinterpreted or even interpreted maliciously. And so, on top of that, you also have the fact that posters are usually unprepared for undesirable responses to their words. And also they are primed to take whatever dissent is experienced very personally as well. When someone disagrees with you on Twitter, it's not because they hate you as a person. They don't even know you as a person. They might just be, they might just disagree with what you said. They might be being disagreeable on purpose because they had a bad day or whatever. But again, the main point is, taking it personally is usually a mistake, and yet it is also how most people respond to negativity or negative responses on Twitter, despite the fact that Twitter is not designed in the same way that, let's say, for example, a group chat is designed, or YouTube community posts are designed, where you are going to reach a group of people that are going to be considerate of how you think and feel. I see Twitter as a giant advertisement PR engagement platform. Yeah, that's how I view it as well. And in my opinion, at least, it would be much healthier if more people viewed it that way and as nothing else. So, thing is, leaving aside how people misuse Twitter, when you actually break down the features of Twitter and its design, right? You look at these, you look at these two features in particular, negativity or, out-group negativity being encouraged, group identity being more salient, right? On the surface, these two features might make it look like Twitter is a useful tool for community building, because if you're able to get everyone to simply fall in line under a group identity, right, that's half the job done, right? However, the problem is when you start looking at the other features of Twitter that actively undermine any attempt at building a distinct community, or any sort of community that has some sort of structural integrity. Because the fact that Twitter is built to maximize engagement means that everything becomes you can't control who gets to see your stuff. You can't reach a distinct audience and ensure consistently that that is the audience that you end up reaching with your words. And also, the more successful you are at communicating with people, in essence, reaching an audience, the more your messages will be shown to people who you never intended to see them. And for all of these reasons, Twitter is a tempting platform to use for the purposes of community building, a platform that, at least on paper, provides you with a means to create and or regulate a community. But in actuality, when you actually look at the way that Twitter is built, it is the opposite of that. It is a tool that is perhaps the best thing you can ask for when it comes to trying to destroy somebody's attachment to their community by damaging their brand. And this ties in with the next problem, which is that when you actually look at the way that Twitter is designed, it is designed to be an open arena, a platform that is easily accessible to a whole range of different people. Right? There are very little constraints on who gets to access and or use Twitter. And the reason why that is a problem is because approaches towards rule enforcement tend to differ depending on whether that rule is being enforced in a closed environment or an open environment. A community is a closed environment. There are boundaries in place, codes of conduct, established, agreed upon values and guidelines to shape behavior or how people interact with one another. And as a result, when it comes to enforcing rules in a community, there is a very easy way to do it. You simply kick out any deviants. If someone breaks too many rules, if people are not obeying the established norms and conventions of your community, you always have the option of just booting them out the door. What this does, though, is also provide a very low ceiling on how extreme attempts at rule enforcement get, because the most severe penalty that you can administer in a community, in a closed space, is ejection. They are shut out, left in the cold, and that is it. The question then becomes, okay, how does rule enforcement work in open spaces? Because in open spaces, you don't have that ceiling. You don't have the ability to simply say that someone has been shut out and leave it there. Because in an open space, there is nothing stopping them from coming back. And so the answer is that when you are trying to enforce rules in open spaces, you default to the bird and slingshot method of enforcing rules. Instead of simply ejecting people being the most extreme form of penalty possible, you have destruction, annihilation. The only way you can ensure that somebody who breaks your rules never, comes back into contact with you in an open space is to cripple them, to destroy them, to make sure that they will never be able to approach you again. And this is exactly how rule enforcement ends up playing out when it comes to identifying deviants, penalizing deviants, crippling deviants to make sure they will never cause problems again in open spaces, such as Twitter. If you can't eject them, the alternative is to ruin them. Yeah, Ardentop, you go mad. Exactly. And so, when you understand that this is how Twitter is designed, when you look at Twitter and if you've ever wondered why is it that cancel campaigns or attempts at launching coordinated brigades are so common on Twitter, that is because when you try to create a quote-unquote community on Twitter, this is how rule enforcement works because of the way that it is designed. Twitter is not designed to facilitate the creation of closed spaces. Like I said before, if you have a tweet that is designed to reach a specific group of people, but it starts generating a certain amount of interaction, Twitter will forcefully make it accessible to far more people than you intended. Twitter is not designed to be a closed space, and as an open space, this is how rule enforcement ends up working. And so, when you re-examine the idea of the VTuber community, a very large reason as to why it doesn't work as a concept can directly be tied back to the two fundamental limits of the mediums people use to actually VTube in practice. The overwhelming majority of the overwhelming majority of the people active in this industry, in this space, are forced to use a platform as their primary means of communicating with a wide audience, a platform that also happens to be the perfect weapon against both themselves and other creators who share their medium, their content niche, their area of interest, whatever. But the fact remains that fundamentally, the reason why the VTubing community doesn't work mechanically, even if it is an appealing idea ideologically or conceptually, the reason why this concept doesn't work mechanically, functionally, is because VTubing has been built on the equivalent of an old nuke, Twitter, combined with the fact that when creators interact with their audiences online or with other people online more generally, they are not registered as people most of the time, but more brands and products. Sounds harsh, but that's the reality of how people view things through the constraints of online platforms as a medium. And so, in dismissing the idea of the VTubing community, right, I do want to acknowledge that while it does not work mechanically or functionally, I can understand why it is an appealing philosophy. I can understand why it is an appealing way of looking at VTubing, because community is cozy, right? It comes with connotations of mutualism, of supportiveness, of compassion, of warmth, of somewhere where you can find shelter and a home, right? I understand all these things, friendship, etc., etc. But again, part of the reason why I push back against this being the default way that people perceive this space, this industry, is because, yes, those are comfy connotations, but in reality, that's not how the industry tends to work. It is an entertainment industry, meaning that it is an industry built on sand. People projecting idealized versions of themselves, the most marketable versions of themselves, whether they're aware of it or not, so that an audience will buy into it. And that doesn't make for a recipe that will give you genuine connection and reliable mutualism. And so, yes, I understand the appeal of community in terms of the connotations, the ideas we associate with it, but at the same time, I have said on numerous occasions in the past that perceiving it as such is a very naive way of approaching the industry and other people in it. And it is a degree of naivete that very much acts as a liability for the person who has adopted that mindset. It makes you, for want of a better way of putting it, exploitable. And one of the ways in which the concept of VTubing as a community can be exploited is, as I mentioned before, as a justification for moral entrepreneurship, I should say. As a justification to give certain groups of people or certain individuals a mandate to try and enforce whatever rules they conceptualize that, in their opinion, would be better for the space as a whole, and which, in their mind, deserve to be accepted, implemented, in some cases imposed, as widely as possible. When it comes to the way that rules are enforced, right, one of the things that Becker identifies is that there are three fundamental premises to the actual enforcement of rules in the first place. The first premise is that enforcement requires a culprit and a moral entrepreneur who is willing to take the initiative to punish said culprit. You need both someone who is guilty of something and someone who has the desire to act in response. Second, the infraction must be brought to the public's attention. If it isn't, it will simply be ignored. You can have a deviant, they can deviate from your standard, But if you don't bring the fact that they have deviated from your standard to the public, then you don't end up enforcing the rule properly. And eventually, if you do that for long enough, the rule itself will cease to exist. Third, and finally, the act of bringing the infraction to the public's attention is motivated by personal interest. Now, I want to make it very clear in terms of the wording that has been used here. Personal interest and self-interest are not necessarily the same thing. Self-interest or selfish interests are mostly cynical, mostly, wanting you to do something because it directly benefits you. However, a personal interest, while personal interest can include self-interest, right? While it does have overlap between those two, there is overlap between those two concepts, personal interest need not pertain to your own personal well-being or your own personal benefit. Personal interest can be any sort of interest, any sort of motivation that drives you as an individual. It could be something that, at least on paper, is altruistic, but in any case, whether it's altruistic or whether it's purely selfish, it is personal to you. Again, the reason why I emphasize this in particular is because fundamentally all rule enforcement is driven by personal interest of some sort. Whether it's something as basic and, whether it's something as basic as just, I want to make sure that I'm able to sleep safely at night, or something as complex as, I have a vision for the future of society and I believe that I understand the best way for everyone around me to live, and this is how I'm going to bring it into fruition, right? Two very different degrees of complexity in terms of your personal interest. But fundamentally, both of those are personal, and both of those act as fundamental motivations that drive an individual's desire to go out and actually create/enforce a rule. And so, when we're understanding when we're understanding how community is used to justify things like moral panics, one of the things that I haven't touched on in previous streams prior to this is how moral panics look from the other side. Not from the side of, the folk devils or a third-party observer who isn't involved in the controversy and merely watching it unfold, but from the perspective of those who are actively trying to create said moral panic. What does a moral panic look like? What does the process of evaluating and creating a folk devil look like from the perspective of a moral entrepreneur? And so when we look at the threat capital matrix that we brought out at the beginning of the stream, from the perspective of a folk devil, right? You have both the ways in which said folk devil can fight back, as well as the different ways in which the demonization can occur, right? Mystification, pathologization based off of whether they are perceived as being low threat or high threat, as well as advocacy or direct challenge based off of how much clout the folk devil has to fight back against the process of their own demonization. However, according to the exact same matrix, when we look at it from the perspective of a moral entrepreneur, we can look at these two, the two axes of the matrix through a very different lens. Instead of simply looking at it in terms of, for example, how to deal with the threat, right? Whether you use mystification or pathologizing. Instead, you get an idea of how high the reward is for identifying, bringing the public's attention to said folk devil and dealing with them accordingly. If you bring something that presents a low amount of threat to the public's attention and you deal with it accordingly, you also get a lower reward because they didn't pose much of a threat, so dealing with them is kind of, good on you for actually taking the initiative to do it, but if you didn't do it, somebody else probably would have, right? By contrast, a high threat, there is a lot of social capital to be gained by moral entrepreneurs in identifying what is perceived as a high threat and then leading the charge to deal with it accordingly. Because if this is something that you are presenting as, fundamental threat to society, this will ruin future generations, your children are in danger, yada yada, if we don't deal with this, the space is going to implode, whatever, right? Then you gain a lot of clout for successfully calling out, identifying, and then essentially destroying, annihilating, or casting out this evil from among your ranks. By contrast, when you look at these other axes of low social capital, high social capital, it is rather in a similar vein to the way that it worked from the perspective of said folk devil. But when you're looking at it from the perspective of a moral entrepreneur, you're no longer looking at the situation through the lenses of how they might respond to you or how they might retaliate, but rather the risks associated with their retaliation. For example, if your target, if the subject of your moral panic, the folk devil in question or the folk devil to be, is someone who possesses very low amounts of clout or social capital, it tends to be more of a low-risk endeavor to try and build up a moral panic around them, because they don't have a lot of material that they can use to fight back, and generally speaking, you are going to have more resources in order to set the narrative around how they exist and how people should see them. By contrast, if they have a high degree, a high amount of social capital, then what ends up happening is you also engage in a more high risk process of trying to point them out as a problem. Because if they have a high amount of social capital, high amounts of clout, they can mobilize whatever connections they have to essentially flip the script back on you, potentially, in the most severe cases, and in any case, mount a whole bunch of counterclaims, a counter-narrative, etc., to nullify your attempts at creating said moral panic, and essentially smother it in the cradle. Now, in terms of the success of a moral panic, or the success of resisting a moral panic, there are two ways you can measure that. The first way is in terms of preventing its spread. That's usually quite difficult even among people who are highly effective at using their social capital, of which they have a lot. However, the second way that you can measure the success of resisting a moral panic is essentially derailing it, changing it so that allowing it to mutate in a way that it moves away from you and towards something else, and coming out relatively unscathed afterwards, essentially outliving the moral panic and its focus on you. And so, when you're looking at it, when you're evaluating folk devils according to this matrix, when you're looking at moral panics from the perspective of a moral entrepreneur, it becomes less of a kind of threat assessment and more of a kind of risk-reward type analysis, right? Actually, Rainier, that's a very that's a very interesting thing that you pointed out there. So the rationale is you pick off the low ones in order to gain enough clout to start aiming at the high, explains Catliente. That's exactly how this works. Because fundamentally, regardless of whether you are regardless of how new you are onto the scene or how recently you attempted to build up, regardless of what your moral panic revolves around or how deep into the process you are, in order to sustain it, you are going to need social capital of your own. Otherwise, why would people continue to listen to you? And so you are going to need some form of social capital in order to keep the moral panic going. How do you build up that social capital? Well, easy. You farm for it, right? It's exactly like building up any sort of resource in a game, like, for example, mana or gold or whatever you want to call it, because you need to expend capital in order to initiate and sustain a moral panic. So you need to build it up first to begin with and keep maintaining a source of it while you are attempting to keep it going. So when you're trying to build up a reservoir, shall we say, of clout so that you can pursue a more high-risk target, a very easy thing to do is to stick to talking about cases here and here, right? We're talking about low threat, low risk, low reward types things, right? For example, let's say we're talking about this from the perspective of a moral crusader. Like, let's say we're talking about it specifically through the lens of a moral entrepreneur that is a drama tuber, right? Me, for example. An example of me going for a low reward, low risk target for a topic would be a corporation that is already dead and has a well-established history of malpractice based off of the words of the talents that have already left, right? Because in that case, very low reward because it's no longer a threat in the sense that it's already dead, but also very low risk in the sense that if I say something bad about it, there's not a lot of people to be upset because the talents are shitting on it, the audience isn't there, and nobody who's running the company is there either. So again, there is certainly social capital to be gained by doing so, but it's not a lot. Now, something that is more again, low risk but high reward is perhaps something that is a bigger threat to, bigger perceived threat to the industry as a whole, an active practitioner of bad practices that, still kind of low risk because everyone's dogging on it. A company that is known for being evil in some way, right? And yeah, again, a lot of people in chat are pointing it out. Very easy example is Niji, right? They are still, they're still active, but their reputation is in tatters to the point where if you dog on Niji, you aren't really going to get a lot of people who protest besides just their die-hard fans. And even they have reached a position where they are so isolated in the broader sphere of the industry that they aren't really regarded as being a significant voice of dissent. By contrast, if we're talking about something that is high risk, low reward, this is where you start getting into the territory of people who are relatively well liked. They don't pose much of a visible risk, but these are more, personal vendettas, let's say, right? Let's say I have another content creator who I dislike and I want to make a let's say a hit piece on them or whatever, right? And they are well liked by the community, they're bigger than me, etc., etc., etc. If I were to target this content creator, that would be an example of low threat and high risk, which is probably something that you would only do if you really had no choice. And in terms of high risk, high reward, this is where you have someone who you can relatively confident that you can prove that they are in some ways a negative influence or a harmful influence, but at the same time, you also have a whole bunch of people who are willing to defend them and who you are going to have to contend with in order to get your point across. Yeah, this is the equivalent of Catliente attacking Doki Bird. This is the equivalent of, let's say, easy example would be Legal Mindset and Rima talking about V&U earlier this year, right? Still active fan base, still active talents, still active management, etc., etc. So when you criticize it, there is going to be a cost to you doing so. Yes, you can probably make a reasonable argument that V&U is a company that, at least in the past, has been exposed for harmful practice, but if you talk about it now, it's going to have a cost to it, both to you and to the people who are still at the company, which makes it high risk. So, given how this matrix works, we can then start applying it in order to track and evaluate how folk devils kind of shift and evolve as a moral panic is initiated, and then over the course of the moral panic's mutation and development. Because what you will often end up seeing in when you're evaluating and trying to track the origins of a moral panic, when you're trying to track how a folk devil is built up and then ends up developing, perhaps far beyond what is initially expected of them, it is very, very rare that you will get a folk devil that lands in one quadrant or one area of this matrix and stays there throughout the course of the entire moral panic. Instead, what you will often notice is that you may start in one quadrant in this matrix as a folk devil, and as the moral panic evolves, mutates, loses steam, dies a little bit, etc., etc., and then continues limping on, you will shift to a whole bunch of different places depending on how things go and how public conversation around you ends up shifting. And to give an example of this, to actually try applying these two matrices, the threat assessment matrix plus the risk reward matrix, as a way of evaluating moral panics and understanding how folk devils are built up. We're going to apply them to 3 very distinct case studies of moral panics that are still to this day ongoing moral panics, moral crusades even, that to this day are still ongoing in VTubing. Lollies, AI art, and Fox woman, Fox Derangement Syndrome, as I've taken to calling it. We'll start with lollies, with a very specific example, something we've talked about on stream before, right? The lolly puff girls, the handling of a spat that they had with a whole gaggle of VTweeters. So, to sum up to people who are not familiar with the situation, the lolly puff girls were basically a quartet of lolly VTubers that some of whom did make not safe for work content, lolicon content, and basically they formed a little group for themselves to sort of grow their communities alongside one another, continue making content that way. And throughout July, of the early stages of July in 2024, this group of lolly VTubers ended up catching the attention of a bunch of VTweeters. Chief among them, the most prominent one, being a VTweeter by the name of Niumi. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, goodness. All right. So, I could feel myself getting more congested there. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Hopefully it's better now, but in any case. So, this account by the name of Niumi would end up tweeting out on July 2nd, quote, "I'm a throw up. Y'all can't tell me that lollytubers don't know what they be doing. Quote unquote, petite woman, my ass. Y'all are weird. Crying laughing emoji." And she included a screenshot of one of the members of the Lollipop Girls, bad with their name, very poorly cropped out, saying, "Do you like barely legal lolly tummy, like me?" And then Niumi would post a reply to that post saying, "Anyways, I blocked that entire LollyTuber group. I will not be posting ads because I don't do free promotion." And further down in that tweet thread, another user by the name of Ayrton CyberVT would reply saying, "I want to block and report them though, so maybe DM them to me because it quite honestly disgusts me that there are people like this." And then Niumi says, "I got you." The next day, you had another user by the name of BunnyXBunny going out of their way to purposefully harass the brigade, the artists and riggers that made the models for this lolly quartet. Quote, "This is the artists and 2 of the riggers that I found that worked on the ToddlerCon's models. Personally, if you were okay either way making a child model / rigging it, you're just as bad. Crying, sad emoji, disappointed emoji." And then, as a follow-up, they ended up posting a screenshot of the official Lollipuff group Twitter profile, blocking them saying, "We stay winning, guys. Party hat emoji, and then Niumi replying underneath saying, "I'm so jealous," before replying again later on by saying, "Never mind, we're up right now," having been blocked by that account as well. Now, at this stage, when you're looking at the way that the Lollipop Girls have been set up as a, part of the threat assessment, shall we say, it's pretty reasonable to say that at this stage they were still being presented as kind of, low threat. Not the upper limit of low threat, mind you, but just relatively low. The extent of the accusations are mostly that they are weird, right? That it's uncomfortable. You have BunnyXBunny saying that it's ToddlerCon, right, which implies that it's something worse, but it's still no further than just saying, yeah, they're a little strange, right? Ayane, what's with people with VT in their name and why are they always in drama? Probably because when you see someone put VT in their name, it's usually because they want a very easy identifier that they are part of the VTubing in-group, and people who rely on that as a form of preliminary branding are usually also those that are the least who have the least substance, actual substance, to calling themselves a VTuber, and as a result they tend to get into drama more because they rely on growth strategies that aren't just making content. So that's probably why. So when it comes to the way that the Lollipop Girls were initially presented, when in the beginning stages of this particular instance of a moral panic being built up to, I should say, you can make the argument that they were, relatively low threat here. Not quite high threat, not quite in the middle, but kind of just hovering around here. The default approach seemed to be to mystify them, to try and make it out so that, it's weird, it's hard to understand. Why would someone do this, right? And so, then comes the question of, okay, if that's the degree of threat that they've been assessed as being, right, the kind of, the area that they would fall under in this matrix, according to its y-axis, how about the amount of social clout, right? And for this, we'd have to take a look at how they went about trying to respond to these attempts at brigading, these digs at them. And when we look at the way that they responded, well, they didn't really hold back. So the next day, on July 4th, one of their accounts, or the accounts of one of the members of the Lollipop Girls, was suspended, presumably because of mass reporting due to said brigading. Again, it's very suspicious when you have someone saying, I want to block and report them though, and then someone else saying, I got you, while promising to DM the ats and handles of the various people involved, and to not instantly connect this with an account going dark the next day. Now, in response to this, you had the individual members of the Lollipop Girls both taking to their individual discords, asking their fan bases, essentially mobilizing their fan bases to appeal the decision as well as report the accounts that got one of their members banned, but also just taking to Twitter to vent about how this whole situation has made them feel. For example, this member of the Lollipop Girls, Momo, saying, "My dear Fluffs, due to the current situation, Lullaby Lolita, our fellow Lollipop, her Twitter account has been suspended, which we believe is from the harassment we've been receiving from the past day. Please help by contacting Twitter Help and spreading the word on Twitter. This has been too much. We are just minding our business and being cute and funny. Your support means so much to us. Anything helps." And then you have another member, Re-Record, the person whose name was actually shown in the initial tweet made by Niumi, saying, "Bro, I'm too pregnant for this cyberbully stuff. If you don't like that I'm into age play, that I'm a lolly, that I'm barely legal, literally that I'm a young, barely legal adult," she was 20 at the time, "or that I'm a little block me. I don't care about your witch hunts or none of that harassment." But that wasn't it, because you also had another two members, Spoiled Kiddo, or Para, or Bambi Haze, going into their discords and asking their fan bases to do something. Doesn't Scoochen have VT in her username? Yeah, and again, I don't mean to say that it's a thing that applies to everyone with VT in the name. Just that it's a trend that tends to happen for that reason, I suspect. Oh yeah, the difference between channel and VT is channel implies, it's usually linked with YouTube channel, and VT just implies like VTuber or virtual YouTuber. However, something I've observed is when people merely want to claim the title of VTuber, more often than not they will use VT rather than CH as their designator of choice, their group identity signifier of choice, shall we say. So in this particular screenshot, you have Spoiled Kiddo going into her Discord to say, "Guys, thank you so much for helping us so far. It looks like Twitter took action against one of the accounts harassing us. If you all could also email AdvancedGG at info@AdvancedGG and contact Space Panda Delta and let them know what Niumi has been leading. Let them know that Niumi has been leading a cyberbullying hate campaign and enticing harassment on Twitter and Discord, as she's partnered with them as well, basically telling people to go after their sponsors and to mass report them back." Now, granted, if you are a content creator, I don't recommend you do something like this. It is not To put it very, very mildly, it's a very counter-constructive way of trying to take down a harasser. However, and mobilizing your audience for a brigade is never a good look. However, in this particular case, yes, it was an aggressive tactic, but no, she wasn't the aggressor. Same thing with Bambi Hayes. Message sent by Bambi Hayes in the Discord, presumably the Discord that the Lollipop Girls shared. I'm going public about this because my puffs are too. Report this fucking low-life whores. Harass them, report them, force them to graduate. I don't fucking care. I want them gone. And then linking to the Twitter accounts that were essentially dogpiling on them the day before. If you want to help me and the other girls more, please report any negative comments or quote tweets on our page. And then linking to the official Lollipop Girls Twitter profile. Again, not a very smart thing to do, but not excusable, but understandable in terms of where it's coming from. And apparently it would end up working, because on the same day, a few hours later, 2 of the accounts that had been listed had been deactivated or suspended by Twitter, presumably because of the reports, with Niyumi tweeting out saying they have attacked 2 so far, without really mentioning why exactly there is a quote-unquote witch hunt going against her. And 2 days later, later on that same time period, Niyumi herself would also be suspended and would only be unsuspended 2 days later, where she would make a follow-up post saying, "Hi, sorry y'all, I literally couldn't say anything. I'm okay, I'm not trying to commit fly, and I'm not quote-unquote graduating. Partnership clarity. I don't know when the assumption started that I've officially been dropped from my partnerships, but it was never officially stated by me. Advanced is amazing. I love them so much. My managers have been here watching everything before I had informed them. They are beautiful beings, and if anything, I give them nothing but praise for how they are handling their side of the situation." So, given all of this information, given how the Lollipop Girls responded, and how that actually seems to have worked, at least to some degree, against a few of the harassers, you can probably reasonably make the assumption that in this particular case, because they were going up against an opponent that was roughly the same size, if not smaller than them. Remember, if you are ever put into a position where you have to bet between a small group of small VTubers and a gaggle of VTweeters, regardless of how small the VTubers are, they will probably win so long as they make content. So, given all of that, given the size of their opponent, the nature of their opponent, you can reasonably consider the fact that in this particular case, they were around here in the Matrix. Kind of low threat, but possessing relatively high social capital. And again, it is very important to understand, and this is something I probably should have emphasized earlier, that when you're gauging the degree of clout possessed by the target of the moral panic, one of the things to focus on is their relative degree of clout, not how much they have by any objective measure in terms of subs or CCV or whatever, but more so how much they have compared to the person who is attempting to create and initiate a moral panic against them. However, the reason why this is important to note as a relative metric is because depending on who gets involved in the whole process of sustaining, initiating, reinitiating the moral panic, they can end up being shunted down to this end of the spectrum. And that would end up coming to pass a few weeks later, when on July 21st, Kat Liente, a drama tuber with more than 100,000 subs to her name, would end up making a follow-up video trying to document the drama out of nowhere, which essentially painted the Lollipop Girls as simply irredeemable harassers of Niyumi and co. Hold on, let me just refresh this so that the slide loads all of the assets properly. Second. Hold on, let me just find my place. Apologies for the scuff. Alright, there we go. So, at around less than a minute in, she starts by saying, Kat Liente starts by trying to define lolicon, and expresses her personal discomfort at the content genre, as well as her disgust at the Lollipop's participation in this content genre. And this is important. Right off the bat, she starts by characterizing them as pedobait, and states that this, the nature of that content is designed to entice a specific demographic of adults, right? Very maladjusted adults. And around 15 minutes, 26 seconds in, Catliente then states, quote, all of this, when she's attempting to summarize and convey to her audience the reason behind this entire exchange between the Lollipop Girls and Niyumi, she characterizes it by saying, quote, all this for a disagreement in opinion. All of this started because Niyumi made one tweet with a screenshot of Riri stating, do you like barely legal lolly tummy? Blech. Just one tweet, one screenshot with the name censored, and this started an entire hate/smear campaign that the Lollipop group is sending against all of these creators. For what? Not liking lollies, not liking people who are feeding into child-enjoying content and creating that stuff. So complete omission of the fact that they had been the target of a harassment campaign and they were merely responding in kind, and a complete omission of the fact that it was not indeed just one tweet made by Niyumi, but rather several, and a bunch of reply tweets as well, where she was basically encouraging people to brigade the Lollipop Girls. And so, with the new involvement of Catliente, things had changed. Instead of occupying this quadrant of the matrix, where the Lollipops were being assessed as being a low threat but high social capital party, due to the fact that their opposition wasn't very clouted themselves, and the fact that they were merely presented as weird and nothing else. Catliente had now adjusted the way that the Lollipop Girls were presented by presenting them as a more high threat in the sense of them being quote-unquote pedobait, and also implying multiple times throughout the video that their content was inviting the attention of pedophiles into the industry. And on top of that, Catliente's size relative to the Lollipop Girls also adjusted the degree to which they could be said to possess relative clout, because now they went from going up against a bunch of VTweeters to going up against a YouTuber that had more than 100k subs to their name, an active channel that had quite a sizable audience at the time as well. And so what ended up happening was they shifted in position from low threat high capital to high threat low capital. Probably not anywhere where you would want to be if you were the target of a moral panic, or the subject of a moral panic, I should say. At the same time, when we're looking at the risk-reward assessment of this, the Lollipop Girls had essentially gone from being here, low reward but high risk, to being the opposite, low risk, high reward. Because Catliente, as she would end up explicitly stating down the line, had an audience that was much bigger than that of the Lollipop Girls, that dwarfed them, and so didn't really have to be too concerned with how they would mobilize their audiences to try and respond. And as a result, she was able to essentially present them as this threat to morality, this threat to VTubing, without really having to worry about any of the consequences of misrepresenting their side of the conflict. However, in this particular case, yet again, low clout doesn't mean no clout, because the Lollipop Girls would end up utilizing whatever little bit of attention and connection they had left to just VTubing audiences in general, and would resort to making a Google Doc that was published the day after the video went up on July 22nd that attempted to clarify their side of the story. Quote, this document is only to address the following. Sorry, I had a hair fall into my mouth. This document is only to address the following: false claims, derogatory remarks on the members, cyberbullying, kink shaming, body shaming, child endangerment, and hateful harassment. Please do not send the following towards the named individuals in this doc: harassment, witch hunt, doxing, and racism. Harassment is never okay, no matter what race you are, what your opinion of a group of individuals are, and between what both parties have and did not do. If you are ever feeling suicidal or notice a child could be in danger, please contact these lines. It includes a suicide helpline and child help national service line. and also states thereafter, adult depictions of lollies are not illegal. Please understand, we are a group that only has members that are adult lollies. We are a fictional black and mixed group of anime girls that stream on the internet. Our characters are not real, but are in fact of age. Lolly definition. Then they include that little definition there. Lolly can be anyone who has a youthful body type and structure, even adults. Document will be revised on the 24th, 2 days later, as we learn more info, etc., etc. And what this document did was essentially provide more context in the form of screenshots depicting Niumi and other brigaders on Twitter, other VTweeters, going at them well before they decided to take to their discords and mobilize their audiences in response, which essentially ended up debunking Catliente's framing of events for anyone who had the curiosity to check. And check they did, because on the same day, Anti, a VTuber-related account, VTuber-related fan account, I suppose, is an accurate way of describing him, on Twitter, would then make a response to Catliente, partially based off of what the Lollipop Girls released in their document, stating, "Your video got 2 VTubers suspended in a single day due to misinformation, and this is what you say in your stream." Oh, for context, again, basically after Catliente's video came out, it renewed harassment towards the Lollipop Girls, and 2 of them got their accounts suspended because of presumably mass reporting. And there was this clip of Catliente responding to some of the criticism regarding her Lollipops video that Anti essentially clipped out and posted as a way of trying to showcase what kind of response or lack thereof Cat was exhibiting towards this the subjects of her video. Hold on, let me... Okay, there we go.
Gio, I've been lurking for a while, and I don't know if you mentioned this yet. I haven't talked about the Lollipop stuff. I will not talk about it on stream because I'm probably going to make a second video about it. But my Twitch will get banned if I talk about it on stream due to how sensitive the topics are. So I'm going to record it off stream. Didn't know if you mentioned, but worried with all the people that are with the Lollipop group or organizing a mass report raid. Yeah, what are they going to do? Mass report me? Nice try. I've already... Look. I'm going to be fully honest, and this is going to be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay? I've already called out Gideon, and I had the entirety of Gideon's Stan fan base mass report me. So that their little lolly accounts is not going to put a dent into me, okay?
And so, you can probably imagine how this didn't age quite so well. However, to be charitable to Catliente, in context of how she said, "They're not big enough to put a dent in me," it was in reference to a previous instance where she had made a critical video on a larger YouTuber, a larger content creator, and his fanbase, Gideon, his fanbase had mobilized against her, and their mass reporting campaign did not succeed in taking down her channel. So, in the context of that, it's probably less so targeted at the Lollipop Girls specifically, but more a general commentary on how she feels she will fare in the case of a mass reporting campaign. However, that being said, when you phrase it that way, you can't really blame people for listening to that and then instantly concluding that you are merely punching down and being a bully. Reindeer, accusing someone of being a child predator or adjacent makes them the easiest target for a moral crusade because it makes it justified? Yeah, basically. And again, what was essentially happening here is when Catliente started talking about the Lollipop Girls, she successfully pathologized them from just being, weird individuals or degenerate individuals to being people who posed a very active threat to society, the community, TM, by baiting pedos, right, in her words. And so, when you evaluate it as such, very interesting thing happens again, Because of the fact that Auntie noticed that Catliente had said this, clipped that bit out of her stream responding to people's criticisms and questions about her Lollipop video, and then posted it onto Twitter, where it then proceeded to get more than 1 million views and 5,000 likes, the chart, well, the Lollipop Girls' position on the chart had shifted again. Previously, you could have made the argument that they were, as I said before, low risk, high reward of a target. But now that Auntie had made this tweet, now that people were beginning to scrutinize Catliente's conduct, and now that they had a clip, the public had a clip of Catliente behaving in a manner that was this outwardly dismissive towards another content creator or another group of content creators based on nothing, seemingly based off of nothing more than their size, they had now gone back to being high capital and therefore high risk, because they were no longer the only ones going against Cat. Other people were starting to get involved in the mix, and this pattern of other people getting involved in the mix would not end with Auntie, because less than a month later, on August 5th of 2024, another content creator by the name of Ty would end up quote tweeting Auntie's post saying, hey, Catliente, could you please address this? Been following for a while and applied for Creator Royale 1 and 2, so I'm very disappointed by this response. You built your platform on supporting small creators, but when called out by small creators, you say womp womp. And then in a response to this tweet, in a reply later on, Ty says, update, she DM'd me some clarification regarding this issue, and I'll be honest, accidentally getting involved in VTuber drama, getting a DM from Cat was not on my 2024 bingo. And it turns out that this was the breaking point for Cat, because this was a content creator that she could not ignore. And so, the very next day, Cat would end up posting a formal document that addresses the way that she covered the Lollipop drama and some of the criticisms surrounding that. Now, her address of it basically stems to, this is what I really meant. I understand I fucked up in omitting information. I didn't check. I promise I'll do better in future. And also, granted, what happened based off of the post that I saw on their social media, I thought that their content was weird. I thought it was uncomfortable, and that's all I said. Yada yada yada, and that's all it really boiled down to. Oh shit, Rami Ricotta, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Rami Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream, Rami. Hope you had a good stream. We're basically going through the process through which people end up creating moral panics in indie VTubing, specifically looking at how Catliente covered the Lollipuffs drama. Oh, Lulu, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So, in addition to this, well, not quite apology document, more like a public statement addressing criticisms around the Lollipop video, she would also end up going back to her original video published 21st of July and edit in a link to the Lollipop Girls Google document in the description. And once that was over, that was all she wrote about the Rami Raiders rhyme so well. Yes, nice alliteration, by the way. So yeah, that would be the last that she would speak of the Lollipop Girls. However, this was, as you can probably guess, not exactly received very well by people more broadly in the VTubing industry, because people could see that she only posted this as damage control after an audience she couldn't afford to ignore picked up on the fact that she was, doing a pretty shitty job of covering a controversy, and in doing so, fanning the flames of harassment campaigns that had only just expired. For example, in the replies to that very same tweet, Rev would pipe up by saying, obvious damage control, you waited over 2 weeks while releasing a dozen videos to make this response, a disingenuous one which tries to rephrase your comments while continuing to ignore context. This is likely the reason you're addressing now, linking to Ty's post calling out Cat. You have people like Copelia Automata saying, You don't want to start drama? Then don't be a drama tuber. Stay away from VTubers. You're too ignorant of the subculture to talk about it. Fujimaru, master of shotas. So, damage control? Swagger, what happened to, quote, their lolly accounts are not going to put a dent in me? You sounded very confident with that. Mama Oko, L take, honesty is missing here. Mizu, gonna be honest, this didn't help you. In fact, it makes you look worse because you have more context now, but you're openly ignoring it so you can repeat your biased statements. You also reword your statements about harassment so you can pretend it was a joke. So again, not exactly a brilliant demonstration of a moral panic, because Catliente's contribution to it had in fact derailed the moral panic so much to the extent that she had now become the target of scrutiny and criticism and was being cast out of the VTubing space. Now, she wouldn't be permanently cast out, but it was a symbolic casting out of her nonetheless. And so, when it comes to moral panics and moral entrepreneurship, Catliente and this particular saga with the lolly VTubers, the Lollipuff girls, was an excellent archetypical example of how moral entrepreneurship, specifically around lollies, the attempt to initiate moral panics around lollies in the VTubing space, usually don't end well for the people who try to, go about them. Because, well, they often end up getting called tourists and then ejected from the space instead. However, the same cannot be said for the next moral panic, which we will be discussing. AI-generated art. Because not only is this less of a black and white thing when it comes to, lollies and their presence in VTubing, but also because of how difficult it is to tackle the topic due to how poorly understood it is by both audiences within the VTubing industry and audiences without the VTubing industry. And we'll start with a little bit of a best way I find to get a grasp on a concept is to try applying it yourself. And so, yet again, we have a threat assessment chart, this time dealing with AI art. However, there are two specific parties that most people tend to fixate on when it comes to discussing the scourge that is AI-generated art and the implications of its popularization for VTubing as an industry. And the two parties in question are the actual generative AI services and the people who end up using said AI services. Now, we aren't going to look at things like, the amount of social clout or capital the amount of social capital or clout held by either of these two parties just yet, but we're going to start by just looking at the degree of threat presented by either party in the context of the VTubing industry, specifically the threat that they pose to artists. When we look at the issue, right, when we're assessing the threat from the perspective of artists, it's pretty easy to decide where, for example, the actual services themselves end up falling. I think between 1, 2, and 3, pertaining to high threat, in the middle, and low threats, respectively, I think it's pretty easy to say that the actual generative services are the highest threat that exists. Not just because of the fact that they present an alternative to artists, but because of the fact that they are actively exploiting artists by scraping data from various databases, various social media platforms, with or without the consent of said artists, and using them as ways of, well, basically plundering them as a way of generating the service to begin with. However, here's where things might get a little tricky, and this is where I'm curious to hear your thoughts in chat. Let me start a poll, actually. When it comes to locating the users on this matrix, on that particular axis of the chat, which position would you place them in? 1, high threat, 2, in the middle, or 3, low threat, according to your assessment of where they reasonably land. Where are users on the spectrum, let's say? I'll just put that as a poll in chat. Let's hope it doesn't instantly kill my... Okay, it's working. All right. So, where would you put generative AI users? Here's what I'm curious to see what you guys say. Okay, we seem to be getting a little bit of a range. All right, Spiomancy 3. I'll put myself in 3 because I'm cool like that. All right. Some people saying 2. Okay, 2 seems to be winning in the poll. Did you have to use the word spectrum? Of course. What else would I? What else would I use? I think the users are, I don't know quite how to articulate this, but high and low threat at the same time. Interesting. Okay, Speed On. Why do you say that? I understand that it might be difficult to articulate, but if you can, I would very much appreciate hearing the rationale. Depends on what it's being used for. So 2, 3, 2. Okay, 2 seems to be winning in the poll. Most users low threat, but those that spam like Pixiv are high threat. 2 seems to be the best because it's a toss-up. Realistically low threat, but considering how much hate the users would... however, considering how much hate the users get, I would go high. Okay, so yeah, Kara, you've picked up on a pretty interesting dichotomy there. So a lot of people in chat are saying like 2, right? Which is about where I would put them as well. However, depending on who you ask, the answer could very well be 2 or 3 or 1. And again, it depends on who you ask. If you ask an actual user of generative AI, they would probably put themselves in 3, a low threat, because of the fact that their rationale is usually something along the lines of, I wouldn't have hired an artist anyways, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. However, when you're looking at it in terms of the objective, when you're looking at it from the perspective of an artist, right, some of the artists that are not quite as fervent campaigners against AI art would be able to recognize, again, the fact that people who usually try to go to generative AI services to obtain art probably wouldn't have hired an artist anyways. They can recognize that, but at the same time, they also recognize how if this gets popularized, if this gets normalized, then it becomes a whole lot harder to stop AI from becoming the default way that things are done. It becomes a lot harder to prevent the encroachment of generative AI art on the work and the industry of actual artists. And so it's very reasonable to approach it from the perspective of, this is a stigma I'd like to enforce for the long-term benefits of ensuring that I retain some degree of advocacy for my industry, for my niche, right? However, if you were to ask some of the more fervent moral crusaders regarding this issue, they would probably place users alongside the generative AI services themselves because of the fact that, well, the users are, at the end of the day, the reason why these services are able to exist. Speed On? Hold on, let me check what you were saying. I feel like people who catastrophize about AI seriously pathologize the users of AI, but the actual threat of what AI does isn't actually that significant, I don't think. I don't know. See, I would say I agree with you in the first half, where, you know, people who are very fervent moral crusaders against AI do pathologize users a lot, but I have heard from a lot of artists that it really is that much of an existential threat. And actually, it's really convenient that you said that in chat, because what you just pointed out exposes a very interesting problem that is unique to this specific moral quandary as it exists in VTubing. And that is the fact that when it comes to AI art is a service, a product that exists within a black box system. When you ask the average member of the public, they don't really have, if you were to just grab like a random, you know, Twitter user or a random VTuber viewer or a random VTuber even, you would not be able to solicit an understanding of how exactly the process of data scraping works, how exactly the artwork is being quote-unquote stolen from, how art is being appropriated, you know, human art is being appropriated in order to fuel these services, and how these services are being made in a way that is deliberately designed to remove any form of consumer consent from the equation. Again, people don't really understand how AI art works beyond the fact that it is just a product, a service that exists. And when you are an artist trying to convince people to get involved and support your moral crusade, you are fighting an uphill battle, because what this does is it introduces an inherent degree of mystification to the subject before you even have a chance to try and turn it into a moral discussion or a discussion of morality. So in actuality, what ends up happening is, even though this is a pretty reasonable, assessment of the threat level of generative AI services and the generative AI users, in actuality, even if this is how artists may perceive it, the way that the public perceive this is one step removed, one step shunted down towards low threat. In actuality, people, the average member of the public, tends to perceive generative AI users as being, low threat, extremely low threat, and the actual generative AI services as only kind of medium, right? Kind of a good, not necessarily good or bad, because they don't really understand the ethical implications of it. They don't understand the mechanics of it, because it has been mystified purposefully by the companies that provide the service. And so, as an artist, if you want to be a successful moral crusader for this, you have to get over that informational hurdle, because if you don't, this is what you're stuck working with. And the problem is, this reality of how the conversation exists, the presumed threat level of both of the parties involved, it is diametrically opposed to the way that a lot of people who are setting themselves up as moral crusaders on behalf of artists against AI art tend to behave. Because, Speedon, like you pointed out, people heavily tend to pathologize generative AI users in particular, which creates a massive issue when it comes to the way that this movement is perceived in the eyes of other members of the general public who are not as familiar with the technology, the ethical implications of this technology, as the artists themselves or even the people creating said technology. So what you get is this weird kind of dissonance where, even though the public perceives the generative AI users as existing in perhaps this part of the spectrum, or maybe this part of the spectrum at most, people often pathologize it to the point where they treat AI, users of generative AI, as if they occupy a high threat position, which doesn't gel with the way that the average member of the public perceives things at all. And as a result, they view this entire thing as being unreasonable, overly moralistic, and inherently worthy of being rejected. This forms part of a broader thing, a broader pattern of behavior that I refer to as agentic fallacy. Essentially, agentic fallacy is what happens when a threat is perceived and or treated more severely because of the observer's presumed ability to influence it. Now, what I mean by that is when you start treating something as a bigger problem than it actually is, not because it is the most severe thing that is happening at the moment, but because that is the thing that you view as the only thing you can actually affect using your words and actions. And as a result, because that is the only thing you are capable of affecting with your words and actions, because you desire to express some form of agency, some form of control over a situation, you end up treating that as a bigger problem. You end up building that up to be a bigger problem than it maybe objectively is, and especially as it may appear in the eyes of other people. And this is very much a problem. Agentic fallacy is very much a problem that you see applying to the way that people go about morally crusading on behalf of artists against generative AI, and the encroachment of generative AI. Because the thing is, it is very difficult for a community of artists, regardless of what platform, even across different platforms, to try and get an AI company to either obey whatever implied adherence to consumer consent they write in their advertising or in the earliest parts of their EULA. And as an artist, it's very, very difficult to try and shut down these AI services because they're usually backed by giant companies that have investments that number into the billions of dollars. You can't do anything about them. They are functionally untouchable as insofar as individual people go. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Artists don't word good, right? And unfortunately, when you're dealing with the enforcement of law, it is a very wordy business. And artists, generally speaking, aren't great at that. Artists also aren't great at confrontation most of the time. And unfortunately, when it comes to enforcing laws, that requires a good deal of confrontation. And so, in that vacuum where you don't really have, you have two parties, one who is more involved than the other in this encroachment of generative AI into VTubing. But that is also the party that is most responsible is also the most untouchable. And so what ends up happening is the moral crusaders involved in the anti-AI art movement, they end up targeting, building up, pathologizing generative AI users far more than they do the actual generative AI services, because the users are the only ones that they can actually affect using their words, their stigma, or whatever. The problem is that alienates other members of the public if it gets to a certain point. For example, this post that was made on May 27th this year by a user called Pinky Cafe, frog-made VTuber. Hold on, let me just get through the super chat before we move on. Super Iron Bob, thank you for the 10. People posted their works on platforms for quote-unquote free with a TOS that they gave rights to allow their works to be used in training. They lost when they posted it on the scraping issue. Yeah. But again, that ties into the whole point of people don't feel like they can do anything about this, right? And that's part of the problem. That's why people have been pathologizing, or at least I suspect that is why people have been pathologizing users far more than they have been pathologizing the companies that actually provide the service and are pushing the service. Jane, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. If you couldn't copyright AI, it wouldn't. If you couldn't copyright AI, it wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, I suppose so. The gap is like how healthcare viewed early COVID versus the public. Yeah. I remember artists saying they would move to Blue Sky because Twitter could not be trusted with Grok, only for Blue Sky to be scraping. Yeah, to be scraping for AI as well. Yeah, I remember that too. Bad Min did an entire stream on that, if I remember correctly. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Artists are too small to make a dent in the AI company. Nice callback. Biggest and loudest complainers I've seen for AI art are artists and those who make fun of the fan art of things they didn't create for themselves. Yeah. Carla Ortiz is making some headway on behalf of artists. I disagree with all of her politics, but she is more or less the face of artists against AI. Carla is a concept artist who worked in the Marvel movies. Ah, okay. It's a nice bit of context that I didn't know beforehand. As I said, if artist reactions move too far from the general public, then the public sees the artist as the threat, not the AI use. Exactly. Like I said before, right? The process of a moral crusade is, if you alienate the public, if the moral standard you are attempting to preach is not adopted, but in fact rejected, you will be rejected along with it. And again, case in point, this. So, on May 27th, this user, Pinky Cafe, tweeted out, I am done. Chaos LEVT is a VTuber who made her whole persona, art, emotes, and shit with generative AI. I have a lot of mutuals in common with this person, and it's crazy to me that people support this, including a whole bunch of, screenshots of both their profile as well as a conversation that they had with this individual. Also, her Twitch panels are all AI, plus the fact that the panels on Twitch keeps changing design/character. Again, really stigmatizing the fact that this is an individual who generated the AI assets to use on her own profile. Joe K, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. Howdy, Chairman. Howdy to you too. Thank you for sticking around for 2 months. Super Iron Bob, thank you for 5. Gen AI is one of the most openly documented technologies out there right now. Pathologization comes from many who refuse to learn what they're upset by. Yeah, again, that is true. However, the fact is that for the overwhelming majority of the public, it is also poorly understood. And the point that I was making is, if you see yourself as a moral crusader, or even if you don't see yourself as that, but that is the role that you occupy, it is on you, not on the public, to fill in those gaps in knowledge, right? You're absolutely right that AI is one of the most openly documented technologies. But there is a difference between transparency and comprehensibility. Transparency means that the information is there. Comprehensibility means that the information is easily absorbed. And the thing is, yes, the information's there, but it is not really worded in a way that makes it very easy to pick up, especially for people who are disinterested in the topic to begin with. And I get that that might sound stupid, right? Because why does everyone need to be spoon-fed? But unfortunately, that's just how information distribution on the internet works. So again, if that is an issue for you, educate yourself is Sumina, exactly. Educate yourself is not. If you say that, you've already lost. Like, it doesn't matter what the cause is, doesn't matter what the moral crusade is for. The moment something along the lines of educate yourself, exits your mouth, gone. You're done. Pack it up. So again, if you want people to adopt a ethical standard that you are advocating for, it is on you to justify it. It is on you to rationalize it. It is on you to provide people with the material that they would need in order to feel like they can form a coherent and informed take on what it is you are trying to ask them to discuss. It's not really that hard to understand, though. Yeah, I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying that, again, for people who are disinterested, it's going to be not hard to understand in terms of, difficult to absorb what the words mean, but just difficult to make headway because it seems like this broad topic, right? It's more so the impression of it being intimidating, not least because of the pathology, the pathologizing that you talked about before, right? It's a kind of negative feedback loop where the less people understand it, the easier it is to pathologize. But the more people pathologize it, the less people want to try to understand it in good faith. So again, that's a cycle that you need to break if you are trying to set yourself up as some sort of, again, moral crusader advocating on behalf of artists against the adoption of AI. Now, the replies to this tweet are rather interesting because they showcase the kind of way that people are beginning to build up this chaos LEVT. For example, Granny Big Bird, disgusting behavior, even claiming that they like making quote-unquote art. Good that you have made it known. To which Pinky Cafe responds by saying an actual artist wouldn't even gatekeep the program they use as well. I am so tired of this disgusting behavior. Kaz VTuber, fucking hell, man. Another soul been claimed by the typical AI slump. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, my bullshit allergies kicking in again. And then Pinky Cafe again responding with, plus they are a VTuber on top of this. It's disgusting. And then the funniest reply out of all of them, Splame. I asked Ellie about the situation to get clarity, but I was unable to do so. I've attached the conversation below. I will not provide any additional messages for privacy. I've cut all ties, since I do not agree with this abuse of generative AI. To which Pinky Cafe responds by saying, take a look the amount of gifted subs she has on stream. She definitely could use at least part of them on commissions. Now, we're going to ignore the obvious, the elephant in the room, which is, who the fuck are you to tell other people how they should spend their money? But we're going to focus on this. Because this Splame individual, in addition to this, this virtue signaling, right? She also decided to post screenshots of a conversation she had with Ellie VT under the impression that it makes her look good. And then you actually start reading through these screenshots. And this is how the conversation goes. So she pops up in Ellie's DMs and says, okay, I need an honest answer and no lies. Did you use generative AI for your profile picture and Twitch panels? You're being accused of using AI for this, and obviously this is serious stuff. If you are, please don't hide it, as you're going to make this situation much worse. Bitch, I just sat down. How the fuck? Why are you starting a conversation like this? To which Ellie replies saying, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told the other two people, If you do not believe I make my own art and want me to use a real artist, I have no money. I am broke. I can't afford a real artist. I don't trust free websites, nor do I want free art from friends. I will just be owing people and be in debt because I can't afford their time they take to make me the free art. As I said throughout my birthday event, the way to change my art is to donate. There are goals to hire a real artist. If you honestly don't believe I make my art, this is my response. To which Splame says, I can understand being low on money and making art yourself. I'm in that situation too. But at least, please say what software you use to make the art, since that will at least give some clarity on the situation. Even better would be to send the source, i.e. PSD files, to prove you didn't use generative AI. I don't want anything bad to come from this, and hopefully you understand that. Now, I don't know why. Again, it's a fascinating insight into how some of these rule enforcers think, where she's asking for the name of the AI software, right? But realistically, what relevance does that even have here? Because she's not asking, she can't justify it in the sense that she wants to use it too, because she's already established a stance on the basis of, I hate AI art and it's morally reprehensible. But if she's not going to use it for herself, then what relevance does it have to the conversation? Because that doesn't really how does that provide anything? It makes it sound like she wants to understand the source, right? Sure as, moral busybodies, right? And then to this, Ellie responds by saying, I don't have to prove anything in this world. There is freedom of speech. You don't have to say any of that. I don't owe anyone any proof. And if people don't like that, they don't have to follow me. And that's what happened. And then, oh, this is so funny. And then Splame follows up by saying, I can understand that, but at least in the VTubing industry, using generative AI could be compared to a crime. I get you not wanting to share proof because freedom of speech, but these accusations are not child's play. Most people will not support AI, and I think you should know that. Now, I want you to take note of the fact that she refers to it as the VTubing industry in this message. That's not going to stick as we go down through the rest of this conversation. And then to this, Ellie responds by saying, honestly, I don't care if someone supports me or doesn't support me. I will tell all of them the same thing as I am telling you. I have a life outside of VTubing with a child, and VTubing doesn't give me a job or offer me anything other than I can stream games I play. Then Splame then says, yes, however, using generative AI is against artists, the ones who are the backbones of VTubing. Even when something that never ceases to amaze me is how awful some of these people are at rhetoric. Even something as basic as communicating with people on their level by understanding what their concerns are, what their motivations are, what their wants and needs are, and then using those to try and form some sort of connection and to get a message through. If you are speaking to someone who just said to you, VTubing isn't a big deal to me, why the fuck would you attempt to justify a counter-argument under the rationale of, this is very important to VTubing? Huh? Hello? What is going on here? How is that in any way supposed to add rhetorical weight to your position whatsoever? Shut the fuck up and listen for a moment. What is she saying? She doesn't care about VTubing that much. So why are you trying to justify your position by saying it's integral to VTubing as a medium or as an industry? She's barely in it. She just made a bunch of AI-generated assets so she had something to put on screen while she streams games in between raising a kid. It, again, never ceases to amaze me how, I suppose, oblivious some of these moral crusaders are when attempting to communicate with their target audience. But in any case, it kind of goes to show that, you know, when you are being they're not really being moralized to, more moralized at, Ellie wasn't really the target audience for Splame's messages. She was really just a sounding board that Splame could use to have a conversation that she could screenshot later and post to Twitter, right? Because that's how these, crusaders usually work. However, to continue, even when low on money, there are still ways to make art and stuff. How I've been rolling. I don't want this to sound pushy or rude, but presuming you are using AI art, you need to stop, or else the backlash will be huge. Now, what she conveniently omits is that the backlash will come from her and others like her, but we can ignore that for now. If you're not going to answer, I'm likely going to cut ties with you, since you're not providing a solid response. You're... No, Billy. Down, Billy. I'm likely going to have to cut ties with you, since you're not providing a solid response. You're on thin ice right now, and it looks like it's about to break. Oh, boo-hoo. And then to this, Ellie responds by saying, for me, nothing is the backbone of my VTubing. I am more than extremely broke. I have $0 a month to give to any artist at all. That's why I request donations from people, and when I get $0 in donations, I can't commission anyone. Even my model is just some assets I bought off an extremely cheap Japanese website because someone paid me to get a model. This is all online. I don't have time to continue to look through or beg people for money. Focusing on IRL is what matters most to me, and it should matter to everyone else too. Like I already said before, if people don't want to support me, then don't support me. And then to this, Splame says, to make it easier for everyone, if you could at least answer these questions based on the accusing tweet, it would make it easier for everyone. 1. What program was used to make the art? I.e. Clip Studio or Photoshop. 2. In your Twitch panels, why does the design keep changing? 3. Apparently, you have also slightly reworded popular tweets before posting them yourself. Can you confirm or deny this? And then Ellie says, I can answer the third one. I did it on Blue Sky because the posts are just words on a screen. They belong to no one. I genuinely didn't think it mattered. I wasn't stealing, and it wasn't art or video. And as the people claiming I did steal art, I did not see credit on the original creator's post, and when someone pointed it out, I deleted the post already. It's called clout chasing to get views. 70% of all VTubers do it to attract people to their posts to follow them on Twitch. And then Salami says, I'm aware, but please answer the other 2 questions. And then Ellie responds by saying, I don't have time to answer to anyone. I can have whatever style panels and stuff on my Twitch I want. It is my Twitch channel, and if you are stressing or creating drama about a channel that is not even yours, then you can click unfollow or unfriend me. That is how online works. There is buttons on Discord and Twitch for a reason. I will never criticize anyone's channel or tell anyone in their DMs to force them to do everything I say. Because it is just not my channel. I follow people, I ask to collab, I stream, that's it. Kind of having an aneurysm reading through these messages because of the lack of punctuation. Even if I follow someone who uses AI, I literally don't care. Not my channel, not my problem. And then Splame says, give me a second. You clearly don't understand the extent of the problem. This is the VTubing community, and it's disgraceful to use AI art or anything. And just like that, it has changed. It's gone from, in the VTubing industry, using AI art is like a crime, to you need to take this seriously, because this is the VTubing community, and it's disgraceful. Note that when she kicks into shaming instead of trying to threaten, right? There's no longer a facade at trying to make it some sort of neutral topic or some sort of advocacy, or at least not advocacy on behalf of Ellie. Now it is just outright, shaming, finger wagging. This is for the VTuber community, right? I will say I have used AI for assistance, as that's what all AI should be used for. Since you are not answering, I have no choice but to cut ties. Oh, what a loss. If you want to follow up or answer, be my guest, since I don't have time for this. It's kind of rich coming from her that she's saying, I don't have time for this, when this entire conversation has been nothing but superfluous, and it has extended only as long as it has, purely because of Ellie entertaining and indulging it. But in any case, to continue, Ellie then responds by saying, who I buy art from is none of your business. I don't go around being a dick asking if it's AI art or not. I like the model. I bought it. Clearly, you got time to go around asking as you are right now. I don't go around asking other people like you do, as it may not be my business where people get their art and how. So, what rights do you have to ask anyone such questions? To which Splame responds by saying, I'm not asking about the model. I don't care about it because I haven't seen it much. I'm asking about... It's kind of rich to say, oh, I'm going to cut ties with you. It's going to be such a big deal when you admit that you don't even watch their content since you haven't seen their model a lot. Like, what? I'm asking about your profile pic and Twitch banners. I'm not trying to be rude, nor am I trying to upset. I want to understand the situation for what it is. Big day for the unemployed. But in any case, Ellie then says, if you don't care, then why are you in my DMs? Asking about my profile picture, this feels like harassment just because I won't do something you are saying. If you really don't care, then why are you suddenly caring about things that don't matter? I don't promote my art or profile on my channel, and no one who watches me cares that much. And then Smiley ends the conversation by saying, you're not understanding what I'm asking. I don't care about your model, but I do about the other art, since it goes against all the artists who make VTubers possible. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. There is nothing more that I can do. I just do not appreciate the attitude and rudeness you're giving me, despite my best efforts to be kind and understanding. Oh, I'm sure we could all really feel the kindness and understanding radiating off this conversation. Good luck, and I wish to never talk about this again. That's the end of that conversation. But from all of this, we can start to piece together how and where Ellie's kind of put in this situation. Now, granted, they do pathologize her quite a bit by saying that she's disgusting. She's abusing AI art by essentially accusing her of desecrating the good name of the VTuber community and the artists that make VTubers possible. However, at the same time, they aren't really presenting her as that high of a threat. Maybe the most is kind of around here, because they're not really accusing her of destroying the VTuber community, but merely disrespecting the elements of it that are already there. And yes, disrespect is bad, but it's not as bad as destruction. So I think it's pretty much reasonable to put the way that they were presenting Ellie kind of here, right? Mystifying her a little bit by saying, I don't know why anyone would ever use AI art, ignoring the fact that she said multiple occasions, doesn't have the money to hire a real artist. And also kind of, if we were to locate the approach taken between mystification and pathologization, yes, there is pathologization taking place, but at the same time, it leans more in the direction of mystification. So, and if we were to evaluate Ellie's approach towards this, or response, I think it's also reasonable to conclude that she is approaching this from a fairly low social capital position, mostly because she's not mounting some sort of counter call out or whatever. She's mostly just responding to DMs telling people to leave her alone. However, this is only when we're looking at the tweet itself, right? The original tweet. When we start factoring in the other people's tweets, right? What all of the replies are saying, right? How they're doubling down on saying that it's disgusting behavior, it's abuse, it's, generative AI can be compared to a crime. That's when it starts to be pathologized more so than it is mystified. Because by saying things like, oh, you are basically committing a crime against this industry, now against this community, Now we start getting into more pathologization. Now we can start painting Ellie as this sort of threat to the VTuber community. And yet again, this is, generally speaking, not a very recommended way of going about moral crusades, because most people are going to look at this and go, okay, that seems kind of disproportionate, because, yet again, most members of the general public, especially those who don't have a horse in this race, and based off of what I was seeing in chat at least, even the artists who were watching the stream looked at the way that Splame was conducting herself and cringed in their shoes, because, again, this is not how you go about advocacy. This moralistic high horse, this condescension is simply not conducive to changing anyone's hearts or minds. And as a result, this approach towards trying to create this, or trying to turn Ellie into this sort of archetypical, this disgusting, this disgusting abuser of artists and AI, right? This attempt to create a moral panic didn't really work because it created too much room. The gap in between what the general public perceived and how the subject was being treated was so wide that it provided ample room for people to start mounting counterclaims and counter narratives, people to start poking holes in how this situation was being framed and presented. And you could see this in some of the other replies that weren't just clapping along with what was being said by the anti-AI advocates. For example, Otaku Generian, very classist. Stop gatekeeping VTubing from those who do not have the financial security to commission the, frankly, petit bourgeois artists. Charging for digital art is not even art. They are clip studio paint operators and nothing more. Harry, the AI. Sending a hate brigade? Oh, totally justifiable. Not. Happily gonna follow her because you're being scummy. Mizuki the Fox. I don't see a problem with it, in my opinion. People who use AI... Why do none of these people use punctuation? I don't see a problem with it, in my opinion. People who use AI art for models and stuff are, to begin with, people who can't afford paying artists. Like me, for example. I have a pre-made model that I bought, which is not AI generated, but some of my images are. I also think that thanks to it, I will be capable of paying artists in the future when I can afford, thing that wouldn't be possible without using AI up until now. People who can afford paying artists for everything will keep paying artists because artist works are better, of course. But you have to understand that many people live in poor countries where some 1 or 2 arts is already half a month's worth income. Don't ask people for the impossible. And then, as Ehara, with a quote tweet that actually managed to get over 1,000 likes, saying, so, let me get this straight. Their crime is that their model, emotes, and stream panels are made with AI. Who gives a shit? Stay in your fucking lane and stop trying to get other people cancelled over checks notes AI usage. As long as they're not harming/scamming anyone in the process, you should mind your own business. And it does seem like other people agreed with this overall assessment of looking at things. For example, Frank. The AI hate boner is some of the stupidest shit. If AI can replace you with the most generic looking shit, you deserve to be replaced. And then Azahara responding by saying it's so stupid. If they don't have money to commission an artist, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Don't have emotes at all? It's so fucking tiresome. And again, that is a very valid point. If someone is using AI art because they are too poor to do so, then, well, they can't, there's no alternative, really. Akorek, would you be able to lay out a game plan for artists to properly advocate for themselves? Now that does sound like an interesting stream idea, Akorek. I'm going to note that down. Hold on, give me a second. Let's check. All right. Game plan for artist advocacy. Okay, so here's the thing, Akorek. Before I even make an attempt at anything along those lines, one of the first things that we're going to have to do, let's say that we are actually, let's say that we are going to seriously consider the possibility of creating a concrete game plan for artists to better advocate for themselves against the encroachment of AI-generated art, or the adoption of AI-generated art in VTubing. One of the first things we'd have to do, even before we go about deciding how, the best ways of communicating, target demographics, etc., is who we're going to need to be a bit more specific than just artists, because artists is really broad group. So first we need to figure out which group of artists are we speaking on behalf of, are we trying to represent, but also what are the stated goals of these artists, because the game plan, so to speak, the communicative game plan is going to vary drastically depending on if your goal is, let's say, to stigmatize the adoption of AI art versus to provide a, shall we say, to funnel people who already would have bought art into the hands of artists who can look after them, etc., etc. And even aside from that, the problem is, I will get into a bit more in a few minutes, when you advocate for artists as a collective, you train the public to view artists as a collective. Again, no shit, Sherlock, very obvious thing. But the implications of that are something that I don't often see being talked about, where if you are going to create an advocacy movement for artists as a collective, the problem is people are also going to put you in a position where you either fail to acknowledge their concerns, the public's concerns with artists as a collective, things like cost, things like bad actors, etc., 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 or they're either going to expect you to do that, and that's going to be part of the remit, at least part of the messaging, if not your function, right? Or you are going to opt out of that, but then they're going to end up tuning out what you say a little bit as a result as well. Because, and this is why I am not a big fan of this movement, this anti-AI movement's tendency to lump artists together as one collective that needs to be advocated for. Because treating artists as one collective, even if your intentions are to advocate on their behalf, is a very dangerous game to play. Because what ends up happening is when you train people to regard all artists as this amorphous blob, this collective, this community, because community has expectations, it has associations with mutual, not just mutual support, but mutual responsibility. Individual members of a community are viewed as being at least partially responsible for the actions and conduct of their peers. Because when a member of a community behaves in a manner that is unpleasant or regarded as unpleasant, but is not penalized by or expelled from that same community visibly, what ends up happening is that is taken as an endorsement by the community of their behavior. And so when you present artists as a collective, when you present artists as a community without designating what exactly that community entails, who specifically is a part of that community, the stated goals of that community, and when you don't do things like, for example, casting out bad actors in a very visible manner, what ends up happening is, just as all of the struggles are advocated for as a group, so too are all of the sins condemned as a group as well. When you train the public to view artists as a collective, yes, that comes in handy when you're trying to advocate for things like AI art, because then you can say, okay, I'm not advocating for this just because of one individual, but because of an entire group of people. But the problem is, the side effect of that is, when an artist does something scummy, when an artist fucks something up, and people start defending them, or people feel like they can't criticize them or speak out against them because they'd be creating drama or whatever, that creates resentment against artists as a collective as well. Actually, there's a pretty good example of this where recently Niana came out and essentially bemoaned the fact that the editor, I think it's the editor, or some of the workers that were supposed to be responsible for putting together her 3D concert really dropped the ball on the project. And yet she didn't name them, because there is a stigma that exists in this industry against naming and shaming, which, to be honest, I don't really understand why that is the case, because if you have been scammed, that's the best way of stopping other people from being scammed as well. This is an industry, this is an entertainment industry, it revolves around reputation. Twitter exists as a publicity tool, publicity nuke. It's literally the silver bullet against a scammer being able to operate freely in the industry. But in any case, that stigma exists, and as a result, people do have that subconscious, perhaps, resentment towards artists whenever there is an instance of an artist fucking something up, but people not complaining about it and the effects of it only becoming obvious later on. Correct not to create an advocacy movement, but just a generic game plan so artists don't shoot themselves in the foot with bad Twitter crasher and bad PR. Okay, that's a bit more simple, right? Because it's more so just... Unfortunately, my answer doesn't change. It is still the case where the first step in proper advocacy, regardless of, well, okay, maybe not proper advocacy, but the first step in effective communication is understanding how you appear to other people, and thus taking the first steps towards controlling that actively. And the problem is with artists, even if you're not doing a formal advocacy movement and you're just coming up with a generic game plan, right, of how to better advocate for yourself as an artist against AI, or just more general advocating against AI in a way that isn't cringe, you are still going to have to start by casting out your bad eggs. You are still going to have to start by identifying the self-designated representatives of you and others like you that do not exhibit conduct that you approve of. And you have to start by distancing yourself from them, disowning them, condemning them, etc., etc., etc. And that sounds like a chore, and it is, but that is unfortunately a very, very necessary, crucial part of public messaging and advocacy that community types frequently overlook. Community is something that comes with a cost, and you always pay that cost eventually if you end up using community as a part of your rhetoric, because it builds up expectations in the minds of your audience that wherever there is bad conduct, you will be there to either stamp it out or cast it out. And if you do neither, you are viewed, so long as you continue to, present yourself as a community, you are going to be viewed as complicit or tacitly approving of that thing. I return, what have I missed? We are now on the topic of AI art scares and AI art moral panics. So, this was a very brief example of how exactly anti-AI art advocacy is not nearly as simple as just AI bad, right? And this is an example of how certain moral crusaders, rule enforcers who do not have a grasp on how to best communicate with their target audience, how much they can damage the optics of the movement as a whole. How they can make it very difficult for people to sympathize with the position that artists are in, even if, objectively speaking and generally speaking, most people are sympathetic to the idea of not wanting to have your work be exploited and used to train your replacement against your will and without your consent. However, this is only in the case where someone who is actually using AI is being, called out on it, so to speak. Imagine for a second if the accusation was false. Turns out you don't actually have to imagine too hard, because on June 23rd, we would have an archetypical example of just that pattern of events occurring. A user by the name of Little Bear took to Twitter to state, quote, "Dear #artists, dear #moots, dear art moots. I urgently need your help. I made a purchase on VGen from an AI VGen artist without realizing it right away. How do I proceed now? She offers artworks, adopts, and more for a respectable price. Thread 1 of 8 with pictures. Then she includes some pictures that very clearly show the VGen artist's profile name, sample art, etc., etc. Now, again, if you're leveling this serious of an accusation against an artist, you're making it very easy to find who they are. You best make sure that accusation's backed up with evidence. Little Bear. Second post of the thread. Not everyone can afford this price. I was happy to be able to buy something from her. Now I don't want that anymore. What can I do? I thought there was not such thing as an artist, as an AI artist on VGen, but the more art I saw from her, the more I wondered why she got away with it. I've been trying to get a VGen code for a long time, and so have other artists. It's been frustrating to see that someone with AI art on a platform that supports artists can sell the art and make an incredible amount of profit. Please take a close look at the pictures. The anatomy is not correct. Some of the same people look different. What the fuck does that even mean? I read this the first time and I almost had a stroke. The fuck do you mean some of the same people look different? As in, if you paint them from different angles? Or maybe in different lighting? Or clothed differently? That can apply to so many different things. What the fuck? That's a non-sentence. But in any case, her OC has a different tattoo all of a sudden. What the fuck? It's not like this is the first time that someone has drawn their OC in a mildly different fashion in between instances. Hello? The letters that one person is lifting are not identifiable. Maybe I'm crazy, but I cannot see these things. I think she means I cannot unsee these things. I feel obligated to say something because it is clearly against the rules to offer such VGen commissions and make a profit from them. I also feel bad for all the people who have bought something from her. I don't think she is into art at all, but if she's promoting herself by saying she's an artist who taught herself, why does she need AI? Why doesn't she focus on learning more and getting better? I practice drawing all kinds of things every day, and I don't know if that's allowed, but why can't she at least trace it? She obviously generated it. Please don't use AI to make art. It hurts other artists. Try to be better yourself and believe in yourself. It wouldn't be a generic moralistic call-out without that little believe in yourself at the end there. I hope someone can help me. I don't know what to do and don't want everything I've paid for and everything I've done to be a VTuber for nothing. But maybe I can find a good solution. I hope I will become a #live2D #VTuber2 someday, but I seem to be unlucky. Lol. Just draw better, easy. I mean, if this was the person complaining, then yeah, for sure I'd say that. However, okay, basically, if we look at this as a whole, right, the kind of things she's saying, and we try to evaluate the artist in question, we can probably pretty easily make the conclusion that the risk-reward assessment was probably something like this, where she viewed this artist as being relatively high reward in terms of how severe she's painting her transgression out to be, right? Selling AI art without disclosing that it's AI, that's reprehensible. That's a very severe violation of the norms and ethical standards of VTubing as an industry. So again, high threat, thus high reward. However, I would be willing to wager that Little Bear probably thought that this was a call-out that was relatively low risk because of the fact that she assumed that the VGen artist would have no way of knowing that the call-out was being made on Twitter, seeing as how she didn't actually tag the artist, and she took to an entirely different platform to make public her issues with this problem. Why is it always that spot? Because this is the maximum profitability when it comes to targets for a moral panic. If you are a rule enforcer, a moral crusader, this is the most bang for your proverbial buck. This is how you get the most clout without risking the most brand. So, as a result, get the most clout without risking as much of your own. So, this is, I think I would make the argument that this is where Little Bear assumed the artist was going to be. Oh boy, did she miscalculate this risk-reward assessment though. Because 2 days later, June 25th, the artists themselves would spot the fact that this post has been made, realize that they were the one being called out, and make a quote tweet which included a time-lapse depicting their process. And this is why this was a very gross miscalculation. Because in many ways, if you are calling out an artist for making AI art, or you are accusing them of one of their specific artworks being made with AI, regardless of the size of the artist, it is almost always high risk. And the reason why it is almost always high risk, in spite of what some people assume, is because of just how easy it is to debunk those allegations if you have a time lapse of you drawing your art. And so, the moment this was posted, Little Bear got blown out of the water. Quote, sharing a time-lapse of my process to clarify things. Accusations like these are really upsetting. It honestly surprises me how some people can't accept that artists are human too. We make mistakes. We're not always perfect at anatomy or drawing hands. It really is a scourge that when it comes to AI or spotting AI, a popular tell has been to look at how it draws hands or fails to do so. While hands are also completely naturally, organically, one of the most difficult body parts to get the handle on drawing. It is very difficult to draw a good hand and to draw one consistently. And so it is very understandable that hands are a weakness, a visual weakness for quite a lot of artists. I'd say the only thing that's harder to draw than a hand are, facial expressions. Not just faces, but actual expressions. And well, again, we all know when it comes to scouting out AI and that, but in any case, like really, where do you think AI got their shitty hands and fingers from? Yeah, exactly. It's really funny. Now that you point that out, it is kind of funny that none of the people who seem to be conducting these witch hunts ever seem to make that connection in their head. Too perfect, must be AI. Human error must be AI. Exactly. The moral F-tree is really... Yeah. The moral friendery is really insufferable. My grandfather was replaced by modern automated factory fabrication. What he did was pivot to working with it and then working on it. Yeah, exactly, right? Don't forget the way AI draws hands is not the same, even similar to how a human messes up a hand. Yeah, exactly. Because an AI can process errors or its idiosyncrasies in how people draw hands, but it can't replicate the process by which those idiosyncrasies were created. So it just ends up being this sort of unnaturally warped parody of a mistake, of a human, of a human error, right? So it's such an aggravating thing to see people just mindlessly go hand bad, therefore AI. It's so stupid. And again, this absolutely, blew Little Bear out of the water in terms of ratioing. Little Bear's tweet only got, 107 likes? This one got 9.4k, despite the fact that it had, if I see correctly, less views on total as a tweet, sitting at only 500k, despite the fact that Little Bear's initial tweet currently sits at around 600k. And on top of that, just a little cherry on the cake, People, after seeing this tweet, also added a community note to Little Bear's original tweet saying, the artist being slandered here has posted a time-lapse and proof that they do not use AI. And then, after this post went live, on the same day that this post went live, other people started showing up in the replies to Little Bear's tweet. Celia Vale. She is not using AI. I've commissioned her for over a year now, since before she was on VGen, and she has always given updates with no sign of AI. Your post is extremely rude and full of accusations with no proof. Little Bear responds saying, it's great if you can do that and have an artist you can fall back on again and again, and I agree that there must have been nicer ways to get rid of it. K, the artist, saying, so your only point is hands? I can't draw them either. This isn't AI. There is nothing to suggest it is other than you not liking how they draw, or try not to draw hands. And then Little Bear responds by saying, I can't draw hands either, but to me it doesn't look like it was drawn by a person. It looks like it was generated by a machine because it looks deformed and not like something a human would draw like this. Nami Athena. I've genuinely checked each provided screenshot and no, this is clearly not AI. If you do check some of the anime styles closely, you can see a lot of people draw hands like this. When I look at them, I can clearly see their shapes and anatomy. No extra fingers or crooked poses. Clearly not AI. For the other parts, they are also fine. There is no inconsistency on anything you've shown so far. To be completely honest, I find it a bit rude to just circle some parts on someone else's art and share it on socials without/before actually talking to the artist about it first. If you did share your concerns with them, I'm sure they would let you know, or at least show some proof that this is not AI. It can hurt artists' reputation to get falsely accused. I get your concerns about AI art, and yes, there is some AI artists out there in VGen, which I myself have seen, but they are not one of them. I highly suggest confronting the artist and asking for proof/works in progress before coming onto social media and falsely accusing them with no actual proof. This is both unnecessary drama and very disrespectful. To which Little Bear replies saying, that's the reason why I also felt obliged to describe my perception. Because of my age, I react emotionally. Children ruining social media, name a better combo. I tried to do the right thing and warn and protect others because I'm convinced that it's AI. I have warned another example of what I think looks like for me. Majora, Loot Dragon VTuber. By the way, Little Bear is doubling down in case you haven't realized. I have gotten art from Yuna before, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that no, she does not use AI for her artwork. I was very detailed with what I wanted for my design, and she showed every step of the process. A lot of these pictures that you've shown are from human error. Artists don't draw hands perfectly 100% of the time, and that's what seems to be the case here. I think you may have jumped the gun on this. Little Bear. Thank you for your comment. I'm glad you had a positive experience and I hope it stays that way. I realize people make mistakes, but for me personally, it was odd that the hands looked blurry and blended together, or only 4 fingers instead of 5. And finally, Nemori, the artist. This must be rage bait. Have you not contacted the artist first to clear things up? Do you know how inconsiderate it is to blast someone and accuse them of faking their work? In the current climate regarding AI, this could easily tarnish an artist's reputation forever. And then Little Bear says, I intended to warn and protect others because I have seen posts similar to this, and I'm sure it is AI. I'm aware of the consequences, and I wouldn't have posted it if I wasn't convinced. Why can't this guy just say sorry and call it a day? Presumably because that's not part of their vocabulary. However, one interesting thing I want to point out. You may notice all of these replies to Little Bear's tweet posted on the same day. However, in spite of that, when you actually look at the times where these when these tweets were posted, this tweet, the first tweet that was made by Yuna, the quote tweet where she defended herself, posted a time lapse, was posted on the same 25th of June, at 2:32 a.m. Australian time, which is when I was, because I'm pulling this up from Australia. However, when you look at all of these replies to Little Bear's tweet that are defending Yuna, they all happen after this tweet. 5:29 a.m., 7:28 a.m., 3:59 a.m., 7:27 a.m., 6:43 a.m. Now, this doesn't mean that they waited until Yuna's tweet to defend her, but at the same, because, this doesn't mean that they were necessarily waiting on it, waiting for her to say something. Maybe they only found out about the original tweet through Yuna's tweet, although that would be a little strange considering that the original tweet has more views than Yuna's quote tweet. But this is, well, part of a pattern where on social media, you're not going to get people speaking up to defend you unless you take the first step to doing that yourself. Yeah, Bunmin, shameless clout farmers partaking in a witch hunt? Yeah, that's exactly what this was. I saw you mentioning on one of your other streams about another person who did something very similar with a piece of crony fan art. If I remember correctly, the guy's name was like Kazanami01 or something. But yeah, nah, this happens a depressingly common amount of times. But in any case, yeah. So again, note how all of these responses, despite the fact that they are citing experiences that they've had with Yuna in the past, these responses, these defenses of Yuna were only posted after she made that initial pushback herself. This was a very clear example of, yet again, a folk devil expending whatever, or a prospective folk devil expending what social clout they have to make a response, and that response garnering enough support to essentially debunk the narrative that was being pushed. However, yet again, I want to emphasize, the crucial step in all of that was being the first to speak up, directly address, and directly contest what was being said, and only afterwards did she get the benefit of other people speaking up on her behalf. One of the replies to Little Bear that I wanted to highlight was the one by Madam Savvy, where we get a rather interesting glimpse into the pure, pardon my French, retardation that inhabited the mind of Little Bear while the narrative that this person had tried to build around Yuna came crashing down in real time. Sorry, give me a second, just hydrate before we get into this. If you have anything to drink, I recommend taking a sip as well. Savvy might be coming in with a steel chair. Amen. Goodness, okay. Sorry, let me take another sip. I can feel my throat beginning to kind of give a little. Apologies. Alright. Okay, so Savvy comes in with the dumbasses like you are what is wrong with the art world. She shared a time-lapse. These are very human done hands. The only people ever hurt by slinging AI claims around are real artists. 11 out of 10 times, you fuckers are wrong. I am so sick of you little clout-chasing, talentless virtue signalers trying to ruin people's lives. To which Little Bear responds by saying, "Please don't get personal and insulting. No one wants to be called stupid or worse." I wonder what's worse than being called stupid. Maybe having a claim leveled against you that could stand to fundamentally, irrevocably damage your brand and thus your ability to make a living. I don't know, maybe just me, but that definitely sounds like something worse than being called stupid. But to go on. You misunderstand. You are not worth respect. You are indeed low IQ and unintelligent. Only a piece of shit with zero love in your life does what you did. The artist showed a time-lapse and tweets are still up from you. You are filth. Virtue signaling deserve to be mocked off of here. And then Little Bear responds saying, "I understand she posted a speed paint, but for me it didn't fully explain the specific anatomical distortions I posted. That doesn't make me hateful. Disagreement is okay, but harassment and dehumanizing language are not. No one deserves to be bullied. It took many people's life." What the fuck is this person going on about? No one gives a fuck for you. She doesn't use AI. Delete the thread and delete your account. And then another user comes in by the name of NoKJ saying, "Aight bruh, calm down, people make mistakes. I get the frustration, but it's pointless to keep bashing them." Now, not everyone is going to agree with me. But people who are coming in and doing something like this, basically attempting to speak up on behalf of the person who is still not expressing any sort of remorse or etc., and essentially trying to get people to, turn down the heat a little bit, not really doing any favors. Because at the end of the day, this kind of attitude does not serve to stigmatize this kind of behavior. It does the opposite, actually. It gets in the way of others attempting to stigmatize the kind of behavior that is being exhibited by Little Bear. So you may think that this is helping, but really, not really. What about you, Bear? Didn't seem so decent when you started this? Yeah, exactly. And Savvy caps it off by saying, "I am calm, and no, this filth is doubling down. You understand if the wrong crowd had picked up on this, the artist's career would have been ruined. People levy death threats for no reason against those who are perceived to use AI. It could have even killed her passion. She used commissions to get by. This loser doesn't. People like this must be mocked off the internet. We've seen people continue to harass an artist long after disproving a claim, and had people say they will always harass an artist if they try to come back. Again, this is why there is a valid argument to be made of essentially running individuals like this off of the internet, or at least off of a platform. Now, again, to really hammer home just how hard Little Bear is doubling down, one of the other replies to that tweet was by a user called Revel saying, So you're going to tweet the artist's speed paint, and you have several people telling you it's not AI, maybe delete the post, rather than keeping it up and garnering attention from it while tarnishing the artist's reputation. And then Little Bear says, I reposted this because I have no personal problem with her and want to share her work, which was obviously done honestly. I have the opinion that she used AI on the examples I showed for that reason. I also hold that opinion. Low IQ is putting it mildly. A spite-filled Savvy is a fun Savvy to watch. I'd love to watch you two yap a lol. One can dream, one can dream. But yeah, no, Savvy's clapbacks have indeed been a joy to watch, whether it's via Twitter or on stream. But in any case, sorry, give me a second. All right. Oh, but they're keeping the post up? Oh, yeah, no. The post is still up. It was still up as of yesterday. So it still has that community note, thankfully. But yeah, the post is still up. This thread still exists. So, yeah. Not great. Savvy's referencing another incident last week when another Clout farmer accused a crony art of being AI generated. Oh, yeah, no, I mentioned that as well. I'm chill. I'll bring her to you. Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks, Louie. Thanks. I have an awkward time reaching out sometimes. Artist was temporarily chased off internet, but fortunately came back, still pinned. Yeah, it's still up and still pinned. Yeah. So, not an ounce of remorse, nothing whatsoever. However, interesting thing, yet again, we had another evolution as the moral panic evolved. Specifically, the moment that the artists themselves clapped back and offered additional context that blew the claim out of the water, what essentially happened was they went from being, according to the risk-reward assessment that Little Bear had previously conducted, they went from being a low-risk, high-reward target to being a low-reward, massive risk target, because, well, I mean, Little Bear, that account is kind of done for. Let's be honest here. So again, when it comes to clapbacks, this is a fascinating example of just how effective and how singularly devastating that initial response by the artist was, and how effective a clapback like this can be at utterly derailing to the point of completely annihilating an attempt at trying to construct a moral panic around you and trying to demonize you or turn you into some sort of folk devil. But then we get to the third topic. What happens when it's not so easy to clap back? What happens when you are being attacked from multiple sides by multiple actors? What happens when you're dealing with a particularly persistent actor that is not a lone idiot mouthing off on their personal social media account, but someone who has been, for some inconceivable reason, given a platform offered to them by another? Well, that's when we get to our beloved white-haired foxwoman, the saga of Kirsha and the defamatory, now deleted articles posted by Vice Media. Now, for those who want a deep dive into the topic, because I am going to be using highlights of it to essentially outline the points that I want to make. If you want a deep dive on it and a fairly concise, fairly, everything place where you have all of the information, all the sources compiled in an easy to read, chronologically arranged manner, I highly recommend going onto the forums, actually, onto this specific thread that was made by Rainigan, on May 15th, so about a month ago, month and a bit ago from today, where made 2 long posts detailing basically giving a timeline of how this entire situation evolved. So if you want to have a look for yourself, all in one place, I highly recommend going over there. However, for the purposes of this stream, we're going to be going with the highlight reel of some of the major events that happened, according to how this can be understood and therefore parsed as a moral panic. A moral panic that was indeed thoroughly derailed, though through quite a bit of effort. It all begins, as per usual, as the story always does, with a shitty news article. April 1st, 2025, when Anna Valens, our beloved Vice VTuber journalist, VTweeter journalist at this point, published a hit piece on VLure saying, "These VTubers want you in their lewd game. You might want to pass. LewDtuber agency VLure is set to bring on its Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join." And this was the first hint that Anna was aiming for some kind of big moral outcry in VTubing about something or other. The angle that she was aiming for with VLure was transphobia. VLure had specified that if you were to join their roster, you needed to be a woman, live life as a woman, etc., etc. A point that Anna took to be a personal slight. And it very much reads that way in the article itself, because of how much of it is tantamount to, essentially petty belly aching. However, VLure fans were not the only ones to take issue with this article. They were also not the only ones to notice its shoddy quality. As we've discussed in the previous instances where we have outlined this entire saga, Rima was one of the most outspoken people to essentially deep dive into the article and rip it apart. Because on April 3rd, she would make the following Twitter post saying, "The VLure hit piece made by Vice is utterly ridiculous." Over the course of the rest of the Twitter post, she would basically outline exactly how malicious it seems, doesn't seem to have an intended audience, doesn't seem to be made for VTuber fans, certainly not VLure fans, and how the article seems to purposefully go out of its way in order to misrepresent VLure as some sort of discriminatory monster. And she would then go on to do an entire stream where she split her time between talking about the hit piece and then talking about some other unrelated news to do with Niji Sanji. So, over the course of this stream, right when she was transitioning from one topic to another, no pun intended, she ended up being visited by Ms. Valens herself. The journalist in question stopped by my stream. Of course, I like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, so I was willing to listen. However, she didn't clarify anything besides asking me to look at her Twitter as proof that she's a fan of Shibi before plugging her own stream in my chat. That's exactly what AC Valens did. Rima briefly entertained trying to start a conversation with her, realized that Valens wasn't really looking to have a good faith conversation, and then proceeded to ignore her for the rest of the stream. However, evidently, Valens, this was too much of a blow to the ego of Anna Valens, because the next day when Ilara would end up talking about it, Valens would show up again, and now she changed her tune. Now there was no, "Oh, I'm going to explain myself, please hear me out." Now it was, "Rima carries water for dirty right-wing streamers, and she harbors transphobes among her audience," as you can see in this tweet by Ilara, which stated, quote, "I am a little late to this, but today, as I was talking about the Vice article written on VLure, the writer of the piece came into my chat. The second I disagreed with how they went about writing the article, things took a turn. They went on to criticize Rima and try to draw a correlation between her community, and some comments they received. I, for one, know that Rima doesn't stand for any type of behavior like that in her community, and has been outspoken before. On top of that, quote, I don't believe right-wing drama tubers belong in VTubing, end quote, is a wild statement. We may not all agree with each other's ideals, but a generalization like this is unfair. The whole point of conversation is to invite diverse ways of thinking into discussion. And as you can see, AC Valence in Alara's Twitch chat basically saying, you know, Rima often carries water for right-wing streamers in a way you don't. Why would I treat her with any respect? Did you see the people in her replies being transphobic to me? See, that transphobia only started after Rima began discussing this, because she has people in her audience that are transphobic. This has been the case since Hogwarts Legacy, etc., etc., etc. It's her community. Then why did the transphobic harassment start after she started streaming? You can see for yourself. I don't know is not a good answer. Bad people are bad people. We're talking bigotry. Well, if people in your community start dead naming me and saying, ew, gross trans girl, yes, the correlation is there. I might have bad people. Then moderate them. Transphobia is unacceptable, etc., etc. Right? Again, trying really, really hard to tie the transphobic comments that, sure, she probably received with Rima and her community. Playbook that we've seen before, as recently as the last stream that I did, in fact. It's not a new trick by any means. However, interesting thing is, if you go on to Anna Valen's Blue Sky on the same day that she popped up in Alara's stream and started ranting and raving about how transphobic Rima's community was, and how Rima carries water for right-wing VTubers, you might start to notice that a few of her posts seem to be building up to something. It's going to look really bad for Rima and Alara if they keep this going. I may be a small streamer, but I'm not a small online presence. Another thing you can do, which Alara, Rima, etc. never ever do, is explicitly state, the person we are discussing is from a background that is likely to cause them harassment. Keep conversation civil. Do not contact them. Do not bother them. We will kick you out of here if you do. Something that never ceases to bemuse me about people like Anna is that they never seem to understand that the reason why people don't like them, regardless of how they express that dislike, is not because of what's between their legs, but because of what's missing between their ears. But in any case, and then the final tweet, average Alara and Rima replies be like, and then including a meme where it's a photo of a gun that says he, him, with a silencer that says they, them. Basically implying that they, them is supposed to be some sort of slight against Anna Valens. But in any case, you can probably surmise from these tweets that it seems like she is building up to writing the next hit piece on Rima and Alara, and very well that could have potentially been the case, because there was very much a degree of threat assessment going on here. Now, when you look at Rima and Alara through the lens of a threat assessment, evaluating how easy it would be to try and create a moral panic around them, try to turn them into some sort of folk devil to be maligned by people, you can generally come to the conclusion that they occupy this quadrant of the sphere. They are very difficult, relatively speaking, to paint as malicious, not just because of the fact that they are generally positive influences on VTubing as a whole. A lot of people like them. They are generally inoffensive in the way that they make their content. They go out of their way to be inoffensive sometimes when they make their content. But also the fact that even according to the sins committed against Anna Valens in her own words, the worst thing that she can accuse Rima and Alara of is associating with people that are transphobic in some way. And if that is all you have, then you have a very low threat target. A target who you're going to have to work to make out to be a threat to society or to the community. And as a result, the default approach likely would have been some kind of mystification. However, on top of that, when you look at it through the lens of a risk-reward assessment, it starts to become quite obvious that this is going to be even more of a, difficult undertaking. because the fact that they are low threat means that they are also low reward. If you try to take them down, well, the chances of you getting it right are probably not, the chances of you being able to, even if you are able to stick it to them and make it out as if they are these horrid influences on VTubing, you can't really make the argument that they are, that severe in terms of their effect. So already not a lot of incentive to go for it. On top of that, though, they have big audiences. They are established content creators, especially on respective platforms. Rima on YouTube and Ilara on Twitch. If you are to go after them, both of them especially, you are going to piss off a whole bunch of people across both platforms, which is, generally speaking, probably not exactly a great idea and probably best not done unless you have very much weighed up your options carefully. Yeah, guilt by association is cringe gay used by many. Yeah, I agree. And so, when it comes to assessing these two as targets, I can very much see that this is what Anna Valenz was building up to at this point in time. But it probably would have been the case that she wouldn't want to go for these. These are not her ideal targets. She did still, at this point in time, seem like she was going to go for them, but they were going to be a hard mouthful to chew and swallow. However, perhaps through some form of divine providence, another target would end up presenting herself to Anna Valenz, independently of Rima and Ilara, around the same time as Anna Valenz was ramping up her rhetoric, in the form of none other than Kirsha Verstal, who, on April 5th, would do a stream titled What the Fox Doin', a segment of which was dedicated specifically to shitting on the Velour hit piece. And on top of that, the next day, Kirsha would end up cutting out a section of that stream, editing it into a video, and then posting that onto her channel as well, to give viewers a more concise manner of, looking at, enjoying her commentary on that article in quotation marks. And this caught Ms. Valen's attention. Quote, "Why did Kirsha include my dead name in her video and run through my Kiwi Farms thread? What's the point of this?" Oh, so I should probably mention, a good deal of Kirsha's commentary on Anna Valenz was not just dedicated to outlining how shit the article itself was, but also going through Anna Valenz's rather extensive history of garbage journalism and slander via article, because this is not a new playbook. This is something, a pattern of behavior even, that Anna has that Anna has sustained throughout multiple years. More than half a decade, if I'm remembering correctly. But in any case, one of the sources that Kirsha consulted was Anna's, admittedly quite extensive, Kiwi Farms thread. And one thing I will say, personal opinion, it is quite fascinating how the question is, why did Kirsha go through my Kiwi Farms thread, and not, why do I have an entire Kiwi Farms thread dedicated to an entire 5 years plus of, as I put it before, using journalistic platforms to propagate fetishistic cognito hazards. But in any case, this is what I'm talking about. Ilara and Rima start, and then transphobic VTubers connected to them start carrying water for this nonsense. VTubing has a serious problem with trans misogyny. Oh, since 2024? Okay, so over a decade then. And so this ties into one of the things that I pointed out right at the beginning of the stream. How one of the criterion when it comes to identifying ideal targets for folk devilry, for moral panic creation, are those who are already regarded as outcasts even before they are your target. And Kirsha is something of an outcast in VTubing. Not least because of the fact that prior to this, well, she hadn't hit that major milestone of 100k subs yet. She hit that soon after, for reasons we'll get into in a second. But also on top of that, Kirsha is very unconventional when it comes to VTuber norms. Not only is she willing to outright dive headfirst into politics, actually deep dive into politics beyond just making a tweet bemoaning that a presidential assassination didn't go through, but she has political views that are right of center, which, considering the state of modern politics, is far right or alt-right according to internet politics, which makes her quite the oddity in this industry, where the overwhelming majority of people are either those who attempt to be apolitical, those who identify as centrist, or those who are quite proudly openly progressive, sometimes to a rather extreme degree. Kirsha is in many ways an aberration in this industry, and as a result, it is depressingly, or at this stage it was depressingly easy to view her as an easy target, because of how, relatively isolated she was in the context of the broader sphere and the norms of this industry. So, what had essentially happened was Kirsha had successfully drawn aggro from the lens, where if you're looking at Kirsha in terms of threat assessment, she is, compared to someone like Rima or Lara, a lot easier of a target, partially because you can make the argument that she presents a high threat, because at this stage, Anna Valens was already, a lot of her takes are very easily misconstrued by some people as, outright discriminatory or hateful or bigoted or whatever. While at the same time, not least because she talks about difficult topics in a manner that is, again, easily taken out of context, pressingly so. But also because of the fact that she is, well, not as, shall we say, accepted or acknowledged in mainstream VTubing circles, which means that relatively speaking, compared to these two at least, she has a lower amount of social clout insofar as the VTubing industry is concerned. So when you're looking at it from the perspective of someone wanting to publish a hit piece that deals with a VTubing related subject, Kirsha is a lot more appealing a target than Rima or Ilara. She presents a more direct threat because of the subject she's willing to tackle head on, her bluntness when it comes to expressing her viewpoints, and also when it comes to the amount of clout that she seems to have access to within the VTubing space. On top of that, if you're looking at it through the lenses of risk and reward, it's much the same. A very high reward, you can very much demonize her with depressing ease, and also relatively low risk, because if Kirsha says something, or if Kirsha tries to defend herself, there is a decent chance, depending on how hard you demonize her, that there may not be a lot of other people within the VTubing industry coming to her defense. So, makes her a pretty easy target to isolate, at least in theory, and then try to dismantle. And the dismantling, or the attempt at dismantling, would start on April 20th, when Kirsha would have a final stream titled The Kirsch in the Coal Mine. I'm falling into the habit of pronouncing it the same way that Asmongold does. The Kirsha in the Coal Mine, uwu face, where she would have her final stream before going off on about a week-long break, right? First in a while. And so, coincidentally, on the first day of her break, Anna would end up publishing another hit piece on April 21st, titled, "Why is this gamer subs VTuber pushing the Great Replacement Theory? Meet Kirsha Verstal. One of her fans is a bona fide Nazi." And this was where I have another stream on my channel basically going through this article line by line. If you'd like to check it out, it's further up in my catalog. Feel free to do so sometime after the stream is ended. But as a brief summary, the entirety of this article was basically dedicated to taking out of context clips and essentially defamatory mischaracterizations of various subjects that Kirsha has talked about by a bunch of random VTweeters and random Redditors, some of which outright state in the very quote that Anna is drawing from that they don't actually watch her. And at the same time as all this is going on, basically trying to make the argument that Kirsha is advancing white supremacist talking points, right? Peddling conspiracy theories, fraternizing with Nazis, etc., etc., etc. And when you're looking at the article, the premise of the article, you may be forgiven upon first glance at thinking that maybe the approach that Anna is going for is mystification, right? Because when you look at the title, the tagline of the article, Meet Kirsha Verstaal, one of her fans is a bona fide Nazi. The main linchpin of that claim is this tweet, this retweet actually, by Kirsha, where she asked her fans to pose in photos with her plush that came out at some point early this year. Was it? Hold on, sorry. Could I get a reminder, when did Kirsha's plush come out? Her You Choose, sorry? Was it last year or this year? I fail to remember. Was this picture? Yeah. It's clearly yeah, no, this is yeah. It was commissioned by Kyle. Hold on, give me a second. This year? All right. The pre-orders were last year, they were received this year. Okay, thanks. All right, so, yeah. So, she asked her fans to post pictures of them posing with the plush, and one of the fans, by the name of Sencho Mimikyu, posted the pictures of the plush arranged like this, 3 different photos. Now, in the third photo, Kirsha's plush was positioned on the top of a bookshelf that contained essentially Nazi literature, right? Something that is probably not very easily observed if you just looked at the tweet for a cursory moment, which you could very easily see that Kirsha did, and which she explained was the case. She didn't look too closely at the photo and simply replied saying, "I like your sleeves, gloves, and boots." Not acknowledging the bookshelf at all or its contents. And so, while you can make the argument that this person was a neo-Nazi, initially when I was reading through this article, I wasn't too convinced, because I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, you can read books that, it is possible to, read Nazi literature without being a Nazi. But I think that if you're going to arrange it that way, go out of your way to display it like that, yeah, okay, I can see the argument being made that this guy might genuinely be a neo-Nazi of some sort, right? However, again, all the premise is based off of is guilt by association. And the idea that this was some sort of dog whistle is rather tenuous at best. So, at this particular point in time, if that was all the article is going off of, the tagline of, meet Kirsha Verstaal, one of her fans is a bona fide Nazi, all you have going for you is guilt by association, in which case that would suggest mystification. However, the rest of the article, the actual framing of it, which is, why is this VTuber pushing great replacement theory, exposes the fact that it's not really mystification being adopted as the default strategy. It's an attempt to pathologize Kirsha by painting her as a conspiracy theorist, someone who peddles, who indulges in racist dog whistles, who believes in white supremacy, etc., etc., etc. And as a result, she is presented as this very high, very pertinent, very dangerous threat in terms of the ideas, the views, the perspectives that she platforms and advocates for. Or at least that's the impression that the article builds up. On April 30th, so a few days later, Kirsha would end up making a comeback to streaming with a stream titled "I'm Glad Nothing Ever Happens." And so, when Kirsha would end up going through, one of the things that she did upon returning is immediately go through the hit piece that had been written on her, go through it line by line, debunking each of the claims, explaining how each claim was drawn from a clip or an excerpt or a random post that had either taken her out of context or just blatantly made shit up. The second thing she did on return to address the article was posting this notice onto her personal Twitter. Quote, "Black text on white background jump scare. Now that I am back from vacation, I wanted to take a moment to talk about some of the conversations happening around the recent Vice article." Sorry, give me a second. All right. The article and the coordinated attack on me misconstrued my beliefs to paint me as something I am not, took screenshots of edgy jokes to purposefully cause harm to me, my community, and my sponsors. The previous article was very much angled at trying to get gamer subs to drop Kirsha by ramping up the degree of association, not just between Kirsha and that one fan, but between Kirsha and gamer subs coincidentally as well. 1. This article is written by an author who also tried to denigrate other VTubers in the industry and failed to do so. When I criticized the awful author's biased views, it led to them creating an entire hate mob intending to deplatform and defame me and my community. 2. Last week on stream, I asked my fans to tweet out photos of our recent plush drop, and I would retweet them. I retweeted a lot of fans showing off their plushes, and in one of the collages of photos, the fan had anti-Semitic books in the background of the plushie photo. I did not know these books were in the photo or even existed in the first place. The mob then painted this incorrect narrative that I am a Nazi, which is absolutely wrong, as I do not share any of those beliefs or associations. Again, none of the people who were trying to claim that Kirsha is a Nazi of some sort have ever watched her content. If they did, go to point, something that's been raised innumerable times by people who actually do watch her since this debacle first started rolling, was that she has, on several occasions, brought up the fact that she has a strained relationship with a mother that dated a Nazi for quite some time, that she finds the beliefs ridiculous, and that she finds her mother's taste in men to be more than subpar, shall we say. The tone that she adopts when she's talking about these stories from her childhood range from ridicule and, mockery of that ideology to even at times when the tone is more somber, being more melancholic that this was a part of her childhood growing up. And so anyone who has ever watched Kirsha would instantly understand just how idiotic that accusation is. However, it is an unfortunate case that when it comes to debunking these claims, that is something that she is going to have to, debunking, she's going to have to indulge the claims insofar as it takes to refute them. To go on, this was a coordinated attack on me and my character that I am defending. and I initially did not want to unretweet the photos because I was immediately attacked for having retweeted it in the first place. These people jumped to hate and bludgeoning my sponsors instead of assuming I didn't see it. They will not believe that I didn't see it now, but I am hoping normal, rational people will understand. The hateful author also took edgy jokes of mine in a vacuum and leaving out the tweets above and below that provided context of the joke in an attempt to make me seem racially charged. I do not condone or promote racism, and this was again a poor attempt to hurt my character by misconstruing an edgy joke. The article goes on to cite my stream in which I quote the Prime Minister of the UK in a press conference, try and say I am pushing a racial quote-unquote great replacement theory. This too is not true, misconstrued in an attempt to cause public backlash toward me and my sponsors. Because of this, I feel I need to clarify my stance on these things. I am not a racist, I am not a Nazi, and I am thankful that the people who actually watch my content know this. I've told explicit stories about growing up with my mother, whom I always condemn as not just a terrible parent, but a terrible person in general, and the people she associated with. The stories have become well known enough that my audience will super chat during collabs so that my partners are stun-locked with what I had to deal with as a child. The intended goal was to cause me unnecessary harm and get my sponsors to drop me. Never apologize to cancel mobs who will never be satisfied with anything you say and will continue to try and collect scalps in their crusade. However, I'm sorry that GamerSupps had to deal with a lot of people believing lies about me and even being used as a centerpiece in a slanderous article in an attempt to sway them to dropping me. To help prevent harm to them, I've asked them to remove my Twitter badge and thank all my fans who stand by my side. So, this was the first salvo, the first salvo that was fired at Kirsha and her first salvo back. At this point in time, both parties attempted to be testing the waters, attempting to see what they could get away with and what the weaknesses in the other side were, or at least that seems to be what Anna Valenz was doing. Kirsha's response doesn't seem to be doing nearly the same amount of probing, but that's going to change going forward. About a week later, on May 8th, Anna would then publish a second article in Vice titled VTubing has an elephant in the room. Bigotry. VTubing has a problem with right-wing harassment. Anna Valenz shares her experience. And while I didn't do a stream on this article, I did make a tweet about it, basically pointing out how this was 4chan and Reddit, the article, where the journalist has gone from, oh, this thing has happened to me because I'm receiving backlash for my shoddy article, to, oh, woe is me, here is my experience being put upon as a poor little journalist having received all this backlash without saying that it was because she wrote a shitty article. However, by far one of the two most bizarre things to happen in this article was, first, the fact that it was predominantly constructed of, the sources were predominantly people, randos, who were cited from 4chan, unironically using anonymous channers as sources, and also random Redditors, again, to try and guilt by association, or to try and launch a jab via guilt by association at Vialur and Kirsha once again. However, on top of that, the second bizarre thing that the article does is it attempts a retroactive defense of one of the more infamous pieces of Valenz, shall we say, illiterature that has plagued the internet since 2020. An article that she wrote about her experience connecting a butt plug to Fall Guys and then playing the game while setting it to vibrate against her chest. At no point during this experiment did she ever seek consent from any of the other players involved in the game. She acknowledges this in the article, but didn't stop to consider maybe the article shouldn't be written if it was based on such a heinous premise. But in any case, so that was this article. However, yet again, the next day, May 9th, Kirsha would end up formally throwing down the gloves and directly begin challenging not just the information presented in Valen's recent articles, but going to town on the explicit, shall we say, the explicit intent behind the creation of the article, the explicit attempt at life ruination. And so she spent a lot of this stream basically going over the various sources that Valens had cited yet again, how they had been involved themselves in a prolonged, month-long malicious campaign to smear her, to defame her, to deplatform her, and essentially calling Valen's article what it was, an attempt to defame, while again doubling down on saying that the article was made purely in retaliation to Kirsha's initial criticism of Valen's article. Article on VAllure, I should say. Sorry, give me a second. Alright. So, now that Kirsha had thrown down the glove, now that she was no longer pussyfooting around the issue, not really bothering to go half and half in terms of whether she wanted to clap back or not, now that she was going in guns blazing, interesting thing ended up happening. The next day, Asmongold and Leaflet ended up uploading videos to YouTube, also going over the entire situation, basically going through the cancel campaign against Kirsha, as well as the rather dubious history of Anna Valenz's quote-unquote journalism. Now, this again ties into what seems to be a trend, at least in VTubing and especially on the internet, where the moment you end up displaying strength, a strong position, a conviction in what you are saying and what you stand for, other people are going to be more likely to go ahead and back you up as well. Now, it is entirely possible that these were simply videos that were scheduled to go up independently of anything that was happening, but I would make the argument that the videos, or at least Asmongold's video, would probably not be made were it not for Kirsha's ability to stand up for herself and outright say that she is being targeted with retaliatory slander as a result of her criticizing the shoddy work of a shoddy journalist. Hyper Epsilon? Hold on. Valen's a terrible writer, shouldn't have written that one hit piece on VAllure, probably not the one on Kirsha. I can say that without bringing bigotry into the picture. So, when you actually look at... By the way, Hyper Epsilon, maybe calm it down a little bit in chat. Fighting with other people is not a very... not really going to make much headway there. But in any case... when you actually look at what's happening here, essentially, through that single show of strength and that continued show of strength thereafter, we were beginning to see a rather horrifying revelation from the perspective of Anna and I would assume Vice beginning to emerge. Specifically, oh shit, oh fuck, it's not dying. Because instead of simply curling up into a ball and, rolling over, what Kirsha had essentially done is utilized her platform to launch a counterclaim that not only was this article written with malicious intent, but the article wasn't even sound when it comes to its ability to relay information in an objective or even semi-objective manner. And in lieu of that, when that was exposed, other creators started picking up on this being a thing and started making content out of it as well, which signal boosted her situation to an even wider audience. Instead of being a high reward, low risk target, Kirsha had rapidly gone from this part of the folk devil matrix quadrant, this quadrant in the folk devil matrix, to being a high risk, high reward target instead. Because this was somebody who had teeth and who was going to be willing to bite back if provoked further. And it turns out that there would be quite a lot of reason for Kirsha to bite back, because I don't mean to portray this as if it was just some sort of cakewalk victory for Kirsha. There were certainly some blows that were inflicted, one of which, granted, not really a major blow in terms of her actual financial state, nor in terms of her audience, but rather because of, let's just say, her sentimental attachments to certain things. Apparently, in spite of the article attracting nothing but ridicule from everyone who bothered to read it and commentate on it, it actually did manage to get one of the people who were affiliated with Kirsha. What was the name of the game studio again? The people in charge of crime boss Roque City, to drop her from their affiliate program, which is, in my opinion, an insane PR blunder. It boggles the mind for me personally how idiotic you'd have to be a PR person at Crime Boss Roque City in-game studios. Thank you, Speedon. Yeah, in-game studios. It boggles the mind how you can be a PR person at in-game studios. Look at what is undeniably, numbers-wise, your biggest affiliate content creator. Read these articles. Hold off for even a single day. And even if you weren't bothered to analyze them yourself, or if you lacked the equipment to analyze them yourself, in terms of, conceptual frameworks or theoretical frameworks, if you just waited a single day, you'd have a whole range of different content creators, big or small, both people who are direct friends of Kirsha, varying from people who are merely, associated with her in the sense that either she has watched them or they have watched her at some point in the past, right? You have a whole arrangement of people all saying in different ways how the article was a shitty hit job, and yet they didn't bother doing any of that kind of research and just decided to drop her. I have no idea as to how they conducted that risk-reward assessment there, because now Crime Boss Roque City's brand is just completely in the toilet. Because what they managed... Okay, I have talked about this innumerable times on previous streams, but one of the most basic functions of PR that isn't even a function of, how do I say this? A function of PR that is so basic to the trade that it is rarely even perceived as being a component of public relations as a practice is understanding who your audience is. Doing any sort of demographic analysis, picking out a group of people to aim your communications at before pulling the trigger. And if Crime Boss Roque City, if in-game studios did that, I'm frankly baffled that whatever they ended up doing didn't reveal to them, either whatever consumer research they were doing didn't reveal to them that the majority of their audience was directly tied to Kirsha or attached to Kirsha, whether it be through sentimentality or anything along those lines, or they knew that and they forged ahead with this anyways in the hope of getting a new audience, which is just, in terms of business decisions, absolutely retarded. Because why would you nuke your entire player base if you're not guaranteed a new one? Because make no mistake, they were far from guaranteed a new one. Yes, they did have the occasional Twitter user going, oh, I'm so grateful that Rocky City got rid of this bigoted content creator in their affiliate program. I can't wait to play the game. And then lo and behold, within the span of less than 48 hours, you had the same people going onto Twitter and complaining about how the game featured Chuck Norris, who is someone who has used the term candy ass, which is a slur for homosexuals, and complaining about how the game was bigoted, etc., etc., etc. That is assuming that they actually bought the game. Which is when I talk about brands, companies that detonated detonated is not the right word. It was nothing really, it was not really that grandiose. That pissed away their brands pretty much overnight. This is like an archetypical example of that. Were it not for the fact that Crime Boss Rocky City was such an obscure game, it was pretty much kept on life support by Kirsha's community and her own obsession. Were it not for the fact that it was such an obscure game, it would be a perfect case study of what not to do when it comes to consumer research and outreach as part of, a game, marketing a game, or even just broadly just overseeing a corporation of some sort. But in any case, so you had that. Again, there were losses that were being inflicted, and this was the first major hit that Kirsha had taken. An affiliate that she was rather, an affiliation, I suppose, that she was rather attached to, that had decided to drop her directly in response to this attempt at defaming her, slandering her, quote-unquote canceling her, and also, well, creating a moral panic around her, demonizing her. And yet, despite the fact that we were seeing this happening in front of our eyes, that there was, this was, I suppose, in the long term, in hindsight, this was probably something that added more rhetorical weight to Kirsha's defense of herself, because this was objective, undeniable proof that what was happening against her was a cancel campaign, right? An attempt at trying to deplatform her and isolate her from her supporters, whether those supporters be her fan base, potential future viewers, or the various affiliations, corporate affiliations that she held during her time as a content creator. And yet, in spite of that, there were still people who were either intentionally or unintentionally, doesn't much matter which, denying what was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. For example, this tweet by Kanisu, where he quoted one of Rocky City's in-game studios tweets, talking about Rocky City, in the replies and quote tweets of which they were getting shit on by Kirsha's fan base for being a bunch of limp-wristed rats. But he would end up quote tweeting that post by in-game studios, and he would say, quote, "Cancel culture has eroded in meaning. Instead of being the attempt to deplatform a creator or significantly harm their public image, often unjustly, it now somehow means a single company choosing not to associate their brand with you after hearing your insane beliefs." There are a lot of things wrong with this tweet. First, hearing your insane beliefs. The whole point is that the beliefs in question are fabrications based off of misrepresentations conducted maliciously by Ms. Valens. Sorry, give me a second. Second thing, it somehow means a single company. The whole point of cancel culture, the definition of cancel culture, was an attempt to deplatform someone and isolate them from support. The support includes sponsors. The support includes companies that are affiliated with you. Just because it's one company removing itself from you because of false claims and smear campaigns does not mean that that somehow disqualifies it from being cancel culture. And saying that it's, instead of being an attempt to deplatform someone, as if that's not what's currently happening with Kirsha as well. Again, I say this because whether it is intentional or whether it is not, what this tweet essentially serves to do is mystify, or at least seem to attempt to mystify, what is happening to Kirsha. At the same time as she is being pathologized by Vice, you have people like Kenny basically mystifying what is happening to her, and thus painting her reactions as being disproportionate, when in reality, they are probably the bare minimum requirement of fighting against what people are attempting to do to her, which is to demonize her in a way that would, if allowed to continue without pushback, serve to isolate her from both her supporters and those who would seek to affiliate themselves with her in future as well. So, when you're faced with something like this, some people may disagree with me on this, but my advice to any content creators who are ever in a situation like this where you are fighting against a malicious attempt to demonize you, strip you of your support, or attack your brand. If you are ever faced with someone who seems to be trying to obscure what is happening to you, the correct response is to detonate. Because whether it was intended to have this purpose or not, whether it was intended to have this function or not, it doesn't actually matter, because the intention doesn't change the function. It doesn't matter whether Kenny meant this as a tweet to deny what was happening to Kirsha or not, because the end effect is that it denies, it ends up creating this impression that what she is going through is not some sort of deplatforming campaign, when in reality it very obviously is. Just because it's not working that effectively does not mean that that is not what is being attempted. And so when I say the correct response is to detonate, what I mean is you can't let that go unchallenged. It doesn't matter if you're bigger than the person doing this. I've said this before. Actually, the first time I believe I said this was last year when, funnily enough, when Sylvie, if I remember correctly, the Fox VTuber, was having a go at False about a segment in one of his videos where he covered her concert, or a concert that she was hosting. But one thing that always perplexes me is the stigma against clapping back that seems to be a thing in this industry. And especially when big creators clap back against smaller creators for saying stupid shit. Because, in my humble opinion, you have the right to respond to whoever and whatever you like. If they say something first and you merely respond in kind. Oh no, Lumi, I was talking about Sylvie with an I at the end, not Sylvie with a Y. And you respond in kind, you have no obligation to hold back just because your audience is bigger. Sick babies should not cough on hydrogen bombs, and if you're not ready to handle the heat, best be careful what you say before it blows up in your face. And Kirsha didn't hold back on blasting either, because not only would she end up quote tweeting Kenisu to heavily reprimand him for essentially dismissing what was going on there, stating, quote, "A month into a life ruination campaign started by people who hate me, and during a pre-planned vacation where communication and access to my home and resources were minimal, in-game studios, devs of Crime Boss Rocket City, a game I loved and heavily promoted since its release in 2023, dropped their relationship with me. They were swayed by anonymous posts, Reddit users who admit to not watching me, people who lie by omission, and people who strawman all of my stances. And to cap it off, a muckraker from a dying news outlet with an axe to grind decided to compile it all into an article with no more integrity than the Tumblr blog they no doubt had. This company is not experiencing cancel culture. My audience were paying customers who are voting with their voice and their wallet after a company makes an astronomically poor decision they disagree with. These are not review bombs. These are not people who don't own the game brigading. In-game are experiencing what happens when you capitulate to cancel culture. These two things are not the same. It's incredibly obvious, and everyone knows it. You people held this power to ruin others reputationally and financially for years, and we are now standing up for ourselves. Fuck you, fuck cancel culture, and fuck the Darvo that happens when anyone decides to defend themselves. You reap what you sow. And she'd also end up talking about this on stream as well, reiterating how disgusted she was at the fact that somebody was so blatantly trying to deny what was going on around her. And again, like I said before, if you are met with somebody either facilitating an attempt at deplatforming you, attacking your brand, misrepresenting you, demonizing you, it doesn't matter if there is a size disparity. All that matters is that they fired first, and thus you are perfectly entitled to fire back. If it happens to be more heat than they can take, too bad, skill issue. Try again next time, and maybe learn to pick better targets, or word things more carefully, if that was not your intention. But, frankly, I think that we have been given multiple examples, especially in recent memory, of instances where content creators have been maligned, have had their brand attacked, and therefore have quite rightfully made use of their ability to respond to their detractors in whatever way they deem fit in order to retake control of how they are perceived. If you say she was... So you say she was put into a self-defense situation? Yes. Okay, so one thing that annoys me... Actually, hold on. Give me a second. One thing that annoys me about much of the discourse, especially the discourse that happens on Twitter, around appropriate conduct between creators having a disagreement when there is a very large disparity in audience size between them, is that it always tends to run only in one direction. It always tends to go, the discourse always tends to go something along the lines of the bigger content creator is bigger, so they're capable of doing more things, so they have more responsibility. They need to be more careful about how they act or what they say in response to somebody who is, who's having a go at them. Because what if they accidentally crush the smaller creator? They have so many tools at their disposal that everyone else doesn't have access to, that a smaller creator doesn't have access to. It's not fair. But there is never a consideration of how there are other factors on the flip side as well. Being a bigger content creator in terms of sheer audience size, yes, it does mean that you have more support. Yes, it does mean that you have more tools at your disposal. But it also means that there are certain things that are more damaging to you than they are to smaller creators. For example, attacks on your brand. Because if you are a bigger content creator with a bigger audience, there is more to hit and more to lose. So a bigger content creator, by definition, can ill afford to allow an attack on their character, and by proxy their brand, to slide. It becomes exponentially more important for a content creator as they grow larger to pay close attention to what people are saying about them. Or I suppose to pay close attention to how they are being represented to people. Because the bigger your brand, the more damaging attacks on it tend to be or can become. And so when it comes to this kind of the thing that annoys me about much of Twitter discourse surrounding, content creator feuds where one is significantly bigger than the other, is there is never an acknowledgement of how if you are shit-stirring, and if you do end up, and again, I'm not going to 100% say that's what Kenny was doing here, even though it very much reads like that's what was going on. If you are going to jab at a bigger content creator, understand that they are going to be more obligated to respond in kind. But in any case, with all of that aside, again, the thing that defines the way that Kirsha is responding to these accusations, these attempts at demonization, the way that she is responding to these attempts to pathologize her, to misrepresent her, is by directly challenging those who are either facilitating it or carrying it out directly. And so, we enter the final saga, or the final phase of this entire saga, where 2 days later, Vice would end up publishing a third article that ends up pertaining to Kirsha. This time not written by Anna, but written by her editor. Quote, "Waypoint stands with Anna Valens. It's time to definitively stand on business and say what's happening to Waypoint's own Anna Valens is utterly unacceptable." And this was basically the article when the editor basically goes on a long spiel about how awful the attention Anna Valens has received online has been, how unwarranted it has been, how this all emerged out of nowhere, and how readers should absolutely keel over and cry at witnessing the horrid things that are being sent to Anna. And funnily enough, one of the horrid things happened to be a screenshot of a Reddit message sent by a user through r/vor to Anna, which stated, quote, "You will never be a real woman." Which, sure, that's pretty rude. But that wasn't the most interesting part of the message, because that was also the same screenshot that showed that the message that had been sent on r/vor had been sent 1 second before it was screenshotted. Funnily enough, that was also a screenshot that was almost immediately removed from the article itself after it went live. I wonder why. And given the state of Vice journalism, given the practices exhibited by Anna throughout her time as a journalist, it is not too much of a stretch for people to believe that perhaps not all of the hate that was shown in the article was entirely organic, and perhaps not all of the work that had been done by Anna Valens in these articles was completely sound. And both of these points would be capitalized on by Kirsha herself when 2 days later she would hire a cosplayer to head to Vice's IRL office and tape a cease and desist, written in the style of a shitpost, to the door. Quote, Hey Vice, like some kind of secret middle of the night ballot drop, I left a little something for you. I made sure it's on par with your company's journalistic quality, so you'll take it seriously. And as interesting, perhaps, as it would have been to see Vice go to court over a bunch of articles written by Ms. Valens. Turns out we didn't actually need to go that far, because this appeared to be enough. Within the next 48 hours, all 3 of the articles that Vice had published about Kirsha, all the way from the first one about gamer subs, the second one that featured 4chan being cited unironically, the third one where the editor stepped in to defend their precious journalist, all 3 of them had been taken down. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm glad it didn't get to the lawsuit, but the expediency with which they took down these articles after receiving a cease and desist that both read and looked like an internet shitpost is absolutely hilarious to me. And, well, let's just say, when it comes to the fallout of this, recently what has been happening is Anna Valens has been eaten alive on Blue Sky by her peers because they have started calling her a Nazi due to a recent article that she has written, which is just absolute. There is a cosmic sense of justice to that. But as for how Kirsha's doing, well, in terms of derailing a moral panic, in terms of essentially utilizing whatever clout she had at her disposal to mount a convincing, effective, powerful countering response, I think nothing better. I think we have no better proof of how effective her attempts at derailing said moral panic were than some of the things that she's been doing in the aftermath of that. While this was all going on, she would end up making a series on the a Foxu News series where she would dissect the various stages in which this cancellation campaign was initiated against her, basically breaking it down event by event and providing a sort of archive of how this all went down. But not just that. She also, rather recently, had an interview with, I suppose it's not too inaccurate to describe him as one of her Oshis, none other than Mr. Metaker, where if you haven't seen this collab, it is surreal in the best way, where not only did she get to celebrate, reaching 100k subscribers, not only did she become one of the top super chatted English streamers on YouTube over the course of this cancellation attempt, but she also got to schedule an interview, or there's a kind of little podcast thingy with Mr. Metaker. And one of the things that she would bring up, and this is something that I want to spend a brief bit of time going over as well, is one of many possible reasons as to why gamer subs never seemed to consider dropping her, even though there was so much noise around trying to get them to do so. Because over the course of this stream, and this is something that would cause Metaker's mind to break a little bit, she revealed that from her gamer subs partnership, she had made in profit for herself $160,000 USD. I want to reiterate, That's not the total amount that she brought into gamer subs. That's her cut. And some people may wonder, why is that so important? Well, besides the obvious showing why gamer subs wouldn't drop her, and also sneaking in a little jab at the other, some other content creators who may have tried to virtue signal off of her using gamer subs. Aside from that, it highlights a principle that I believe Kirsha is very well acquainted with, which is that at the end of the day, in spite of all the talk of the VTubing community and the like, fundamentally, what VTubing is, among being a medium, of course, and a subculture, is an industry. And in an industry, you may not like somebody. You might even hate somebody. But in an industry, success compels respect. It doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how many subs you have, what your CCV is, what niche of VTubing you come from. You cannot argue with $160,000 cut from a brand sponsorship. If you say that you would not want that, I'm convinced you're coping. But at the end of the day, regardless of what ends up cropping up with Kirsha in the future, any attempts at smearing her or whatever, there very well could be. More than anything, I think that this event has given her more than enough fuel to create a proper deterrence against other people attempting to mount the same campaign. Because remember what I said earlier about moral crusades according to Becker. You have to win, because if you don't, you are the one getting kicked out as the moral crusader. That's why moral panics are a technique that, while I've said in the past they can be effective in the short term, they always come at a long-term cost. Sometimes that cost is to the space in which they happen. The people in general who happen to be there, who happen to be burnt out on compassion fatigue, burnt out on fear, anxiety, hysteria, etc. But sometimes the cost is inflicted on the people who seek to initiate the moral panic. Not the folk devil that they had in their sights, but the orchestrator of the attempts at demonizing somebody. And regardless of what people's opinions on Kirsha either evolve to be or are at this moment in time, I think that her ability to endure through all of this has more than earned her a bit of begrudging respect among any who would seriously consider trying to harm her. Maybe it's not the kind of respect you would extend to a friend or a family member, but the kind of respect you might extend to a landmine. But beyond all of that, the thing that Kirsha emphasized the most over the course of this stream when she was describing the thing that allowed her to exist independently of its outside influence, that allowed her to weather the storm, so to speak, when it comes to all of these individual actors. You know, this, admittedly bankrupt newspaper sort of reviving from the dead to try and take her down. The thing that she emphasized above all was the fact that the thing that allowed her to weather the storm was the support of her community. She was sustained, she was reinforced because of her community. People were unable to take down her forms of support, were unable to isolate her from her forms of support, because her first and foremost form of support came from her community. And this may be a little cheesy, But I want to emphasize, if you don't take anything else away from this, if you are a content creator who happens to be watching this, one bit of advice I'd give to you: ignore when people talk about the VTubing community. Don't take it too seriously when people say that, because we can argue for days, for weeks, for months, for years if VTubing lasts that long, about whether VTubing, the VTubing community, is real or not. I think there's a lot of evidence to point to there being, to it being not real, but other people may disagree. But doesn't really matter, right? Even if the VTuber, at the end of the day, it is my solemn belief that the VTuber community is a fabrication. It's not really something that is worth paying that much attention to as a concept. But undeniably, there are communities in VTubing, and some of them matter, some of them don't. But the one that will always matter most, if you are a content creator, you are a VTuber, the only community that will ever matter is the community that you build for yourself. Have the spine to stand up for yourself, and they will stand with you. Give them a spark, they'll pour fuel on the fire. And if you do right by your community, and your community understands that you will do right by them, they will make you fucking invincible. But hey, what do I know? And that's about it. There are a lot of ways that you can respond to attempts at demonizing you, moral panics, trying to turn you into a folk devil, whatever. But at the end of the day, those initiatives need an audience. And so long as your audience isn't a part of that audience, you don't really have too much to worry about. You lie. I'm the generalissimo of the VTuber community. I forgot. My bad, Valmin. With most things I ignore, it's because my it's outside of my tax bracket. That's fair enough. But yeah, insert sundowner music. But yeah, no. Too many people get up in knots fretting about how they are seen by the VTuber community, not really realizing that the only community they really need to worry about is the one that they've built. Because at the end of the day, right, people can say whatever the fuck they want about you. You can't really control that. If you have someone who is well enough connected, whether it be, in terms of the viewership they have when they go on stream or publish a video, or if it's behind the scenes, you're not going to be able to stop them, really, right? If they're more well connected than you, then you're kind of just fucked. But the one area in your career or whatever where that doesn't apply is when you're talking about your community, which is what makes me frankly quite bewildered a little bit when I see how some people, how do I say this? Actually, I think Pippa talked about this in a recent, I can't remember if I saw this in a recent clip or if this was in her last stream. But she was talking about how one of her pet peeves was hearing other content creators badmouth their audiences, badmouth their communities. And how this was a pet peeve that she shared with Sheena, coincidentally. And it never ceases to amaze me how you will get VTubers who maybe hop on alts, or maybe even on their main account if they're silly enough, who will badmouth their audience, or shame their audience, or in some way put down their audience, while at the same time seeking approval from the VTuber community. It's mind-boggling to me. Like putting down all of your horses and going out to chase unicorns. But, yeah. I've got a lot of good advice from Arch when I was in my own head about things because I'm a people pleaser to a fault. I've gotten good advice from a few close friends as well that has helped. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that you have that support network around you. Very short sauna length? Well, yeah, almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours. There is another VTuber group that is resilient to these kinds of things, and it's Face Connect. Yeah, well, because Face Connect understands their audience. They know where their strength comes from. It's not from the VTuber community. Bad-mouthing their audience looks like DSP. Okay, lolcows, I'd say, are a different kind of content creator, in my humble opinion. VTuber community, modern audience, same core, different flavor. Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty good comparison, actually. When people say the VTubing community, it very much gives off the same overarching impression as the modern audience, right? Shortest armchair stream. True. But yeah, that's pretty much the planned portion, the planned yapping portion of the stream over. So if any of you tuned in for that, especially any of the honorable chatters who ended up tuning in for me to talk about how Kirsha managed to turn that little moral panic around in her own way. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for giving me a watch. Before you leave, please like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. If you're watching a VOD, please do that too. Really helps, algorithm, yada yada yada. But yeah, that's about it for the planned yapping portion of the stream. The rest is just going to be me rambling. You guys ready for Saba? Oh, that's going to be... I'm very curious to see where Saba goes post-debut. How often she ends up streaming and what she ends up doing. Actually, the thing I'm most curious about is what her first cover is going to be. Or her first music project of some description. What makes FaZe great is the girls absolutely love each other. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. No problem, Phil. No problem. Offkai went without a hitch. They still need to hire a real on-site sound tech for main stage, though. I'm sure they'll get to it. They are a convention that seems to be big enough. They have the resources to spare for that. Chairman, you gonna make another stream on Pirate Roachware? Yeah, probably. I mean, that's going to be... Okay, so... Right now, the topics that I'm lining up for the next subject, the next subject poll, stream topic poll, is looking like the return of SKG and yet another monumental pirate software fall-off. The what VShoujo shows us about why traditional corpos have the structures they do and the dangers of abandoning incentive-based practices. And a brief history of quote-unquote independent investigations into workplace harassment. I think those three topics are more than enough to tide me over, especially because I'm going to be spreading them out on a fortnightly basis, so. Yeah, Pirate did something again. Unfortunate. Predictions for FaceCon location? I have no idea. I'm going to say Australia as a shitpost, but I know that's not the case. I wish. I fucking wish. I fucking wish. I hope it's the Midwest so I can go. Understandable. How did Neuro manage to get by in the VTubing community? Because Neuro is not your stereotypical AI. She is... Neuro... The reason why Neuro seems so human, and the reason why most people don't consider her in the same way that they consider all other types of AI, is because she is a very actively built community project between Vettel and the Swarm. There is a reason why Neuro's branding is AI daughter of beleaguered programmer father. The guy's put so much of himself into creating her over the course of streaming that it is absurd to try and equate her to the other forms of AI in this industry that people complain about most often. It's happening in the warehouse. They don't even have toilets there. I'm not sure we want that. I swear whoever they had just cranked the bass and said good enough. Stuff in the industry hall was shaking the main stage bass. Damn. Armchair using the wrong pronunciation of Vedel's name. I'm pretty sure it's Vedel. He says Vedel, right? I'm pretty sure it's only Annie and Neuro who say Vedel. Vedel's great. Amen. Amen. Vedel is one of the few reasons why Twitch is worth tolerating. I hope they fix that fucking website. Holy shit. Although, I say that half as a joke, because at this point the fix in question is going to have to be swapping out the entirety of the moderation and administration teams. Zippyzat, thank you for the super. From the AI talk, thoughts on shaming friends for jorking to AI hentai? Shame ahead. We need to bring that back. We need to bring that back. Are they doing the jorking in front of you? That's a very important question. Because if they are, then yes. If they aren't, then it depends. If they told you, then yes. If they didn't tell you but you found out through other means, then maybe not. Nah, Twitch is too. Oh, I don't know if you're joking or not, and that's that's sad. On the AI debate, what gets me is if you make the comparison between the advent of assembly lines 100 years ago and the only real difference is that AI is happening to them. Yeah. I still remember when AI was in its infancy and everyone was telling truck drivers that, you know, oh, you're gonna get replaced. Ooh. Going like, oh, at least artists will never have to worry about AI, right? Lamau. Funny joke in retrospect. In front of you? Yes. On you? Double yes. Yes. Twitch have mods and weird rule problems? Yeah. I personally like Kick's moderation, had a few idiots in my chat and reported it to the mods and live chat feature, and they were taken care of within minutes. So much better than Twitch and YouTube. Well, I mean, with Twitch, they don't actually, the mods, so to speak, don't respond to you unless you are a stacked IRL woman who has very little qualms about showing their body on stream, if precedent is to be believed. Yeah, learn to code. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I almost forgot, but I need to work on getting a kick setup as well, because now that I have an actual PC, it should be able to handle that. So that's something I'm going to need to do over the next month or so. You can hide all the gambling streams and use the streams everywhere. Oh yeah. Those are indeed problems with Kick, but I make the argument, yeah, like you said, like with every platform. Learn to prompt, yeah. All right, hold on. Let me switch over the head hot screen while I go over the super chats that I missed. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, so for the next week's stream, what I'm going to be doing, just to give you guys a little bit of foreshadowing. I'm going to be doing a bit of a chill stream, nerding out about actual playable VTuber TCG, Oshi Push. I'm not going to lie. At first, I only learned it because I was like, oh, it's the Face Connect TCG. But now that I've actually had a chance to play it, holy shit, the game actually has like depth, like actually cool mechanics and synergies between different cards. You have the ability to really bring some element of deck building into the game. That's like, I mean, that's a very nice, refreshing change from the way that VTuber TCGs, the only other previous one that I really looked at was, which is very fun. Yeah. So yeah, it's not going to be a gameplay stream, but it is going to be a nerding out stream. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested, I recommend tuning in next week, same time. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Did you hear about Achan coming back as an indie? Yeah, I did. Man, 2025 is such a strange year. Like, at the same time, you have so many... you have so many people doom posting about VTubing, about how like, oh, how it's on a downturn, all of the greats are leaving their corpos, etc, 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 and yeah, all of these talents are graduating, oh no, oh. But at the same time, we are still... Achan's return kind of gives me a little bit of hope, right? Because, you know, they could always be coming back. You just might need to wait a little while, and then you'll find them again, you know? So many HoloLive talents coming back as indies is succeeding? Yeah. Is it sealed format friendly? I think so. Although, you're going to have to go to a con in order to play it, I'm pretty sure. Speaking of TCG, do you see that Nova made it into an actual TCG that's not VTuber related? I didn't see that. Which TCG is that, Zuli? I finished Dustborn for you when you rated me that one day, Chairman. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, good times. Mostly because I wasn't the one playing the game. Hyper Shoda, someday I'll get my Oshi push Kickstarter rewards. Yeah, I heard about that. I hope they get them out to you soon. Although I've mostly been playing using the tabletop sim version, and I have no complaints about that. But yeah, in my opinion, getting the actual physical cards is probably going to be a long wait. I'd much rather in the meantime just use tabletop. Am I the only one that thought it was obvious that HR was going to come back? Yeah, maybe. I certainly didn't expect that. It was a very pleasant surprise for me. Took me 2 8-hour streams because I refused to do more than 2 streams. Thank you for your sacrifice. Tabletop for the win. Amen. Grand Archive. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to take a look later on to see what her card looks like. Not really hoping Shion comes back. Will be pleasantly surprised if she does come back. Yeah. I mean, even if they do come back, right, it might not even be within the year. They might genuinely just need to take a break from just, you know, making content. Because I can understand if you've been doing that for years, right? You probably want a little bit of an extended break, not just a hiatus. Though, granted, Shion did take quite a few hiatuses in her time. So, I hope if she does... tough to say. But, yeah. It would be a surprise if she did come back. Grand Archive is not a unique card, more like one of the MTG ones where this... Oh, okay, so it's an alternate art version. That's still cool. Isn't Shion already back? Is she? Did I miss that? Armchair, when are you playing Lies of P or Stellar Blade for us? Those are very different to the kinds of games I usually play. But perhaps, maybe at some point in the future. I believe Nova posted on Twitter, but she did link... I don't believe Nova posted on Twitter, but she did link it in the Discord server. Ah, okay, I see. I'm not in a lot of Discord servers, so... I don't use Discord that much aside from PMing people. Can he play Metal Gear Rising? Okay, yeah, in terms of priorities, Metal Gear Rising is you know, quite up there. Billy, thank you for the 5. A little late, but I guess Vice got cold feet. I see what you did there. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Puerto Rico 51. Thank you for the super. Don't look up BB no. Don't look up BB no money tweets about AI. I've seen them. Guy makes good music, but he doesn't make for an excellent moral crusader. Is all I'll say. Let me see. Let me see. Did I miss any others? Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. That's a very poetic way of putting it, yeah. Zippy Zap, think about the 2. If I mouse least VShoujo, VShoujo's done. Oh yeah, I think I read that one out already. Oh, okay. I think I got all of the super chats. I think I got all of the gifted members as well. Thank you, all of you, again, for your generosity. Makes it a lot easier to do what I do, and I very much appreciate it every single time. Zoli, never mind, she did retweet it. So can we expect DMC5 to... okay. In terms of tier list of priority, Metal Gear is at the top. I'm going to order them in terms of shitpost value. So yes, Metal Gear's at the top. I can, okay. Assuming I don't come up with something else, or you guys don't come up with something else that is more shitposty than DMC5, then yes, that could be second on the priority list. But yeah. Can I introduce you to our Lord and Savior MIRC? What's that? I got my old DMC4 YouTube channel back on appeal, so I'm playing so you play DMC5 would be awesome. The memes, Jack. Hell yes. Freedom does not give the freedom to crash out. Yeah, unfortunately. You'd think it would, but it doesn't. Bye, folks. We'll check that one up. No problem at all. Thanks for tuning in, strategic person. Nice name. Hamburger. MIRC is ancient. Hold on, let me Google what that is. Internet relay chat by Microsoft. Holy shit! I think this just stirred like a very deeply buried memory. Want to try Tactical Breach Wizards if you like XCOM-esque games? Haven't heard of that before. Nah, it's an IRC client. It's an NA IRC client. Ah, okay, I see. Hold on, let me see. What is this? What is this? Oh, I could see that being fun. Maybe. I need to get all of my TCG-tism out of the way. Hold on. Kara, when was our collab again? Let me just check my schedule. Just over a week from now, I will be learning Rift Runners with Kara as well. So hopefully once we get the TCG-tism out of the way, then we can start looking at some other things. But yeah, for now, man, the VTuber TCG-tism has got me like bad. It's got me bad. Fun fact, I got leg cramps when my knee gave up. Acting as a stage photographer just now. Damn, okay. That's a pretty cool job. Need to go through the VTuber rites of passage class of 09. You know, it's kind of surreal because one of my IRL friends was he picked up playing the game not too long ago, and he just started randomly asking me to hop into a Discord so that he could stream himself playing it to me. It's such a cooked game. It's such a cooked game. Yeah, we're just yapping now. I heard that Dustboard is very good. Oh yes, absolutely. Giving chairman game recommendations, try Noita. Yeah, no, I keep seeing people recommend Noita. Hollow Cure? Okay, yeah. Okay, we can put Hollow Cure number 3. Or number 4, after Class of 09. Are you using the new PC? Of course. How could I not? Hold on. Let me just take a look at something. Minecraft. Never really been much into Minecraft. You know, fun story. Oh, actually, fun little bit of armchair lore. If you go back to I believe the first collab that Kirsha and Smugalana did on Smug's channel, where I believe it was a chat submits horror stories stream where they have to guess which horror story belongs to a chatter from whose chat. One of the stories that they end up going through on screen was submitted by me before I became a streamer. And to this day, that stream, I remember that she would have Smug would have a bet going on in chat for channel points whenever one of those stories was discussed. So, like, you know, you get to bet on whose chatter it was, whether it was Kirsha's or Smug's. And to this day, that is I have the Twitch channel that I have the most channel points on is Smug's, because of that being able to bet on my own thing being shown. But yeah, I love that stream. Same. When is the VTuber debut of the armchair model? When I hit 10k. Now, in the interests of speeding up the process of getting to that milestone, I've been doing things besides working on the streams, try and hit that quicker. But yeah, you cheat. I did kind of rig things in my favor. A racist question, but why do the UK and UK adjacent speakers pronounce H's as H or H and not why do UK speakers pronounce H's as H and not as H as the US speakers do? It's weird. We have Spanish influence in our speech. I have no idea, if I'm being honest. Not a linguist myself. So, challenge accepted. Yeah, it was a Gamma thing. Bro made history. It was kind of, I understand how chatters, that was like the first moment where I really understood the appeal of sending through a super chat and like hearing your Oshi like read it, or hearing like the creator on screen read it. That was when I like got it. Shameless James, thank you for the 5. I didn't make it to the beer store before 2 a.m. This is yours now, chairman. Thank you. That's very generous of you to give it to me instead of buying a beer. Alan, that's a bit, at this stage, too early to say. It's not anywhere near that level of development yet, but I'm hoping to get one out in before the end of the year, let's say. Before the end of the year. Shameless James, thank you for becoming a footstool. Holy shit, welcome to the club. Chairman, you should try Limbus Company. Second to perhaps, or maybe not second, third to Metal Gear Rising. Limbus Company is probably the game that I've had shilled to me like the most. Yeah. It's thrilling when Senpai notices you. Yeah. Chairman won big on the Gamba. Is it really Gamba if you already know the outcome? Oh yeah, I finally decided to give Claire Obscura a shot. I was thinking maybe it's another new thing, but honestly blown away by the quality. A lot of people are raving about Claire Obscura. All I saw was, people talking about how annoying it is to play on stream because apparently the fan base is like cooked. But the game itself sounds brilliant, so at some point in the future perhaps. That's a sign you should play it, smile. Yeah, maybe. I don't know though. I feel like Limbus Company is a bit of a rabbit hole, liable to suck you down. Oh, also Xanthopy. I didn't even. Okay, this is embarrassing to admit, but I only realized sometime halfway through last month that you were the same Xanthopy who was archiving base streams. Because I remember seeing, I recognized your profile picture, and your name seemed familiar, but it took this long for me to finally put 2 and 2 together, and go, ah, you're that Xanthopy. But yeah, I know a fun game, Buckshot Roulette, with a couple of others. Yeah, no, admittedly, I have been watching people play Buckshot more than I have been playing Buckshot myself, but that does sound like a fun way to pass the time, potentially. If I do end up doing a gameplay collab again with, maybe with Murray, but maybe with somebody else as well. Repo is a fun friend slop game, yeah. I don't care who Hime sends, I'm not playing Project Moon. Project Moon is... I'm not gonna lie, they have a banger soundtrack. I don't know who they get to compose their songs, but holy fuck. They have just... Oh. You know, one of the reasons why I've been really wanting to make another edited video is because there's been so many songs that I've listened to where I'm like, fuck, I really want to use that in a video. That seems perfect for something. And then, yeah, I just, ugh. No, Kiernoth, I'm very familiar with that. Studio Aim and Millie. Millie? As in, from FaZe? As in, the manager who... That Millie? I have not tried Papers, Please. I have not. I love the Library of Ruina opening. Amen. Chat got crazy with backseaters on the 33 streams. Damn. Okay. No, Millie is a singer. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm too cooked. I'm too cooked. I'm too cooked. Different Millie. I see. Millie is in Goblin Slayer. Ah. There's a very popular band called Millie. Ah, I see. I've never heard of Millie the band, fortunately. Cute and funny archive. Not really my taste in games. Have you played Sunless Sea? I have not. Nah, your footstools at this point are on top. At some point, I realized that maybe for the sake of branding, it would be easier to just call you guys footstools. I feel like that's the better alternative, to be honest. Hell, we should do some yapping together sometime. I'd be glad to. I'd be very down for that, honestly. I see the fun one on the bunny blue. Yeah, no, I saw that. She wants to be a knockoff. Yeah. What the fuck happened? Like, unironically, people like Bonnie would... she is single-handedly convincing me that perhaps the Victorian era was not wrong about everything. Putting it very mildly. Very, very mildly. Wanna try Woowa? I don't know. I'm not really into gacha games, to be honest. Not anymore. Not really. Same with Goddess of same with Nikki. Luckily, Irish I didn't spoil the beginning of Claire. I mean, Irie's chat is very, 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 very well behaved. You're starting to sound like a map game enthusiast. I mean, between TCGs and map sims, yeah, maybe.
Nikki is awesome. You would love the story. Maybe, maybe. You said Bonnie and Victoria, and I was thinking Bonnie Box. No. Wrong Bonnie, wrong Bonnie. I would not associate those two. No. I think he'd be into the same kind of games that Arch is into. He's more RTS dude than anything else. Yeah, probably. In before Chairman gets in on Civ 5. I've never played a Civ game. I'm honestly scared because I feel like I'd lose too much time if I actually got sucked in. Cleo loves Mac games? Well, Cleo has good taste. Non-zero chance you will like Sunless Sea if you like map games? Oh, interesting. Right now I know that Chairman loves deck builders, but what is his main? Main TCG? Well, unironically, at the moment, it's Oshi Push. I've been spending so much time in the Oshi Push deck building mod. Because, I mean, they've been adding a lot of new cards. I'm very happy with that. But also because, I don't know, it's Oshi Push is like one of those TCGs where it's simple, it's new enough that there's design space that hasn't been explored yet, but it's simple enough that I don't feel like an absolute idiot coming up with hypothetical cards for Oshi Push. And I've been really having fun with coming up with hypothetical cards that could potentially be added into Oshi Push. Things that wouldn't break the game, but would fit in with the ebb and flow of how it's designed to play. You know, things that would interact with the mechanics as they currently exist, etc., etc. But yeah, you sound like a Yu-Gi-Oh PTSD enjoyer like me. I was actually, I was having a chat with Necro, the Leah's editor, and one thing that both of us agreed on was how refreshing it was to play Oshi Push, a card game where you had a very simple flow of the game where I take an action, then you take an action, then I take an action, and you take an action, and how much of a welcome reprieve it is from modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! Or MTG, where it is mostly just, okay, did you have a good hand? Alright, you going first. If you're going first, you're probably gonna win. If you're not going first, then you're probably fucked. You know, all that shit. And I mean, Oshi Push, it has that... It has that, you feel like you could do something, which is a feeling that I haven't had in ages playing Magic. And from what Necro told me, it's not a feeling that you get from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Either. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me pull up an example, right, of what I mean when I say that Magic has become a. It's moving in the same direction as Yu-Gi-Oh!, where it's more a matter of how much text, how mucho texto could I shove into my single one card? Let me give you an example if I can. Hold on. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can open up an image without showing anything I shouldn't. All right. Okay. Actually, easy. I'll just screenshot this. Hold on, hold tight. Let me. I'm about to start complaining about something. Don't get me started on fucking Magic the Gathering prices either. Individual cards that cost $500
I don't have 5 kidneys in order to pay for 1 playable deck. Holy fuck. Oh, I just went onto a website to find the card and I just had a look at the prices. My brain almost short-circuited. Whereas this is trying to capitalize too much off the Commander format. Yeah, no, when they added Deadpool and Spider-Man into Magic the Gathering, I just pieced the fuck out. That was a crash out. That was a long time coming when I saw that. Just thought of this, no date planned yet, but want to join for a full party run of Solinium Infernum. Hold on, let me take a look. To be honest, I'm not really great at gaming streams. I'm probably better at yapping streams, but let me take a look. I've not seen that game before. Let me take a look. How does this play? Oh. Be very curious to see how it plays. But I mean, sure. Although gaming stream probably more further in the future, per se. Unironically, Rush Duels was good breath of fresh air for the game, but it's gotten more complicated. Yeah. Hold on, let me see. We say that about modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's always been like that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I suppose I've heard more belly aching from my friends who play Yu-Gi-Oh recently, though. So that's probably what has shaped my perception. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Image. Browse. Okay. Let me give you an example of what I mean when I talk about Magic becoming mucho texto. Right. Okay, so we have this, right? An example of a very classic Magic card. You pay 1 mana, you get a creature that has no attack, 1 HP, very, 1 keyword, flying, and you have 1 activated ability, right? Where you can tap it or you can activate the ability in order to give you 1 mana, one mana of any color, like 1 resource, right? Very simple effect, clean, effective. You can understand what it does. You don't need, some sort of, you don't need to have an attention span above a modern day Zoomer in order to get all of the text into your head. But then you get into, and this is the cliche example that most MTG players use to show how much the game has become like overly complicated. Then you have an equivalent in the modern day. You have a 1-drop like this, where it is still, 1 mana, right? One resource to play it, 2 attack, 1 HP, but the text is 2 fucking paragraphs rather than a keyword and a simple activated ability. And it does so many things. Like this is hard to block, and it gives you 1 resource when activated. That's what this card does. It generates a resource in the form of what is called a treasure token, basically the Magic equivalent to a temporary source of, mana resource, right? It exiles a card off the top of your opponent's library, which basically means that it takes the top card of their deck away from their, out of their deck. It gives you the option to play that card the turn that it gets taken out of your opponent's deck. And you are allowed to play it using mana resource of any color, which means that so long as you have the resources available, it doesn't matter, color constraints or whatever, you just get to play it. And then on top of that, you can also, for an alternative cost, play it out of your hand and give it haste, which basically means it can attack immediately, can tap immediately, do whatever immediately, and then you return it to your hand after the turn is ended. But in terms of just how many things this one card does, it's just such a perfect encapsulation of how much the game is kind of spiraled in terms of overloading cards with effects. In any case, the card is worth this is worth like $80 because of how powerful it is. Yeah, there's so much that it does. The fact that you have to decipher them is a big minus. Yu-Gi-Oh looks complicated, but isn't that bad once you learn to decipher them. Okay. bro, that's a Pokedex entry. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, no, I'm glad that with Oshi Push, it's not like this, right? Where very much you can give it a once over, you instantly understand what the card does. Effects are pretty simple once you've had the basic mechanics of the game explained to you, etc., etc. But yeah. Yeah, Ragavan is even worse than Commander. Yeah. Is it dash effect doesn't get hit with Commander attacks? Yeah, no, I know. So again, for context, basically in Magic, there's an alternative game mode that is called Commander, where you have a 100 card deck and you can't have duplicates in that 100 card deck. However, the thing that makes it different from normal Magic is, as the name suggests, you get to pick one card that is a legendary card, right? It has the word legendary in the type description. And it says, basically, that according to the game mode, you can pick one legendary card to be your commander, meaning that you can play it an unlimited amount of times. And every time it gets, removed from the game, it goes back into the command zone, from which you can then replay it again and again and again. The only thing that holds back commanders from being, overpowered by virtue of the fact that you can play them ad infinitum is the fact that every single time you play a commander from the command zone, you have to pay 2 more mana in order to do so. Unless the card has an alternate cost that is a part of the actual card text, not the cost that's on the top of the card, which is what makes this a pain in Commander, because no matter how many times you play it, you don't actually increase the cost every time if you use the alternate cost to, get it out into the game. Legendary creature or vehicle with power, toughness, value. Yeah. Did you know MTG now has Final Fantasy characters? Yeah, no, I saw Leah doing a stream where she was opening cards from that expansion. But that expansion? No, that's set. But I just wish Magic would go back to Magic, I miss the old sort of dark fantasy element of Magic that they had before they became the Fortnite of TCGs. Yeah, what I'm saying is new effects aren't too complicated, they just look that way because of too much text. Yeah, that's fair enough. I have a Master Duel replay that shows that a player doesn't even read their own cards. Oh my. If any of you are craving a TCG where you can feel like you can do something without your opponent taking like a billion actions a turn, I recommend tuning into the Oshi Push stream next week. Because it is a fairly easy game to grasp, but there's a lot of room for finding strategies that tickle your personal tastes in the game. Would you say that Nier is the Fortnite of action games? I haven't played Nier, so I wouldn't know. Chairman disrespecting Y Schwartz and universes like this. Look, I'm not saying that they're worse. I'm just saying that they're not the best for me because I haven't played them yet. I am looking forward to learning Rift Runners though. And I do hope that I really I hope that both Rift Runners and Oshi Push and the Hololive TCG end up taking off. Because it would be nice to have a whole bunch of VTuber TCGs that you could choose from, all of which are playable and all of which are fun. I remember actually, I think Pippa was talking about this in the stream that she was doing yesterday, but she was saying how she hopes that there doesn't emerge a situation where one VTuber TCG becomes the uncontested king of VTuber TCGs as a niche, because it would be nice to have a variety to choose from. I couldn't agree more, to be honest. Yeah, you would love Nier, great story. I have coincidentally the same friend that was playing Class of 09 not too long back has been going on and on and on about how good Nier is and how how great the story is. So it comes very highly recommended. What about V-Card? I'll be honest. I'm not too keen on playing V-Card again. Namely because my experience of playing Oshi Push was basically what V-Card was aiming for, but actually good. I mean, if there's someone who's willing to sacrifice themselves so that I can play V-Card with them to have a look at how the new mechanics feel, then sure, I won't say no. But, you know, why would you when you have a better alternative, is what I'm saying. You can steal other cards? Wait, you can? I didn't know. Oh, wait. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Would you? I forget. It's been too long. Have you tried Riftbound, the Riot TCG? I haven't tried Riftbound. Apparently, I don't know. I have another a friend who keeps ranting and raving about Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of told me it kind of fell off. But yeah. When did I play it? In preparation for the stream that I did on it. I forced one of my mods into a call. I got them to play. I forced one of my mods to a call and got them to play V-Card with me. That was very, very... It was an interesting experience. They got rid of... Yeah, they got rid of the anti-rule. That was like one of the first things they got rid of in that game. Do you mean Automata? I think it was Automata. Riftbound wasn't the one that killed my... Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one that... Yeah, I remember you telling me about how they killed Poppy as an archetype. I'm waiting for Dragon Maids or Master Duel. Understandable. But I'm thinking about the decks that I built in Oshi Push. I can't wait to show them off to you guys. They might not be that competitive. I haven't had the chance to playtest them nearly as much as I'd like. But I'm quite... I like them. I like them a lot. Did you... Poor mod, did I pay them extra? Bold of you to assume that I pay my mods. They stay in the basement for free. Sometimes I feed them, that is the payment. They get to eat. Hold on, let me... They're my IRL friends, so they understand how it works. Alright. Let me take these off of my screen so that I don't clean up my head-hot screen once again. I might end stream pretty soon because I need to grab something to eat. And in any case, I mean, since we already know what the possible topics for next stream is going to be, I'll probably end up making the poll a bit earlier, so later on in a few hours. Timestamps, as usual, will be going up. Slides will be going up after stream, so don't worry about that. But, hold on. Let me take a look. Armchair's learning from Rima? What do you mean? What do you use to play Oshi Push? Tabletop Sim. Yeah, that's what I used to play Oshi Push, Tabletop Sim. There is a great mod. So there are two mods for Oshi Push on Tabletop Sim that give you pre-built decks so that you can learn to play the game. And then one mod that has been made specifically by Hiro Urbano, who is popping up in chat towards the beginning of stream, where that has all of the cards arranged in a very neatly arranged format where you know where everything is, etc., etc. And that allows you to just deck build, you know, once you've gotten the hang of the game and the mechanics, etc. Yeah, I did get through the super chats. Why make a competitive deck when you can make a cheesy gimmick deck with a 1 in 100 chance of popping off. See, I like the way you think. I like the way you think, Blazard. Hero is awesome for that. Amen, brother. Amen. Holy shit. All right, let me see who else is live that we can raid. Adam. Do any of you guys have a recommendation for any indies that I can raid into? Because the people I would usually raid aren't live right now. Tomoe Umari, horse girl playing horse game. I assume you mean Uma Musume? I can send you over to Tomoe. Alright. I want a U deck. Man, I want a Dizzy deck. I want so bad for them to add Dizzy into the game. Because there are so many ways in which her content, the various content gimmicks that she has showed off over her years making content, there's so many ways that you could integrate that with the mechanics of the game. But yeah. Honestly, my favorite Vise decks all revolve around the singular gimmick. I mean, same thing for me with the Oshi Push decks that I've been making, so... yeah. Gimmick deck where everyone in 2 meter radius gets paid. Someone named Pekoi Boo. Dizzy card, Cry and Shake Booba. Dizzy would be so perfect in the game, and there's so many different memes that you could use to create cards. But I mean, the same could be said for any of the Face Connect members. But recently, I've been really thinking about how you could possibly add the invaders into Oshi Push. What mechanics would fit thematically and gameplay wise, etc. But that's a conversation for next week's stream. All right, I'll be sending you guys off to Tomoe. And in any case, I'll probably end stream here. Like I said, timestamps going up later on, slides will be going up later on, poll will be going up later on, so keep an eye on my community tab. Thank you so much to all of you for tuning in, watching. Thank you for sticking through for the entire, 6.5 hours that I've been live. And looking forward to see you guys next week for the for the Oshi Push stream. And I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. Like, comment, subscribe, all of that stuff. But yeah, thank you again for watching. I hope you have a nice rest of the day. Oh, make sure to behave when you land in Tomoe's chat. Remember, the objective is to integrate. I want it to be utterly seamless. Be there as if you were neighing from day one. And yeah, I'll send you off. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.